that came here to do us harm, then you're ignorant. This is a national security issue. For the first time in my life, I've never been more concerned about the safety and security of this nation than I am right now. And they did it on purpose. It's time the American people stand up and demand we secure the border. It's time people stand up and demand the Secretary of Homeland Security actually tell the truth under oath. When he says the border is secure and they have operational control, talk to the men and women of the Border Patrol. They have lost operational control of our southern border. This country no longer can contain what comes across that border. The numbers speak for themselves. We're in trouble. And I look for the leadership, the people standing behind me, Lise, to take this. We got to take this. We got to do a fight. We got to fight for the future of this country. We are in trouble, and it scares the hell out of me.
We will next go to Congressman Tony Gonzalez, as I said, who has hosted numerous delegations of House Republicans to the southern border.
Thank you, Elise. I want to start by first thanking the House Republican leadership, Whip Scalise and Chairwoman Stefanik, who were just down at the border in Eagle Pass. Eagle Pass isn't an easy place to get to. Leader McCarthy was there as well. We had a delegation of 10 folks. Chip Roy, Congressman Roy was there as well. Many trips we have taken to the border. I want to thank the leadership because we're talking about the border. Because in my district, we feel it every single day. And a lot of times, people will come up to Washington and they will whine. They will complain about all the things that are wrong and they will blame it on the White House. They blame it on Trump or someone else. We're not doing that. Congress is an equal branch of government and we have a plan. And this isn't a Republican issue. It isn't a Democrat issue. It's an American issue, and it starts right here in Congress. It starts right here in the House of Representatives. And I think it starts by keeping Title 42 around. We're going to see, how committed are the Democrats to ensuring Title 42 stays around. What happens if Title 42 goes away? This is what happens. In my district, this weekend, it was 102 degrees. Imagine being smuggled in a trunk and having to travel hundreds of miles in a trunk, 102 degrees. Imagine being smuggled in a train boxcar, right? People, these folks that are coming over illegally are being treated like cattle. And they shouldn't be a political football. This should be about one thing. It should be about helping the American people, ensuring that our border is safe. And that starts here in Congress, not the White House. This is the people's house, not Pelosi. It starts here in Congress. And it'll be interesting to see, will House Democrats join the House Republicans to ensure that Title 42 stays around, because a lot is at stake. I want to turn it over to former Commissioner Mark Morgan.
Thank you, Congressman. Look, I want to echo something Tom Holman said. We have to start being honest with American people that the crisis on our southwest border is about one thing and one thing only: our national security. But border security is synonymous with national security. And here's another false premise that this administration and open border advocates are trying to get the American people to believe, that somehow this is about immigration. It's not. It's about border security. But here's the facts. When you open your borders up to receiving the highest levels of illegal immigration that we've seen in our lifetime, what happens to our border? Well, you don't have to listen to me. Let's listen to the Border Patrol agents that are on the line. We hear them all the time use terms like broken arrow. That phrase is used when your last line of defense have become overwhelmed, meaning we have literally handed our southwest border over to the cartels. And what happens when we overwhelm our system with illegal immigration, the highest levels that we've seen in our lifetime? We have some areas, 50, 60, up to 80% of Border Patrol resources are pulled off the front line, pulled off their national security job to be nothing more than travel agencies for the illegal aliens. That leaves large areas of our border wide open, unpatrolled, unmanned, and unsecured, directly affecting our national security. Tom Holman talked about the almost 750,000 gotaways because our borders are wide open. Think about that. That's more than the entire population of the state of Vermont that have broken into our country illegally and evaded apprehension. And we know, here's a fact that you will not hear from this administration. We know there are very bad people among that 750,000. Did I say they were all bad? No, but that's what they'll say that we're telling people. That's not true. But we have to face reality. There are some really bad people among the 750,000. There are rapists, there are murderers, there are pedophiles, there are aggravated felons, there are gang members. And as Tom Holman said, how many illegal aliens on the FBI's terror screen database are among the 750,000? We have to wake up, and we have to start talking this in terms that this is about border security, which is synonymous with national security. And I feel privileged today to be able to talk to the conference, and I am confident that if we can get the right individuals in Congress that know that we should start talking about America, what is in the best interest of American citizens. We know that over 100,000 Americans died from a drug overdose in a 12-month period, and we know that 95% of the fentanyl that kills more adults from 18 to 25 than anything else comes from the southwest border. It's time we start being honest with the American people, and it's time we start framing this about the issue it is. It's about border security, and it's about national security. And with that, you're going to hear a little bit more about the drugs. I'm honored to hand it over to Derek Maltz, who's a retired special agent with the DEA.
Thank you, Mark. So President Biden said that the drug crisis is an unusual and extraordinary threat to the U.S. national security. So the question is, Mr. President, then why the hell is the border wide open? You heard from the experts on the Border Patrol, Department of Homeland Security, ICE, and now you've got to look at the families that are waking up every day. 293 dead kids every day. Every 5 minutes, some kid is dying. Ohio State University last week, pre-med student, thought she was taking an Adderall pill, and it had poisonous fentanyl coming from these filthy, dirty labs in Mexico right over the border. Now, the issue is not a red or a blue issue. It's a red, white, and blue issue. And Congress has to unite all Americans to continue to fight for the families. Look at some of the statistics. The sheriff in Orange County, California, has revealed that over the last 5 years, there's been a 2,200% increase in fentanyl-related deaths in California. In his county, over 1,700%. Just talk to the morgues as bodies are backing up. But most important, and why I am here today, is to support the families that have no voice because nobody's talking about this problem. Where the hell is the border czar? Where is she? We have a crisis at the border, and she was directed to fix it. She doesn't even go there. She doesn't talk about it. What do you think the families are feeling in America when they have nobody even talking about it as they see their 14-year-old kid dead at the computer in the bedroom because they just ordered one pill that was fake on Snapchat or Instagram or social media? The last thing I'm going to say is I think the DEA administrator, Ann Milgram, said it right. Last year alone, the DEA seized enough fentanyl to kill every American. So what the hell are we doing? This is unacceptable. We need to put the politics aside and fight for the American citizens. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Congressman Chip Roy, who's been an extreme advocate for the families, and I thank him for that.
Thanks, sir. I want to thank Chairwoman Stefanik and the leadership for putting this together, and I want to thank all of these warriors in defense of our country for your service to our country. And I'm just a warm-up act for Brandon here in a second. But look, I live in Texas. How many of our kids and how many Americans have to die? It's extraordinary. The CDC just put out a report that the 21 numbers are now 107,000, a 15% increase. We've got the DEA putting out warnings of mass deaths from fentanyl. China producing it, cartels running it up through our southern border. It takes 8 months for Mayorkas to respond to our request last August about how many terrorists are coming into our country, and then they finally say, well, there's 42 on the list. Almost 500 known gang members. That's on the people, by the way, that are apprehended, which are basically people that are coming across the border and turning themselves in. We're not talking about the gotaways. We're not talking about the people that we don't know who they are, who are the ones who are actually trying to evade the law. How many of y'all have done ride-alongs with Border Patrol down in the Rio Grande Valley or down along in Laredo or anywhere in Texas or on the border? How many of y'all sat down at the Rio Grande and met a migrant coming across the river? Have you done that? Have you looked into their eyes? Have you talked to them to understand what's actually going on? The danger that they're in? The fact that they're being used by cartels? And this administration and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle cynically allow that in the false name of compassion to occur. And it's the false name of compassion. Open borders. Go down and talk to the ranchers who find dead bodies on the ranches. Like you say that and you gloss over it and we'll go on. This will be a 5-second clip in some news hit tonight. But Americans and migrants both are suffering. They're dying. All for what? It's a inexcusable breach of the law. The law requires that the border be secured and that we have operational control. The Secretary of Homeland Security brazenly lied under oath to the American people, saying that he and this administration have operational control of the border in the House Judiciary Committee. He lied. He's telling the American people a lie. And they are supposed to detain under the law. And he has no excuse for non-detention. And as a result of his actions and the president's actions, people are dying, including American citizens and migrants. We're here to stand up for the forgotten Americans right now who are taking it on the chin, and we're actually standing up for migrants who are being abused in the false name of compassion. We're not going to continue to stand by while this country is invaded. And that is what is occurring. Empowering cartels, harming Americans, and harming migrants because of this administration's purposeful actions. And we're not going to stand by and allow that to continue to happen. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Brandon Judd.
Thank you, Congressman. What we see today is not humane. What we see today on the border is not compassion. What we're seeing today is we're seeing the empowerment of rich transnational criminal organizations that prey and victimize innocent women and children. We're seeing today an administration that is encouraging policies or enacting policies that are encouraging women and children to put themselves in the hands of some of the most dangerous human beings that exist on the earth today. These people rape, abuse, and at times murder women and children. And it's because this administration's policies are allowing these cartels to go into nations around the world and advertise their services. They tell these people, give me a couple $1,000 and I will get you to the United States-Mexico border. And when you cross the border illegally, you will be rewarded. You will be allowed into the United States. You will be given a de facto legal status. You will then be able to get jobs, put your children in school, and have all of the benefits that exist here in the United States. No wonder people in record numbers today are coming across our borders. No wonder this crisis continues to get bigger and bigger every single month. And it is strictly based upon policies, and it's under the guise of compassion. It is not compassionate, what we are seeing today. The rule of law is what keeps us safe. The rule of law is part of what made this country the greatest nation on earth. And if we enforce the rule of law, we put these transnational organizations out of business. Women and children will no longer be abused by these organizations if we simply follow the rule of law. With that, I'm going to turn the time over to Whip Scalise. Thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank everybody who participated, because America's southern border is under siege, and it is a national crisis. As been said by many, Tom and others, border security is national security, and it's at risk right now because Joe Biden turned operational control of our southern border over to the drug cartels. He did it deliberately. He started it day one when he stopped building the wall, and he got rid of the policies that were working. Remain in Mexico, the Northern Triangle agreements. These were all protocols that allowed a legal process of immigration to start working again. and it's completely unwound. Unwound to the point where we've had over 2.5 million people come into our country illegally that we caught. That's larger than the city of Houston, Texas, the 4th largest city in America. More people have come in that we've caught. And as has been pointed out, at least 700,000 that we know of that got away. Dozens of people we caught were on the terrorist watch list, which begs the question, how many more came in that weren't caught that are on the terrorist watch list? And we're not just talking about South and Central American countries. We're talking about over 160 different countries are represented that we know of who've come across our southern border illegally since Joe Biden opened it up when he became president. I went down there like a majority of my Republican colleagues have gone down to the border. We got to embed with our Border Patrol agents. And they'll tell you what the problems are, but they'll also tell you they know how to fix the problem. The real thing that frustrates most people in this country when they're watching this border crisis is that Joe Biden is the one who took the Border Patrol agents off of patrolling the border, won't let them do their job, literally gave them stand-down orders. We saw many Border Patrol agents over at some of these detention facilities, changing diapers and giving processing papers to people to be sent to other states. We don't even know where they're going. We've asked those questions, by the way. I would hope the press asks those questions. How many people does the administration know have come in illegally, and where are they? Where have they been sent? Who's in charge of keeping track of whether or not they're even being followed around to know where they are? If they're supposed to show up in court and they miss their court dates, which by large percentages we see happen too. This shouldn't be happening in the United States of America, and there's lethal consequences. I think what angers most people is when they see that last year, the largest cause of death amongst our young people in America was not COVID. Over 100,000 young people in America died from fentanyl and other drug overdoses from illegal drugs that have come across our open southern border since Joe Biden's been president. Over 100,000 young kids we've lost just last year. And the numbers this year are supposed to be worse. Every community's been affected by this. I had a high school group in from my district not long ago, and I asked them, how many of you know somebody who's died of a drug overdose? Do you know every single kid raised his hand? Every single one. That's going on all across America too. Everybody knows somebody in a community that's been touched by fentanyl and other drugs, made in China, but brought across our southern border by these drug cartels, who, by the way, are making billions of dollars a month trafficking people into our country illegally. So Joe Biden has created a multi-billion-dollar industry. Unfortunately, it's the drug cartels of Mexico who are making that money because he opened the southern border. This has to end. Joe Biden needs to do his job, secure our southern border, and protect America's national security. We're surely going to continue to fight for this to be fixed. We're also going to continue to highlight just how bad it is, because it is a national crisis, not just in Texas and other border states, but as we know, every state now is a border state because of what Joe Biden's done to open up America's southern border. With that, we'll be happy to take questions.
So we've heard that how severe this issue is. If you guys were to take the majority, can you outline a step-by-step solution that you all would plan to try to push through Congress? And if you did take the majority, how would you work with the White House to make sure he doesn't veto some of these policies?
Well, number one, we're going to continue to get the country more engaged, and we're going to roll out policies, and you've heard some of them. You know, you don't need to reinvent the wheel to secure America's border. We had a secure border when Joe Biden took office. He took steps to undo that. So the first thing you would do is go back to the things that were working. Reestablish Remain in Mexico. Keep Title 42, which he's trying to get rid of, and we're actively fighting to keep in place. Go back to those Northern Triangle agreements that we're working to, again, this isn't necessarily people coming in from Mexico. These are people coming in through other countries, then through Mexico, to get into the United States, and not just in South and Central America. So go back to those things that work and let the Border Patrol agents do their job. You talk to Border Patrol agents, they want to fight the drug cartels. They're not allowed to right now. And maybe, Brandon, you could talk about this, because Brandon was with us when I went out there, and he knows one of the Border Patrol agents. Why don't you let him know what other things we can do?
It's very simple. This starts with policy. If we have the proper policy, if we hold people in custody pending a deportation or asylum proceeding, they'll stop coming. And once people stop coming, then you can go after the criminality that exists on the border. So you have to start with policy. So once you implement proper policy, illegal immigration drops to all-time lows. That's the simplest solution to get border security under control. Start with policy, then work out. This does not need to be put on the taxpayer. The taxpayer should not shoulder this burden. This can be done simply through policy by stopping the catch and release. And that's what Whip Scalise is going to work very hard to ensure happens.
If I could jump in real quick, if you don't mind. So this is one thing that we've done, and part of the reason why we're here today, and we really appreciate the time, is a lot of us have been working with a coalition of a variety of conservative think tanks and other border security experts and media and multiple senior executives in the Trump administration to kind of provide just that, some what we believe are effective legislative fixes that are needed to assist the Republican conference, to help empower them to push back on what this administration has done, and specifically Secretary Mayorkas. In fact, that detail, it's not a plan. It's just simply a list of what we think are needed legislative fixes that will help secure our border and help protect our national security. And we're actually going to be releasing that today, and everyone here will have availability of that.
Let me echo what Brandon said on detention. Under President Trump, we detained 55,000 on average. Right now, this administration is releasing practically everybody. Even though they have empty ICE beds that are paid for, already paid for, sit empty. Why are they releasing them? I ask all you, read the Homeland Security Life Cycle Report. Read it. The Secretary has the same report I can read on the internet that clearly shows if you're held in detention and you get a final order removal, you're removed 99% of the time. However, if you're a family unit, you get order removal, and you're not detained, you leave 6% of the time. If you're UAC, you leave 3% of the time. If you're an adult, about 22% of the time. So this isn't about, well, I'm not going to put them in detention because it's costly. No, this is about releasing people because the Secretary has the same data I do. The plan is not only let them in, they're never going to leave. If anybody thinks these millions come in are going to have judicial process and be removed by ICE, remember what the Secretary said? In the middle of the invasion, the Secretary says, being in the country illegally is not enough reason to be arrested. ICE, you can no longer step on a worksite enforcement operation, even though the number one reason people come to the country get a job. This is by design. This administration is called chaos, and I spent my career in this, and I'll echo what everybody else said. I found enough dead bodies through my career. I've talked to little girls who were raped numerous times. And for those of you here that hate the Trump administration and think I'm a bad guy, I've never been more proud and worked for the Trump administration because we created the most secure border, this group back here, this nation's ever had. Illegal immigration down 80%, 35-year low. So let me ask you a question. When illegal immigration is at 35-year low, how many pounds of fentanyl is not getting to the country because the Border Patrol is vigilant? How many people aren't dying of overdoses? How many women aren't being raped? How many children aren't dying? President Trump's policies saved lives, not just secure the border. A secure border saves lives. And this administration has thrown that all out. They know this. All they got to do is dust off the plans and regain control of our border. But that's not their plan.
First, totally unrelated. Someone dropped a $10 bill. I want someone to tell me because that's a couple gallons of gas. It's right behind you there.
Barely 2 gallons. Barely 2 gallons.
Which brings me to my question. I want to get your reaction on the CPI this morning. The energy index fell about 2.7%. Gasoline index fell 6.1%. Doesn't that show what the president's done executively? Doesn't that show what the president's done on gas prices and energy prices?
Actually, if you look at gas prices, first of all, it's over $100 a barrel today. I hope Joe Biden's not celebrating that. He might be because he doesn't want American energy produced, but he's begging people like Putin and other dictators to produce energy. But if you look at the price of oil, a gallon of gasoline, it's higher today than when Joe Biden raided Spro the last time, which, by the way, was the third time he's raided Spro. He's taken almost a half of America's strategic petroleum reserve out of the reserves and put it on the world market, which, by the way, go follow where it's going. Most of that oil has been sold to China. Not here in America. Joe Biden sent that to China. And so gas prices today are higher than when he raided Spro the last time, which was the third time he's done it.
Right, but if it's declining, doesn't that show that progress is being
So
made?
gas prices are higher today than they were a few weeks ago. Families are paying over $150 in many cases to fill their vehicle, and they're angry about it. No, by the way, if you're trying to drive to the grocery store to buy baby food, you can't because there's no baby food on the shelf. This is an embarrassment beyond what any developed country in the world has seen, and it's all because Joe Biden and the incompetent people running in his administration have gotten us to crisis after crisis, a border crisis, an inflation crisis, a gas crisis, foreign policy crisis from Afghanistan down, encouraging the brutal dictators like Putin to go out and do things that they surely would have never thought of doing under Donald Trump. Our country and the world is weaker because of Joe Biden's reckless actions. That's what we're fighting.
Last question.
On Roe versus Wade, if that ruling is overturned, as it's expected, and if Republicans are in power, do you support a federal nationwide ban on abortion?
Well, first of all, I hope that the ruling comes out soon, and I hope it's the ruling that was leaked. I'm disappointed that there was a leak, and I'm disappointed that this White House is still encouraging people to break federal law and go and protest in front of the houses of Supreme Court justices, as Jen Psaki encouraged yesterday. And they've had multiple positions on this. But if you think about where we are, we're a party who defends life, and we would celebrate a ruling that allows elected leaders to defend life and debate in open public what those laws should be in every state and in Washington. Clearly, we will move day one, if we get the majority, on the Born Alive Act. So states like New York can't murder a baby born outside the womb and call it abortion. It's murder. I'll show you right now where Chuck Schumer is trying to bring our country. Chuck Schumer right now is bringing a bill on the Senate floor today to make America in the category of China, North Korea, and Guinea. That's where we would be. We would be in the territory of countries that allow abortion on demand as widespread as we've seen it anywhere in the world. Very few countries allow what Chuck Schumer is trying to bring. That's how radical their party is. They want abortion on demand, funded by taxpayers in the United States. That's not where America is. We're a party of life. And again, as we roll out our commitment to America, we're going to show how we're going to secure America's border. We're also going to show how we defend life and the other values that are so important to this country. And by the way, America is a country founded on the principles of, there were three inalienable rights, by the way, that were granted by our founding fathers. It was life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The first of those inalienable rights is life. We will defend life, and we hope this decision comes out soon.
And Buy America rules attached. He nominated Marty Walsh as Secretary of Labor. He nominated our own retired 10th District IVP Bobby Klein to the TVA board. He created the Office of Energy Jobs at the Department of Energy and appointed our sister, Jennifer Kropke, to be the first director of that department. Now, that is just a few of the many dozens of union members and staff who are playing key roles in his administration. When he travels, he visits IBEW work sites and training centers. He rescinded President Trump's orders on industry-recognized apprenticeship programs. He launched the White House Task Force on worker organizing and employment to increase union density in the government sector. He signed an executive order mandating, not suggesting, mandating project labor agreements on federal construction projects. And he is absolutely dedicated to the American union workers, doing with all the strong labor protections and living wages. Thanks to President Biden, America is coming back, and the IBEW is building it back better than it's ever been. Roll the video.
As my dad used to say, job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity, your place in the community, being able to look your kid in the eye and say everything's going to be okay. I've long said America wasn't built by Wall Street. It was built by the middle class, and unions built the middle class. Because I've noticed when folks are getting paid a decent wage, everybody in the community does better. Everything looks better. They're jobs you can raise a family on. When unions win, workers across the board win. That's a fact. Families win, community wins, America wins, we grow. I said, I want to make it clear, I'm a labor guy. I want to talk about the Recovery Act we have here that we're trying to pass and things that get done, and building infrastructure in this country. I want to thank you for what you did to support my election this last time out. I wasn't going to introduce my climate plan until I decided I was going to speak to the IBW, because I wanted to make sure you all knew what I was doing and why it not only is good for the environment, but good for labor. We're going to update our power grid, which, as you saw what happened in Texas last year, there's a lot we can do. It's going to generate money you're going to be awful busy.
The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers is ready to work with business and elected officials in building a new clean energy economy and a 21st century infrastructure.
American Jobs Plan will create jobs that lay thousands of miles of transmission lines needed to build a resilient and fully clean grid.
President Biden is talking about bringing jobs back to the United States, and good-paying manufacturing jobs. And more importantly, he says union jobs.
Electrical workers, IBEW members installing 500,000 charging stations along our highways so we can own the electric car market. Our economy created 431,000 jobs in March. 7.9 million since I became president. More jobs in 14 months than any president in the history of America has ever created because of you. I mean it sincerely. You're probably the biggest reason why I'm standing here today. That we're going to build this economy not from the top down anymore, but from the middle up and out. That's how you build America. Because we know that when the middle class does well, the poor have a way up and the wealthy are just fine. That's exactly what we're doing. And by the way, the reason there is a middle class is because of unions. Unions. That's a fact. The State of the Union is strong because you, the American people, are strong. You'll never have a better friend in the White House. I guarantee it.
Delegates and guests, the IBEW's 4th International Convention. It's now my overwhelming honor to introduce you, the 46th President of the United States. Our champion, President Joe Biden. Let's hear it up.
Thank you. I want to start off by saying two things. Number one, the only reason I'm standing here as your President of the United States of America is because of the IBEW came on with me early. And secondly, is Delaware in the house? Anybody from Delaware? Holler loudly, man, because I want to see you after this is over. Folks, please sit down. Please sit down. Well, Lonnie, I want to thank you. You're a dear friend and one of the great leaders of labor in our time. I mean that. You've been there every time. I also want to thank the IBEW leaders, Kenneth Cooper, Chris Erickson, Paul Noble, and as I said early on, the IBEW was with me when I was a kid running for the Senate in Delaware, and some of them are back there somewhere. And I'm also proud of our Secretary of Labor, a card-carrying union member, Marty Walsh, fighting for union and worker power every day. But I only have one problem. Sometimes I can't understand him. He talks about cows and cow bonds and all that kind of thing. I wonder what he's talking about sometimes. He's the best, man. If you got me in a foxhole, you want him with you. And folks, there's an expression where I come from. You go home with them that brought you to the dance. You all brought me to the dance, and I mean it. I said early on that I was going to be the most pro-labor union president we've ever had for a simple reason. You allow workers to maintain their dignity. You allow them to hold their heads up high. I mean it. It's a lot more than just what you do in terms of their paychecks and their benefits, but it's about their dignity. My dad used to have an expression. He said, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about your place in the community. It's about, and I swear to God, this is what he'd say. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, everything's going to be okay. Well, the union movement of the United States of America is the primary reason why that happened. The primary reason why that happened. And folks, look, there's so much. We've done a lot, but there's so much more to do. So basic thing is, first of all, thank you, thank you, thank you for your support. Thank you. You're the reason I'm standing here today as president. I've never forgotten not only what you've done for me, but what you've done for America. I've said this before, I repeat it again. When I spoke to you about a year ago, you literally built this country. Every investment banker in America would go on strike. Not a whole hell of a lot would happen. But guess what? If you all went on strike nationwide, the country'd shut down. Shut down. You've heard it 1,000 times when I was running for office. 1,000 times. The middle class built this country. Your plan was to build this economy around you, from the middle up and the bottom down, and the bottom up. I'm so sick and tired of trickle-down economics. It only trickles to a few people. When the middle class does well, the poor have a way up, and the wealthy do just fine. As I said, Wall Street didn't build this country. The middle class did, and unions built the middle class. Not labor, unions built the middle class. That's a fact. That's a fact. With your help, we're seeing the strongest job creation in modern times. We inherited an economy on the brink of a Great Depression. Millions of people losing their jobs, losing their homes, but even more importantly, losing hope. But look at the economy today. 8.3 million jobs in my first 15 months in office, a record. The unemployment rate now stands at 3.6%, the fastest decline in unemployment, the start of any president's term on record. Jobs and companies are coming home again. We're making Buy America a reality, not just a slogan. Look, folks, our economy's gone from being on the mend to being on the move. You know, it started with my American Rescue Plan. Because of it, we had the best year of state and local job growth in 20 years. We gave governors, great governors like the one in this state, we gave them a whole lot of money. We added back 460,000 jobs. Critical state and local workers, educators, firefighters, police officers. This includes a record 279,000 education jobs in 2021 because they didn't have the tax base to be able to hire them. The American Rescue Plan provided eviction relief, funding for states and cities to allocate to landlords and renters, help them keep a roof over their heads, 5 million households. Remember those long lines you'd see on the television? People lining up in all kinds of vehicles just to get a box of food in their trunk. How quickly we forget. People were hurting. And what did the MAGA crowd want to do? Forget it. Forget it. God, this is the United States of America. The idea that people would have to wait in line an hour, hour and a half to get a box of food in their trunk. It's just unbelievable. You know, the American Rescue Plan helped 41 million people put food on the table. 41 million. The money in the pockets of hard-working Americans who, through no fault of their own, were in trouble. Giving families what my dad called just a little bit of breathing room. And now, not only is infrastructure weak, finally arrived after 4 years of the other guy, we can look forward to the infrastructure decade for 10 years. It's a fact. I know you're all over the country, and the projects are coming to you. It's not just for years, for the next decade, 10 years. Here in Illinois alone, there are over 6,000 miles of highway, 2,300 bridges in poor condition. This year alone, Illinois will receive $1.9 billion in highway funding for roads and bridges, $297 million dedicated to funding for bridges that are in disrepair. You know, I was going to Pittsburgh a couple months ago. I like Pittsburgh, man. But I was going to Pittsburgh a couple months ago to speak. And as I got there, a bridge going over a culvert looked like about 200 yards long and about at the top probably 120 feet from a little creek below, totally collapsed. Totally collapsed. Thank God. One of the only things that the COVID crisis did was their kids weren't in school. Otherwise, there'd be hundreds of kids in school buses going across there at the time. This is the United States of America. The idea we have bridges that are collapsing or about to collapse, I really mean it. It just drives me crazy to think about it. And folks, look, Mayor Lightfoot talked about how Chicago has lead service pipes, more lead service pipes in drinking water than any other city in America, affecting nearly 400,000 Chicago homes. And guess what? That lead causes brain damage, particularly to kids in those pipes. The law is going to fix that because every American deserves to be able to turn on a spigot and drink clean water. Nationwide, 10 million homes. Because of the bipartisan infrastructure law, we've announced nearly $3 billion to modernize more than 300 airports across all 50 states, just like this year. Chicago airports are going to receive, just this year, nearly $100 million that can be used to improve runways, taxiways, and terminals. You know, some of you may remember, if you're from New York City, when I was vice president, I landed there to meet with a group to go in and speak to a union convention. Came back out to LaGuardia, And when I was in there, I said, and I walked into the terminal, and there was a sign, one of the escalators wasn't working. It's the God's truth. I looked up, the escalator said, "Will be fixed in 1 month." One of the finest cities in all of America, and you have a sign saying it's going to take a month to fix an escalator. So I made a comment about that at the union I spoke to and the group I spoke with. And it made instant news. Biden was criticizing. Here's what I said. I said, if I took you to an airport, blindfolded you, put you in an airport in Beijing and one in New York, and I said to you, where are you, Beijing or New York? You would have thought the Beijing airport was the American airport with no one in it. Not a joke. And guess what? As I went back to get an Air Force Two, I'm standing there and I get out of the vehicle and I'm on the runway, and there's 9 guys and 2 women with their yellow, bibs on, everything, worked at the airport. I thought, oh God, I'm not going to get up on the train, up on the plane. You know what they said? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And guess what? They ended up investing almost $1 billion in the airport. And it works. This is the United States of America. We used to have the finest infrastructure in the world. We were rated #1 in the world. We're now rated number 14. The United States of America. Why? I would argue because of the greed of the folks at the top, not wanting to get things done. But folks, look, we've announced $5 billion, including $615 billion this year alone, so the IBW can get to work building a national network of 500,000 charging stations all across America. And guess what? This guy here is part of the reason. Not a joke. He won't remember this, but I met with all the heads of the CEOs of the major car companies. And you may remember General Motors back then when I first got elected was suing California because they said they had a higher standard for emissions than other states and they couldn't have a local standard higher than federal standard. And so I talked to Mary Barry, and about 2 weeks later she called me and said, we're dropping our suit. We're dropping our suit. And I listened and she said, we're going to go all electric by 2035. Guess what? 500,000 charging stations are going to have to be built as we build these things. And I think this guy's partially to blame. Look, more than 20 billion so IBW workers could modernize our electric grid, building larger and more resilient transmission lines that can withstand storms, and get new and clean energy to our homes. Think about it, folks. Who the hell but you crazy guys climb up poles in the middle of a storm to try to replace a generator? No, I'm serious. I'm genuinely serious. People don't get, we have to let people know more what you actually do. We're investing $65 billion so that highly skilled and certified IBW members can deliver affordable, high-speed internet everywhere, rural, urban, suburban. Just this week, I announced that 40 million low-income Americans from families of 4 earning less than $55,000 a year will get high-speed internet installed in their homes for free. 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 And we worked it out with the internet companies. Nearly 40% of households in America will qualify. We can't be a country where a mother has to drive up to a McDonald's parking lot in the evening with her child just so he can get on the internet to do his homework. Again, this is the United States of America, for God's sake. And what this means to all of you is good-paying union jobs. Jobs you can raise a family on. Jobs that can't be outsourced. This law is about more than rebuilding infrastructure. It's also about rebuilding the middle class. As I said, unions built the middle class. And that's why we made sure the infrastructure law included significant labor protections. For example, the overwhelming majority of the funds included in the law are subject to Davis-Bacon requirements. So folks rebuilding our country can earn a prevailing wage. Look, it's why we're strongly encouraging grantees who get infrastructure funding to use project labor agreements to ensure that workers building the major projects are well-trained, highly skilled, and have a voice on the work site. That's why I continue to call on Congress to fully and finally pass the PRO Act, which makes it easier for workers to organize a union. You know, I'm not just saying this to be pro-union, I'm saying this because I'm pro-American. Look, when Congress passed the National Labor Relations Act in 1935, it didn't just say we should allow unions. Everybody forgot this for a long time. What it said is, we, the federal government, should encourage unions and collective bargaining. That's what it said. There's a reason for that. Let's be clear for our Republican friends. You can't say you're for working people and vote against the PRO Act. It's not consistent. Look, you all know why this matters. Union members get higher wages, better benefits and health insurance, paid leave, protections against discrimination and harassment, and safer and healthier workplaces. But there's another reason. Workers join unions to gain power. That's what it's about. The only way to match power is with power. It's the only way it can be done. You can't count on the good graces of major corporations to decide they're going to help. Power is needed to be exerted to deal with power. Power over decisions that affect your lives. Unions provide, in one word, democracy. Rebuilding America with union labor is also smart for business. This is the point I make, and by the way, I'm not getting many arguments from CEOs. Smart for business. Why? When union workers are on the job, projects are completed efficiently and professionally, and they ultimately save money. For folks at home, maybe you're not in a union, or know anyone who is in a union, but know this, it's hard work. You got to earn it. Ask a journeyman electricians, anyone journeyman electrician here today. I'm serious, think about this. And you guys got to talk, with all due respect, you got to talk more about this. The fact is, it takes 4 to 5 years as an apprentice, 8,000 hours of training. Now, granted, you get paid when you're doing it, but the power goes out in the storm. Why do you think? Who climbs up that pole? All the snow and the rain are still coming down. Union workers, the best workers in the world. You're the most. This is not, again, I'm not trying to be nice to y'all. I mean this sincerely. Why, if you have the capacity, would you not hire a union worker, whatever the job is, not just IBW, a union worker, to do the job? Seriously. We all talk about you go to college for 4 years. Well, guess what? When you got to be an apprentice and it takes up to 5 years to get your apprentice to go through the program, you're getting a hell of an engineer. You're working like hell. That's why you're the most qualified people in the world. Not just here, in the world. And we're beginning to see the effects of unions and the impact on everything from what you see going on in Ukraine right now. Our stuff isn't falling apart. Theirs is. Theirs is. No, I'm serious. So, folks, the quality of work is good for the American taxpayer. We're not costing the American taxpayers money. We're saving them money. No, you guys don't say this enough, quite frankly. If you don't mind my saying so, all in the family here, you don't say it enough. It's good for families in every neighborhood where infrastructure projects are underway. Look, but here's the deal. Building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out doesn't happen by itself. For example, I know folks are concerned about inflation. I come from a family, and I mean this sincerely like most of you, where the price of gasoline went up significantly, the price of food went up. That's what we talked about at the dinner table and the kitchen table. It meant a lot. We felt it. We felt it. I understand. That's why I've got a plan to lower the cost for everyday things that make most people who work to have, who need. And that would have fundamentally changed the standard of living if we just made things more affordable. There's more than one way to deal with the impact on a family than what we're doing, and we're going to beat inflation. But beyond that, it's all about quality of life. You know, I remember my dad used to say, if he had an opportunity, my dad, I guess, made back in the late 60s, he probably made the equivalent of $20,000 a year. It wasn't a bad salary, but it wasn't great. He had 4 kids. And if someone came along and said to my dad, I can guarantee that your salaries are going to go up $500 a year every year for the next 10 years, or we can make sure your kid can go to college with a lot cheaper than it costs now. I can make sure your cost of electricity and energy in your home is down, not up. I can make sure that you're going to be in a position where you're going to have the roads in front of the house are going to be paved. What do you ask for? My dad would say, all the rest relates to my standard of living. That's what middle-class folks are concerned about. And not being embarrassed in front of their kids when they can't do something that they know they should be able to do for them. I really mean it. Again, it gets back to a word that's probably overused in my house, as my grandfather would say, maybe it's the Irish of it, but the word dignity. Just simple dignity. And so there's so many things we can do that don't do anything other than make the country better and don't cost the taxpayers more money if we just decide to be fair and everybody begin to pay their fair share. Look, folks, you know, example of my plan would be to let Medicare negotiate the price of prescription drugs like the Department of Veterans Affairs does. We say to the companies that are the drug companies, we're only going to pay X number of dollars for the following thing. If you don't want to do that, we're not going to buy any of your drugs. Well, since you got thousands of people and when you're talking millions of people, they say, okay. But here's the deal, going back to this idea, just making sure we have basic dignity. You know, putting a cap on the price of insulin. Many of you have children, or maybe some of you have type 2 diabetes. People with type 2 diabetes need their insulin shots. Need them. It's not like an option. Not like an option. Well, guess what? It costs the drug companies $10. Hear me? $10 to make that insulin. And counting in all the research and development they did to get to that point. Yet, you know what the average cost of insulin for a month for a type 2 diabetic is? There's 200,000 kids out there who have type 2 diabetes. The average cost is $640 a month. Now, what the hell do you do as a mom or a dad if you don't have private insurance and you don't have coverage? Not only do you look at your child, I mean this sincerely from the bottom of my heart. You look at your child, and not only do you worry about where they're going to live, because you got to divide up what little you have and maybe stretch it out. What do you think it does to you as a parent looking at your child? Talk about being deprived of your personal dignity. What the hell are we doing? Why? Think of the difference it would make for millions of Americans struggling every single month to afford insulin for their child. Take child care. In a city like this, or in major cities in America, it costs about $14,000 a year per child who's not school age. I remember, I was 29 years old. You guys helped get me elected to the United States Senate. I wasn't old enough to be sworn in. I was down in Washington interviewing staff before I was sworn in. I got a phone call from the first responders in my state. Said, you got to come home, there's been an accident. I said, what happened? I said, well, a tractor trailer broadsided your wife's car with your 3 kids while they were Christmas shopping. And the poor young woman they put on the phone to tell me said, and your wife's dead, your daughter's dead, and your boys are really hurt. So I went home, obviously. And I didn't want to stay in the Senate. Wanted no part of it. But because of some really fine men, 1 Republican and 5 Democrats, they convinced me that, well, Joe, just come and stay 6 months, help us organize. See how smart I was? We had elected 58 Democrats and a Democratic governor in my state that would have appointed a Democrat. So I said, okay, I thought I had to go because to help. Well, one of the things I found out was, how am I going to take care of my 2 little boys? Almost 3 and almost 4. I couldn't afford daycare. I couldn't afford child care. Not a joke. I was making $42,000 a year, which was a lot of money as a U.S. Senator. I couldn't afford it. Thank God I got a big family. My dad would say family's the beginning, middle, and the end. My sister moved in. I bought an old farmhouse. My brother was single, moved in, took a barn and turned it into an apartment. Every morning I'd drive to the train station and drop my kids off at my mom's. I had a lot of help, but it made me realize, how about that single woman with a high school education or less, 2 little kids, with that dad? How in God's name they can make it? And yet, how can they go to work? The point being that if we just said anyone making under, a family making under 120 grand a year would not have to pay more than 7% of their income for child care, we'd cut in half the cost of child care on a yearly basis, making it much easier for a whole lot of people to be able to work. We'd put over 200,000 women back in the job market who are leaving only because they can't afford child care. Folks, imagine what that would mean to the standard of living for a household. Folks, there's no reason why we shouldn't get a tax credit for weatherizing your homes. Make it more efficient to buy electric vehicles. My plan does that. I met with nearly a dozen CEOs of America's largest utility companies. Literally a dozen of them came to see me. They confirmed that if we pass the investments allowing families to, if they weatherize their homes, to write it off a tax credit, it will immediately lower the bills of these families to an average of $500 a year. We can do these things without making a lot of sacrifice. We just ask the large corporations, the wealthiest Americans, just to begin to pay part of their fair share of taxes. No one making less, no one making under $400,000 a year, I promise you, will pay an additional penny in federal taxes. I said that at the beginning, and I've kept that commitment. Meanwhile, right now, the average billionaire, there's about 790 of them or so in America. You know what their average tax rate is? 8%, E-I-G-H-T, 8%. Now, in federal taxes, when most of you are likely paying 2 to 3 times that much. No billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a teacher, a firefighter, an electrician, a cop. No, I mean it. And they shouldn't be paying 90% either. If we just move the tax rate back to 39%, we'd have enough money to pay for all these things. For them. For people making tens of millions of dollars. This is about fairness. It's about dignity. It's about fiscal responsibility. My Republican colleagues say these programs to help the working class and middle class people, they say that's why we have inflation. They're dead wrong. Under my predecessor, the great MAGA king, the deficit increased every single year he was president. The first year of my presidency, the first year, I reduced the deficit, literally reduced the deficit by $350 billion. First year. And this year, we're on track to cut the federal deficit by $1.5 trillion, the biggest decline in debt ever in American history. It matters to families because reducing the deficit is one of the main ways that we can ease inflationary pressures. But pay close attention. I believe in bipartisanship. Right now, the majority of our Republican friends just see things differently. They don't want to solve inflation by lowering the cost. They want to solve it by raising taxes and lowering your income. Now, you think I'm making this up. If I didn't see the actual document, I'd think I was making it up. I think it's good, a good thing when American families have more money in their pockets. American workers deserve a raise. All this concern, wages went up 5%. Oh my God. I thought that we were supposed to see happen. The Republicans in Congress have proposed a plan that will make working families, American families, poorer. Now, I'm not usually just discreet about my Republican friends. I get along with a lot of them, used to anyway. But Senator Rick Scott, a Republican from Florida, laid out a plan in writing. I call it the Ultra MAGA plan. Make America Great Again plan. It's in writing. And here's what it does. It raises taxes on 75 million American families, over 95% of whom earn less than $100,000 a year in a combined income. It would raise taxes by nearly $1,500 per family. It's all in writing. Go online. They got it backwards. I proposed a minimum tax for billionaires, but congressional Republicans have proposed a minimum tax for teachers, firefighters, and electricians. And while on this, 55 of the Fortune 500 companies in 2020, 55 of them paid zero in federal taxes after making $40 billion. $40 billion. Zero in federal taxes. It didn't write. I proposed a minimum tax for corporations that asks them to pay their fair share in taxes. Senator Scott's plan lets them off, no pun intended, scot-free. I want to strengthen Social Security benefits to make folks who've worked their whole lives and paid into it be sure they have it. I want to give Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices. I want states to continue to expand Medicaid. And the ultra MAGA Republicans' proposal here's what it does. It puts Social Security, Medicare, this is the Republican plan now, the only one out there, and Medicaid on the chopping block every 5 years. Here's how it works. Their plan explicitly states that every 5 years it will require a vote on whether or not to continue each of these programs. Republicans in Congress want to put Medicare's very existence up for a vote every 5 years. Same with Social Security and Medicaid. Now really, ask yourself, how are you going to sleep at night knowing that every 5 years, everything you paid into may not be there. This is serious. The MAGA Republicans are going to vote on whether you'll have Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid, and what amount you get. Every 5 years it's reconsidered. Now, I have to admit, it's unlikely they'll vote Social Security totally out of existence. But what do you think they're likely to do if this were to pass? I've spent in Congress a long time. I was pretty good at what I did in Congress. I guarantee what they do every 5 years, they'll hold hostages to get their way. They'll say, if in fact you don't vote for this particular thing, we're going to cut Social Security, we're going to cut Medicaid, we're going to cut whatever. The idea you'd have to renegotiate Social Security every 5 years, I mean, this is in writing. Look it up. You know, they're going to say, if you don't stop investing in clean energy because we don't like it, we don't think there's global warming, we're going to cut the following. Folks, it's not who we are. So we've got to keep fighting for an economy that's about fairness, dignity, and opportunity. That's about America. About America. And folks, you know, my mother used to say, out of everything bad, Joey, something good will happen if you look hard enough for it. So let me close with this. Last month, I visited the main airport in Portland, Oregon, which is undergoing major renovations being funded by the bipartisan infrastructure law. I met a woman named Lauren, IBW Local 48. She came up to me and she shared what the job meant to her. How she grew up poor, was raised by a single mom, how she bounced around in different careers until she became an apprentice with the IBW. She's putting in her years and the thousands of hours she needs to put in to become a journeyman electrician. Lauren told me that the airport will symbolize the crown jewel of the Pacific Northwest, but will also symbolize something else, a better life. A better life for an IBW member. That means fairness and dignity in the workplace. And it'll be a symbol for a better America because the IBEW is just getting started. Folks, I promised you that I'd be the most pro-union president in American history because I know this. And in crisis, America always counts on you. So you can count on me to keep fighting for you. Keep going. Keep building. Keep the faith. God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we've been listening in live to President Biden in Chicago there, speaking to a group of electrical workers as he has really been focusing on inflation the past couple of days. We'll be getting into new numbers here in just a moment. I'm Daytona Everett. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We do want to touch on one of the top stories of the day. We've been following the past couple of days here. The fugitive who triggered a national manhunt is now back in the state that he escaped from. Casey White appeared in an Alabama court for the first time since marshals caught him and Vicky White on Monday. Fox's Austin Westfall is in Florence, Alabama, where he was arraigned. Austin, where is Casey right now?
Daytona, he's about 2 hours away from me in a maximum security state prison, but just last night he was right here in Florence to face a judge. Take a look. He arrived just before 10 p.m. with a lot of law enforcement escorting him. During a 6-minute arraignment, the judge explained he's now facing a charge of escape in the first degree. He did ignore questions from reporters as he walked by, and cameras were not allowed inside the courtroom. But still, Sheriff Rick Singleton says it was a relief to see him back in custody.
He looked beat down, you know, and of course, as we speak, he's back in the Alabama Department of Corrections, you know, in their custody where he belongs. And, you know, from his previous sentence and from the charges he's facing here, he's going to spend the rest of his life there.
Now, Casey is not staying in the same place he escaped from nearly 2 weeks ago. The police department in Evansville, Indiana released this dash camera video of Casey being arrested on Monday, and police say he surrendered after Vicky shot and killed herself. U.S. Marshals say at the time, Casey told officers his quote-unquote wife had shot herself. What may have been some of Vicky's last words were captured on a 911 call around the time that their car crashed. Take a listen.
Hello? John, airbags are going on. Let's get out and run. Get us back to the hotel.
Now there's also body cam video of police confiscating a gun from Vicky's motionless body at the scene. That video is graphic, so we won't show it. Meanwhile, the Vanderburgh County coroner in Indiana confirmed that Vicky died from shooting herself in the head, and her body is now being transported back to Alabama. Casey is set to stand trial in June for pre-existing charges for murder. According to Sheriff Singleton, the trial for that new escape charge, that's going to be, the trial for that rather, the timing for it, will be decided in the coming months. Daytona?
Austin, you have been on this story every step of the way. You were inside of the courtroom last night where we saw Casey White for the first time being let in with Sheriff Singleton, of course, leading the whole pack there. What was the demeanor of Casey inside of the courtroom? No cameras allowed inside, but you were.
Yeah, so been a lot of talk about just how big Casey is, and when you see him in person, he is. He's a very, very big guy. He was quiet the entire time. Not a word was spoken to any of the reporters. Once we went inside the courtroom, it was a small courtroom, a compact courtroom. He walked right beside me in the aisleway. You could see in his eyes, he was just sort of a blank stare. Wasn't a whole lot of emotion coming from him. A few times that the judge did ask him questions, he was short with his words. He didn't say much. Did notice he had some type of wound. It was maybe about the size of a golf ball, maybe a little smaller than a golf ball, on the back of his head. Nobody was able to answer. We asked the sheriff exactly what happened there. But as far as his demeanor, he was mostly just silent and obviously shackled at the feet and at the hands, and mostly just a quiet, somber demeanor, if anything.
Right. Well, you also got to speak with Sheriff Singleton today, and we know that Vicky White was a part of his crew there. She was a corrections officer, and she was one of the best employees, they say. She won several awards. Well, she's now dead. How are they all reacting to that?
Yeah, so this is a double-edged sword for the Lauderdale County Sheriff's Office, because they have a 17-year model employee. That's, the sheriff has nothing but good things to say about her 17-year tenure with the office, and she was seen as not only a model employee, but a mother figure to some of the people that were working in that jail. So for them to lose somebody like that, that's a heavy loss. He says that his department is grieving, but still some of the things that she did, these are just things that they can't wrap their heads around, and now that she's passed, these are questions that we'll probably never get the answer to.
Yeah, and once again, so important to note, this is Florence, Alabama, a very small, tight-knit community. So this has really put this town in the national view here. And we got some answers to a lot of our questions, and some of this video coming out, just shocking, and that 911 call, which we haven't really heard up until today. So we so appreciate your reporting. Fox's Austin Westfall live for us tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daytona.
Well, we want to keep you updated on all the stories, not just right there, but across the country. As we just showed you, President Biden, not at the White House, not in D.C., but in Chicago, speaking to electrical workers about inflation, top of mind for Americans here. We also have a live look outside of the Supreme Court, barriers still up because protests continue across the country with this looming decision. Will Roe v. Wade be overturned? We'll have on experts within the hour to break it all down. See you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are almost at the top of the hour, 3 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 6 o'clock out on the East Coast. We want to take you out to the latest when it comes to President Biden, the Biden administration addressing inflation. The latest inflation report is out and it shows the rate for April is just slightly below March, meaning for many Americans, they're paying more for just about everything. President Biden says his administration is working to bring costs down. But when will people actually notice? Fox's Lauren Blanchard brings us the latest from Washington.
April showed an 8.3% consumer price index year over year, a bit higher than predictions. But for the first time in 8 months, the number is slightly down from March's 8.5%.
For me, there are really no signs that inflation is slowing down. There's no sign that the Fed's policies are having any effect at all right now.
Over the last year, food up 9.4%. Meat and eggs soaring in price. Also sky high airfare jumping 18.3% from March to April. All energy prices up more than 30%. Fuel oil up a staggering 80%.
I've been affected by inflation by the cost of gasoline, by the cost of groceries, by the cost of electricity going up.
Over the last 12 months, wages have increased 5.5%, but compared to the more than 8% inflation rate, it means Americans are still taking home less money.
Let's face it, this is a result of policies. It's a result that inflation, Joe Biden can try to deflect blame all he wants.
The president is pointing the finger at the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and Republicans for the problems. And the White House says that they're working to turn it around.
Our economy's gone from being on the mend to on the move.
Gas prices hit another record again Wednesday. According to AAA, now $4.40 a gallon nationally. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And with those high gas prices, a lot of Americans are wondering, will it go down? Is it going to level out here? Fox's Regina Gonzalez spoke with an expert on that a little bit earlier this morning. Here's that conversation.
You are streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, May 11th. It is a story that we have continued to keep up with here on our show. A new record high for gas coming to us just weeks before the peak of summer driving season. Cost for regular, which is what most drivers use, soared to $4.37 a gallon just yesterday. And I do believe this morning that even climbed just a little bit to $4.40. So why is this happening? What can Americans do? This is clearly hurting our wallets at the pump. So I do want to welcome on an expert. His name is Andrew Lepeau. He is the president of Lepeau Oil Associates to kind of weigh in more on why we are seeing this and what we can kind of see moving forward. So Andrew, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing well, Regina. Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. So, Andrew, really the first question I have for you, and I think a lot of Americans are wondering as we continue to get all of this information, why is this happening? Why are gas prices continuing to get higher? I feel like they kind of dipped for a little bit, and now we're seeing them rise again.
Well, we've certainly seen a lot of volatility in the oil market, which impacts gasoline prices. But the underlying factor for this rise in prices is due to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And because of that, the United States, the European Union, and other countries have either instituted bans on the purchase of Russian oil, or we've got refiners who are shying away from the purchase of Russian oil, meaning there's a scramble for alternative supplies, and that's driving up the price. And of course, the consumer is feeling that in their pocketbook at the gas pump.
So now, when it comes to the price of regular, the price of diesel, I actually do want to focus on the price of diesel for just a moment, Andrew, because, when it comes to that price, that is actually what truckers use. And when truckers are paying that much at the pump, that is then affecting us as consumers. Am I right?
Well, you certainly are. In fact, the way I think about it is gasoline is the fuel that hauls the consumer from point to point. And diesel is the fuel that hauls the consumer goods and services from point to point. It's not only the price of gasoline being delivered from the terminal to the retail station, but if we think about Amazon, Prime, or FedEx and all the diesel fuel they use, as well as the airlines who are using jet fuel, and those prices are connected to diesel. Or if we think about all the agricultural goods that are grown in the Midwest that ultimately make it to the grocery store shelves, either by rail or truck, you can see how the higher price of diesel is going to percolate through the economy, causing higher inflation.
And you know, Andrew, when it comes to inflation, like I mentioned at the beginning of our segment, we are about to enter the summer. A lot of people are off from school, and especially kind of coming into a different stage of the pandemic, people want to travel. So how do you anticipate that these prices are going to impact, first off, you know, driving travel? We could talk about air travel and that in just a minute, but talk to us about summer travel when it comes to packing up the car and wanting to go to the lake or something.
Well, I think Americans are going to continue to do that this summer. They've been cooped up, if you will, for the last 2 years. They're itching to get out. And while gasoline prices have increased, I think that Americans are going to be taking their vacations this summer.
So now, obviously, this is not just affecting people who drive cars. We've also continued to follow how this is going to impact air travel. So how does all of this come full circle when it comes to the price of gasoline?
When we think about the consumer, they can decide whether they're going to drive to their vacation or fly to their vacation. And if they're flying, those airline ticket prices are going up. And not only that, when they get to their destination, those rental car fees have soared quite a bit as well. So many people, when they're weighing should they fly or should they drive, they decide to drive because they ultimately will save some more money.
And, you know, Andrew, when it comes to traveling, when it comes to everything that we've seen, on Tuesday, we heard from President Biden kind of addressing inflation as a whole. And he really started to go at President Putin, talking about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So really, to kind of break it down a little more for our viewers, just how much has the invasion of Ukraine really impacted our oil and our gas prices back here in the United States? Is that the full reason why we're seeing this?
Well, it's part of the reason, and I would estimate that Russia's invasion of Ukraine has probably added about 50 cents a gallon to the price of gasoline and diesel fuel, but that's not the only reason. If we think back during the pandemic of 2020, when oil prices plummeted, the industry was starved for investment at the same time that OPEC Plus reduced their production in order to rein in the oversupply situation. As the world economies have now recovered and prices have risen, certainly here in the United States, we've seen the drilling rig count increase. It's about 60% higher than this time last year. But OPEC Plus itself has had difficulty in restoring production. And while we might hear every month that they're increasing their production quota, they're falling behind that production quota by now well over 2 million barrels a day. So you can see we're having a shortfall on the supply side that is causing even higher prices.
Now, Andrew Lapau, president of Lapau Oil Associates, can you kind of weigh in and explain to our viewers where companies like your own and really how your business is impacted by all of this?
Well, we see across the board as energy prices are increasing that companies try to cut back their expenses in other areas. And so myself, I get affected by companies reducing their budgets for consulting services. But in addition, you do see that a lot of companies are reducing their travel, even though business travel is recovering. The conventions that we would attend are far less numerous than in the past. Of course, that's impacting on the hotel and restaurant business. And just like we're doing here with a Zoom meeting, many companies have now become very comfortable having their meetings over Zoom or Skype or any other internet platform.
Now, exactly. It's hard to believe that Zoom has become so common. Now, I want to go back to the Russian invasion portion of this. I do remember at the beginning of the Russian invasion when we were talking about sanctions being put on Vladimir Putin and Russia. Biden really pushed when it came to oil to really try different sectors. We'd be relying more on domestic oil as well as other countries that are not Russia. And then he pushed for the fact that if you are a domestic oil company, this is not the time to price gouge. So as an expert, what advice do you have to domestic oil companies as we are in the middle of this situation?
Well, the domestic oil companies, they're certainly responding by increasing the drilling activity. But people forget, even when they want to increase the amount of drilling, they've got to hire new crews, they've got to find truckers, they've got to buy drill pipe, fracking sand. All of these are part of the supply chain constraints that we're seeing. Certainly when we have oil over $100 a barrel, the economics are there to get it more out of the ground. Except I think that politicians and consumers feel that turning on or increasing oil production is kind of like Federal Express overnight delivery. We're going to get it immediately, whereas it's more like the stagecoach where it's slow and steady. And in fact, the Energy Information Administration is forecasting increases in oil production both this year and next year. And next year, we expect oil production in the United States to reach an all-time record of near 13 million barrels a day, making us the #1 oil producer in the world.
Now, as we come full circle, Andrew, when it comes to how this is all impacting us as American consumers, do you see these prices continuing to rise? Is there a chance they could get lower? What do you foresee as we move ahead?
In the near term, I'm unfortunately expecting gasoline prices to rise another 5 to 10 cents a gallon. But we're in a new world where energy prices are going to be far more expensive than they've been over the last couple of years. And the main reason is that the world is trying to come up with alternative energy sources to Russian supply as we're shunning their purchases and really trying to use these sanctions to reduce their financial income.
So what advice do you have to Americans who still need to fill up their tanks, who still want to travel? Is there anything we can do, or do we just kind of have to deal with it at this point?
Well, unfortunately, the majority of us are going to have to figure out how to deal with it. But there are a few things that people can do, whether it's combining their trips on the weekends when they're running errands, to trying to see if they're willing to sacrifice some amount of convenience to carpool with a neighbor or a close by a person to work, or whether they're carpooling their children to school. But these demand declines are really on the fringes of ordinary life for the consumer.
Yeah, really have to go back to those high school carpooling days for sure. Well, Andrew Lepau, president of Lepau Oil Associates, we really appreciate you joining our show and really breaking it down for our viewers, because obviously this is impacting everything we do when it comes to buying our groceries and even getting to the store. So we will definitely be touching base with you again soon, and we really appreciate your insight. You have a great day.
Thanks very much for having me.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here.
So obviously that interview from a little bit earlier today, look at the big board finishing in the red, unfortunately, as inflation and gas prices are top of mind for most Americans. Also top of mind, student loan debt. Here's Fox 13 Tampa with a breakdown.
Student loan debt hits another record high despite payment forbearance. Sabani Banerjee is here with what you need to know and how to pay yours down. Hi, Sabani.
Hi, everyone. We are talking another all-time high. In the first quarter of 2022, student debt reached $1.59 trillion. According to data released by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, this debt category now accounts for around 10% of total household debt, altogether $16 trillion. And this is the second largest category of consumer debt, right behind home mortgages. The Biden administration is considering $10,000 in federal student debt forgiveness. The federal student loan payment forbearance has also been extended through the end of August. However, private student loans have continued to accrue interest, and they require repayment throughout the pandemic, which might partially explain the hike in total debt. And then, of course, any new loans for current and new students are going to add to that total debt, too.
So that debt can really become a huge barrier as people, try to get a start in life.
Yeah, for sure. 81% of people with student loans say that student loan payments have forced them to delay key life milestones, things like buying a home, saving for retirement. That's according to a CNBC and Acorn survey conducted by Momentive. The Department of Education has been working on issues with the public student loan forgiveness program with the hope of immediately canceling more than 40,000 loans. Now, if you don't qualify for loan forgiveness like that, there are still ways to pay down your student debt aggressively. If you currently have public student loans, it's widely agreed to keep those loans within the federal student debt system for now, especially if you have a 0% interest rate. And then you've got the possibility of government enacted forgiveness. So there's no harm in leaving your debt there for the time being. However, once interest begins accruing again, you might want to consider refinancing your student loans. And you can easily get started with a servicer by checking the rates you qualify for. Once you find a rate and a repayment plan that fits your budget, then you just get those loans processed and refinanced and kind of switch it over there.
Very good advice. Thanks so much, Sabani.
All right, once again, Fox 13 in Tampa right there with a great breakdown of everything you need to know with student loan debt. Let's give you a little round robin here. Live look from the White House, also outside of the Supreme Court, where there's been quite a bit of action over the past week or so. We'll be talking about abortion rights in the following hours, and Capitol Hill, as unfortunately that abortion rights bill failing on the House floor today. On the Senate floor today, it was voted past the House floor yesterday, and then the Senate striking it down. Last but not least, a fun shot here of Daytona Beach, where it seems pretty windy out there in Florida, as some beachgoers are making their way into the waves on this Wednesday afternoon. It's 3:15 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 6:15 out on the East Coast. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Stay with us. We'll be back after the break with more of your top stories. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We want to bring you this story out of California. LA County set to pay $32 million to settle a lawsuit filed by relatives of 10-year-old Anthony Avalos. You can see him in that photo. The Lancaster boy died in 2018 after he allegedly was tortured by his mother and her boyfriend. His mother inside of the courtroom, that's her boyfriend right there as well. The deal still needs approval from the LA County Board of Supervisors, but they spoke out today for this settlement. You're going to hear from some of the family members, Fox 11 in Los Angeles, down on the ground. Take a listen.
After a 3.5-year legal battle, perhaps the start to some closure for the grieving family of 10-year-old Anthony Avalos.
Nothing is going to bring him back. And I don't think that's fair, you know.
My life will forever be changed. I would give everything up in order to see him again.
A tentative $32 million settlement reached in his case against LA County Department of Children and Family Services and social workers who were supposed to be protecting him. Anthony died after being tortured to death in 2018 by the hands of his own mother and boyfriend in Lancaster.
13 times LA County DCFS was notified of abuse within that home. And guess what? LA County DCFS went 0 for 13, 0 for 13. They never even went up to the plate to go to bat for Anthony Avalos.
Family members and their lawyers say this settlement is the start for change in the system in memory of Anthony.
Can't bring Anthony back, but $32 million is going to give LA County DCFS 32 million reasons why they need to better train their social workers, and they need to do the right thing the next time a little boy needs to be removed from a home.
I truly believe that Anthony could have been saved if DCFS would have done their job properly.
Again, that was Fox 11 in Los Angeles. With that reporting there, you'll remember there was a documentary that was made. It was called The Killing of Anthony Avalos, really bringing forth the issues with the LA County Child Protective Services, with the schools, and so much more there. So we're going to play out for you the full press conference with the legal team of some of the Avalos family members, as well as their full remarks from the family members, too. Let's take a listen.
So that we could get a grand jury transcript to the public so we can make change. We fought in the criminal case to get access to the photos of Anthony Avalos. I wanted to see what Anthony looked like after he was tortured and murdered. Why? Because when we went to bat for this family, I wanted to know what Anthony went through, because that's how we can best represent these precious kids. And when I was in the DA's office looking at those photographs of Anthony bruised from head to toe, I made a pact with Anthony Avalos. I told him that we would be the voice for him, the voice that the county never gave to him. Anthony never got the help of DCFS that he deserved. Anthony needed a lifeline, and DCFS failed. So when I told Anthony we would go to bat for him, I told him that we would fight in this case to the bitter end, and that through this litigation against the LA County DCFS, we would make change in honor of Anthony Avalos. Anthony needed somebody to protect him. Tragically, he's dead, but we went to bat to protect Anthony and to carry on Anthony Avalos' legacy for the rest of his life. We filed a lawsuit against LA County and a company named Hathaway Sycamore. The basis of that lawsuit was 13 times LA County DCFS was notified of abuse within that home. And guess what? LA County DCFS went 0 for 13, 0 for 13. They never even went up to the plate to go to bat for Anthony Avalos. So you know what we did? We fought for 3.5 years, and we went to bat for Anthony Avalos because nobody else within LA County DCFS would go to bat for this little boy and save his life. We stepped up to the plate, 3.5 years, thousands of hours fighting with this county, 4 lawyers working full-time on this case. Trial was supposed to start last Monday, and guess what? Do we have a picture of Anthony? Look at Anthony. Anthony now is smiling because we hit a home run for Anthony to make change in this community. And by a home run, I mean that the LA County has tentatively agreed to pay $32 million. $32 million because of this death. Because this young boy should have never died, and we fought 3.5 years. And the county has tentatively agreed to pay $32 million to Anthony's father and the 3 other kids, by the way. 3 other kids who were in that home. 3 other kids who also endured torture, who were forced to kneel on rice, who were punched, kicked, who had their heads dangled over a staircase. 3 other kids who saw Anthony lying on the floor for nearly a day. We determined that through the autopsy. Anthony was laying on the floor, dead, for nearly a day. And mom and boyfriend told these little kids that he was napping. Can you imagine the trauma for 3 other kids in that home to see their brother laying lifeless on the floor and dead, his brain bleeding? The other types of abuse these kids endured in that house. They had to do what's called a captain's chair. These kids were forced to put their back to a wall and kneel down, but their knees couldn't hit the ground, and they had to put their arms out like this and put things on their arms and hold them for like 30 minutes. Can you imagine that, being a child, going through that? Anthony's knees and his feet were bruised. I saw the pictures. These kids were forced to kneel on rice. They had dirty diapers thrown at them. They were forced to fight with each other. But we fought, and we can't bring Anthony back, but $32 million is going to give LA County DCFS 32 million reasons why they need to better train their social workers, and they need to do the right thing the next time a little boy needs to be removed from a home, so that they're not facing another $32 million payout. The $32 million is a conditional settlement. The LA County Board of Supervisors will need to approve this settlement. We're very confident that the LA County Board of Supervisors will do the right thing. To LA County's credit, they finally stepped up. They finally stepped up a few days before trial. In fact, on May 4 of this year, last Wednesday, that was Anthony's birthday. That would have been Anthony Avalos' 14th birthday. And ironically, LA County tentatively decides to settle for $32 million on what would have been Anthony Avalos' 14th birthday. We still have a lawsuit pending against a company named Hathaway Sycamore. That's the mental health agency that was supposed to counsel Anthony. This is the same mental health agency that was supposed to counsel Gabriel Fernandez as well. In fact, the same exact woman was on both Gabriel's case and Anthony's case. And shockingly, in this lawsuit, we found out that there was zero communication between LA County DCFS and Hathaway Sycamore whenever Gabriel was sent for counseling and whenever Anthony Avalos was sent for counseling. So today, we're requesting a change in the law in honor of Gabriel and Anthony. We want a new law, and I'm going to be contacting state legislators. There needs to be a new law in place that whenever an abused child is farmed out by LA County to an independent mental health agency, that they have to communicate about the history of that child. Can you imagine that neither Gabriel nor Anthony, neither two of those boys, had any help from this mental health agency because the county and the outside mental health agency never talked? When you send a child for help to a mental health agency, you need to pick the phone up and tell them what the child's life has been like. In this case, we learned that no communication took place between LA County DCFS and Hathaway Sycamore. So when Anthony was sent to Hathaway, guess what? He was an afterthought. LA County DCFS just farmed this little boy over to Hathaway and didn't even tell Hathaway what was going on in Anthony's life. And guess what? I took the depositions of the Hathaway folks. You know what they told me? They never once picked up the phone and called DCFS to say, hey, why are you sending us this little boy? What's his life been like? And in fact, Anthony was abused during the time that Hathaway was supposed to be counseling Anthony. So we're going to be proposing a change in the law that there must be communication between the county, DCFS, and any outside mental health agency. No garbage response that, oh, there's a privacy issue. That's a bunch of garbage. Don't ever buy that from LA County. And don't ever buy that from Hathaway or any other mental health agency that takes in these kids. They need to communicate, or else what's the point of giving any counseling to these kids? You're supposed to counsel a kid and you have no idea what his life's been like? You have no idea that he's being allegedly molested? And nobody picks up the phone? And by the way, the woman on both Gabriel's case and Anthony's case was an intern. She wasn't even licensed. The woman on Gabriel Fernandez's case and Anthony Avalos' case was not even a licensed therapist. That's inexcusable, intolerable, and we're asking for a new law on that as well. Another Gabriel law, another Anthony Avalos law. You cannot have a non-licensed professional counseling a child who has been suspected of child abuse and child molestation. We need a change of law on that as well. And the last change in laws that we're going to be asking for, and by the way, this case for Anthony, thousands of hours of fighting, is because we wanted change. We're hoping that the $32 million paid to Anthony's father and these 3 kids will go a long way in bringing about change. And one of the changes that we want, this is the 3rd law, this is 3 laws that we're bringing up as a result of Anthony's case and Gabriel Fernandez's case. The 3rd law, we learned through Anthony's case, is that the county DCF has a loophole. There's what's called a government code section that requires everybody who's injured or dies, this code gives them 6 months. Imagine this, only 6 months to file what's called a notice of claim with the county. Think about that. How in the world can these kids who are being abused even know that they have a claim against the county? This is comical. It's a circus. The law needs to be changed. If a child is enduring any form of abuse or a child dies when DCFS is involved, this 6-month requirement to notify the county should not begin to run until these kids are 18 years old. We need a change in the law to reflect that. Think about how the county has avoided liability on a lot of other cases. How? Because the people that routinely abuse and kill these kids are the parents. Those are the ones who can pick the phone up and report it. Do you think they're going to report themselves? No. That's why we need a change in the law. We can't sit here and require kids who don't even know they have a claim against the county to go notify the county within 6 months. It's just completely inexcusable and makes no sense. That's another reason why we learned why the county has avoided liability in a lot of these cases. Because by the time these kids are able to realize they've been molested, abused, guess what? Their time's run out because of this silly law. And we're going to change that law. We're going to make 3 new laws in honor of Anthony Avalos and Gabriel Fernandez. Last thing I'm going to say before you hear from some family members is the journey doesn't end with the settlement of Anthony Avalos' case. This is the beginning of lifelong change in LA County. No resident of LA County should be happy about us standing here today. We don't want to be here anymore, but we're going to be back again till as long as we live. Because in a civilized society, a helpless child like Anthony Avalos, this little boy, should not have endured anything that he did. A responsible Department of Child and Family Services would have removed this little boy in 2015. And guess what? He'd be alive today and he'd be smiling today, but for DCFS miserably failing this little boy. And we're going to keep fighting for the next 40, 50 years. I will. The family will. Why? Because a young Hispanic boy, too many young Hispanic kids and other kids of color are the ones who are dying. Doesn't that bother this community? That most of these kids who are abused and murdered are either Hispanic or African American? This little boy, his heart and his soul is worth as much as a white child's soul in West LA. And we are going to keep fighting to create equality for these kids. Because after fighting this case for 3.5 years, I know in my heart, in reading the grand jury transcripts of these social workers, that when they go to a low-income home, a low-income Hispanic home in Lancaster, and they see a little boy like that, and they turn a blind eye, it makes me wonder whether these social workers value the life of a little Hispanic boy in a low-income home as much as they value the life of an affluent white child. I don't think there's going to be a commission set up after the Anthony Avalos case settles, right? So guess what? All of us here, we are the commission. We're the commission. And we are going to be vigilant to keep fighting for not only Anthony, but for all kids in LA County and nationwide. And guess what? The last thing I'm going to say is, I remember those pictures of Anthony when he was dying in that hospital and the autopsy photographs. I never saw a smile on Anthony's face, but guess what? I had Maria bring this picture today because this is how we're going to remember Anthony Avalos. A smile on his face for the rest of our lives. Anthony is smiling today because we got justice for him and those 3 other kids in that home, and because Anthony knows that he did not die in vain. Anthony knows that through this case we're making change. Anthony knows that we cared about him in this case. Anthony Avalos knows that because he died, other kids will live. Thank you. I'm going to next introduce Maria. Maria, why don't you? Or actually, let me introduce the father. I'm going to introduce you the father of Anthony Avalos. His name is Victor Avalos. And Victor is VICTORAVALOS. Say a few things.
Yeah, so, well, to begin, obviously something, I didn't want it in the first place. So, I mean, if there's something for me to say, it's obviously for me to have had Anthony, or had the chance for Anthony to be here with me or be home with me. And now it's just like not gonna be able.
Hold on for a second. Yeah, all right. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So, as I said, to begin, I didn't want this in the first place, So, I just wanted him to have a chance to be with me, or even with their Maria or my mom's house, but, it just sucks the way it has to be now. I just wanted him to have a chance to stay ahead or come with me, or just not where he was at. So, like, there's not much for me to say. It's just hard to believe the way that he's not here anymore.
Can you tell him what you miss about Anthony?
So, I mean, the days that we would talk, we would stay in touch through video chat. So it's been a little over than 3 years that, it's hard to think that I can't talk to him anymore, So that's just, it's like really hard to understand or try to put myself in a way that, you know, he's not here anymore. So obviously, man, it's just like real hard to believe that he's not here, and I'm not going to be able to talk to him anymore, or not being able to have him or me showing him around my city where I normally stay, and just other things, you know, or me asking him how his days were. That's just impossible now. So it's something that it's really hard to I don't know, to put myself in and say, you know, he's really not here anymore. So I gotta put myself to saying, you know, it's really happening. So nothing is gonna bring him back, and I don't think that's fair, you know.
We'll do something after. Let's Maria, do you want to speak? So it's Maria Barron. Why don't you, David, hold the...
Hi, my name is Maria Barron.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hello, my name is Maria Barron, M-A-R-I-A-B-A-R-R-O-N. I'm Anthony Avalos' aunt. Today we're here to get justice for my nephew and my nephew's niece. I'm relieved that this, you know, came out the way it did, but in reality, I can't help but miss Anthony. I wish things would have gone differently. I truly believe that Anthony could have been saved if DCFS would have done their job properly. You know, we went through protocol, we did what we were supposed to, and because of that, I can no longer enjoy my nephew. I can no longer hear the Auntie Maria, can I come over? Is Uncle David gonna cook dinner today? You don't cook, Auntie Maria, because you don't know how to cook. You know, I'm gonna miss playing sports with him. I always look at my kids and I always think he should have been here. Every day before I go to work, I put on this necklace with his picture, and I always talk to him, and I wish that he could be there with us at school. Both me and my husband work at a school now, and I talk daily about him. There's not a day that doesn't go by that I don't reminisce on something. I see a kid doing something and I think he should be here. He would have loved school. He would have loved playing volleyball. You know, the little things, the what ifs. You know, I was grateful for 7 years of being with him, enjoying him, watching him laugh, watching him accomplish so many things, watching him grow up. And then after that, it was just DCFS said, no, give him back to the parents. And after that, we didn't have any contact with him. We were not allowed to see him or his siblings. And the day that I got the phone call that he was at the hospital, my heart was excited. I was happy because in my head, I didn't think the abuse was that bad. I thought, hey, it's an opportunity to see him again, to be with him. When I showed up to that hospital, everything changed. Watching his lifeless body covered from head to toe in bruises, his big, beautiful eyes just closed. I hugged him so much and I kissed him. I watched him come into this world and I had to watch him leave. My life will forever be changed. I would give everything up in order to see him again, to have him with us. I kid you not, guys, he would have had a wonderful life with us. He always wanted to be a parent. He always wanted me to be his mom and Uncle David to be his dad. He always asked me why were things that way. And I always told him that it was going to be fine because I was always going to be there. DCFS took that away from me. If we would have done things differently, maybe he would still be here with us. You know, I put all my trust and faith into a system that at the time I didn't know was broken. If I would have known then what I know now, trust and belief, I would have never called. We would have tried to figure things out, just like we always did. But I want you guys to know that for 7 years, he was a happy boy. He loved his family. We made sure he knew he was loved. And I just miss him very much. And I will continue to fight for all the children, for change to happen. No more children should die in the hands of their parents. Thank you, guys.
I'm David Barron, DAVIDBARRON. I was Anthony's uncle. Anthony used to tell me stories of him wanting to become a firefighter, a policeman, some kind of hero. And now, you know, it took him dying, but he got his wish. He's the hero for all these kids. This lawsuit will make a change, force DCFS to make a change, and it's in Anthony's honor. So he is a hero to all the kids that this change will save. Anthony was a great kid. He wanted to be something in life, and DCFS failed us and took that away from us, took that chance from him. Now we're his voice, and we'll never stop fighting for him, just like I know he would have never stopped fighting. He never stopped fighting to the day he died for his siblings. He would take abuse for him to save them. He was a hero in his own way. And that's how I'm always going to remember him, as a hero. And I hope you guys always do too. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions?
Regarding law you want to change, why 18 and 6 months? A lot of people don't realize abuse. They block it until they're in their 30s or 40s. And we've seen that with lawsuits against the clergy. So why 18?
Well, 18 is a great starting point, because right now, the way the law is, it favors LA County DCFS. Kids, the law in California right now does not protect kids like Anthony and Gabriel and others, and Noah Quattro. The law in California forces kids who are terrified to report abuse, and oftentimes the abuser is the parent. You're forcing them to try to report this to the county. It's not practical. It's not fair to these kids. These kids, by the way, are terrified to tell anybody that they've been abused, because guess what? Most times the abuser is the parent, and if they tell anybody, they'll get abused more. So we need to have a change in the law. And talking about Anthony being a hero, we're gonna move strong for Anthony's law. That's gonna give kids like Anthony more time, a lot more time, to step forward and report abuse and to get protection from abuse. The way the laws are in California right now, they do not protect these kids from ongoing abuse, molestation, and, like in this case, death.
Do you have a tentative date with this tentative settlement? Will this submit to the Board of Supervisors?
Yeah, lawyers for the LA County Board of Supervisors told us that they expect the process to take between 60 days, hopefully, but possibly up to 90 days to get approved by the county. There's several channels that the settlement has to go through to reach final approval by the Board of Supervisors, but we expect that final approval will take place between 60 to 90 days. And our trial date, we have a new trial date against this company, Hathaway Sycamore, and that's September 6th. So we plan on going to trial against Hathaway on September 6th. So this case is not over.
So the provider is not part of the settlement. The settlement is just with the county.
Right. The settlement, the tentative settlement we have right now is just with LA County. It's not with Hathaway Sycamore. And that, by the way, that case is really important to this community. That case is important nationwide. Anytime a government entity sends a child who's been abused or molested to an outside mental health agency, that's the other law. We have to have a law that requires communication between the county, LA County Mental Health, LA County DCFS, and the outside mental health agency. If there is no communication between those two, we end up with a dead child.
Sir, would you mind just under the ABC reiterating the terms of this settlement that satisfy?
Los Angeles County has tentatively agreed to pay $32 million as a settlement. Los Angeles County has agreed tentatively, subject to LA County Board approval, to pay $32 million to the family of Anthony Avalos and the 3 other children who were abused within that home. Our lawsuit against Hathaway Sycamore remains, and we go to trial in that case on September 6th.
The county settlement is not guilty of anything. Is that an idea of the county?
On paper, I'm sure the county will put in a settlement agreement that they're not admitting any liability. But rest assured, anytime a government entity pays $32 million to settle a case, that implies that they have done something grossly wrong, and in this case, resulting in the death of a happy little boy.
Is Hathaway still working with the county?
Great question. I believe last year Hathaway made $54 million in outside contracts with LA County. So one of the things that bothered us in this case was we learned, by the way, one of the big things we learned in this case was there was no retraining within LA County with social workers after the Gabriel Fernandez death. And shockingly, Hathaway Sycamore conducted no retraining after Anthony Avalos died. I took depositions of Hathaway employees. I was shocked to learn that they're like, oh, nothing changed after Anthony's death. So this lawsuit, this tentative settlement, we believe will bring change in honor of Anthony Avalos. Okay, thank you all for, yeah, sure. No, I fully intend on contacting state legislators, trust me. This is a mission of myself and the family. We will be contacting state legislators. And by the way, to any state legislators out there watching this, please contact me, because we need 3 new law changes in honor of Gabriel Fernandez and Anthony Avalos. And we are going to work feverishly in the coming months to make sure that these laws changed. So litigation oftentimes isn't just about obtaining a monetary recovery for children and families. Litigation often leads to social change, and in this point, legislative change.
Why not put in the settlement these changes that you're seeking other than monetary?
Because these new laws need to be presented by a state legislator and approved by our state legislature. These 3 proposed new laws need to be presented to the state legislator in Sacramento and approved by our state legislator. So this settlement today is putting our state government on notice that they need to do their job as well. These cases teach us how to better protect children so we don't have another child dying. And your state legislators are on notice right now that it's their job to change these laws to better safeguard these kids.
So once again, we've been listening in to the full press conference, the legal team of Anthony Avalos' family, as LA County is expected to pay $32 million to the family members, as well as the siblings of Anthony Avalos, saying that lawmakers need to be made aware of this so that things can change in Los Angeles County when it comes to child abuse cases. So top of mind on Capitol Hill for lawmakers, obviously at the federal level and at the state level. Also top of mind for lawmakers at the federal level, baby formula shortages. We'll be talking about that after the break. How severe is it? Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Some infants in America are growing hungry tonight because of a baby formula shortage. Stores just can't keep it in stock, and some mothers are getting desperate, as you can imagine. Fox's Mills Hayes explains why it's happening and what the feds are doing to try to alleviate it. Mills.
Yeah, Daytona, I went around to a few grocery stores here in the Twin Cities, and there just are a lot of empty shelves when it comes to that baby formula aisle. And moms tell me it's frustrating because those major grocery store chains will put a cap on how much moms can buy at the same time, excuse me. And so they find it really frustrating. They're spending hours and hours looking for stores that have baby formula in stock.
Cassie Mullins welcomed baby Maddox just 7 weeks ago, but he needs a special baby formula.
As if like having a newborn isn't like a full-time job in itself, now trying to find formula has become like a full-time job.
Mullins lives in a suburb outside Minneapolis, a city whose baby formula supply was 55% below the expected supply in the first week of April. Michigan mom Jordan Rochelow has driven over 100 miles in all directions in search of food for her nearly 4-month-old daughter.
I've actually gone as far as I found this very nice mother in a different state who has started shipping me formula.
By the end of last month, nearly 40% of popular baby formula brands were sold out across the U.S. Iowa, South Dakota, North Dakota, Missouri, Texas, and Tennessee were hit the hardest, with more than 50% of the formula out of stock.
Everybody's petrified, like just scared that we're not going to be able to feed our kids.
The problem? Supply chain issues, and a major baby formula brand, Abbott Nutrition, was recalled 2 months ago.
And the last thing we all want is to starve our kids.
Dr. Gigi Chawla is the chief of general pediatrics at Children's Hospital in Minnesota. She's concerned about families making their own formula.
That's actually the biggest fear that I have as a pediatrician, is that families will take matters into their own hands. I do worry that don't have the same caloric density, nutrients, vitamins that are needed to sustain growth.
The doctor also tells me that she's warning parents against diluting that formula to make it last longer, because that's still not going to give the child the nutrients that it needs. But White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki did address this baby formula shortage issue this week, saying that the FDA was working with manufacturing companies to ramp up production and help solve this issue. In Minneapolis, Mills Hayes, Fox News.
In the meantime, though, pediatricians are saying that breast banks are an option too, right?
Yeah, they're saying that breast banks are an option. If you don't know what a breast bank is, that's where you can donate your breast milk there, and it'll get collected and processed, and it's given out to other mothers who maybe can't breastfeed or don't have that option, or maybe can't find formula. So she's also telling people that if you are able to get a breast milk from someone in your family or your friends, make sure that they're first going through a breast bank first, and then collecting it through that way.
Yeah, this is so hard. I mean, just desperation from mothers across the country wanting to feed your child and not being able to.
Yeah, it's definitely really challenging. A lot of the moms tell me it's just they feel helpless. There's really not much they can do. They're doing as much as they can. They're checking their apps. They're going to the store as much as they can. They're having family and friends look out for the formula as well. So it's really frustrating to feel like you can't do anything when you're doing everything you can.
All right, Fox's Mills Hayes live for us tonight. Thank you so much for the breakdown.
Thank you.
Well, this conversation is heading all the way to Capitol Hill. There is a House hearing that is expected here, I believe, on the 26th, should be taking place with lawmakers. House Republicans going to be holding a press conference on this tomorrow. Even Senator Mitch McConnell speaking out, releasing a statement on it, saying, quote, the baby formula shortages hurting American families are outrageous and unacceptable, going on to say that this problem has been developing in slow motion for several months now. But the Biden administration has been characteristically sluggish and halting in response, saying the FDA knew about the initial recall. The administration should have foreseen these supply shortages, but the Biden administration has been too slow and passive about getting production back up and running. Both Republicans and Democratic senators have demanded answers from the administration and gotten none. So we'll be hearing those conversations tomorrow in the following weeks here. But we actually spoke with some experts, some doctors on what parents need to know about these shortages, how to kind of handle them and move forward. We're going to hear that conversation after this break.
States across the country having trouble stocking their shelves with infant formula. Here to talk a little bit more about this issue and also help parents get through this now it's becoming a crisis for some states is Dr. Joshua Wexler. And we appreciate you coming on here because I know there are so many concerned parents. And I just want to first start with why this shortage is happening. It didn't seem to be something that we were warned about all of a sudden. It seemed like this was this report that some people couldn't even find it on the store shelves.
Well, this has actually been going on for several months. There was a couple of infants that had died of a bacteria called Chronobacter, and it was ultimately traced back to a factory in Sturgis, Michigan. that produces a number of formulas for Abbott. And ultimately that led to a closure of that factory. And initially that really hit the specialty formulas hard, the formulas that are really necessary for patients that have complex allergic diseases or very restricted on formulas for a variety of reasons. But it seems that that's ultimately affected even the folks that are requiring cow's milk formulas as well, things like Similac, which is really less available now given the shortage. When we started off this crisis, it was really a crisis of the hypoallergenic formulas. And so my patient population was severely affected. And really, Facebook was in some sense their only alternative, or the patient advocacy groups was really their only alternative at that point. And we didn't talk so much about the term DME, but this is durable medical equipment. So a lot of people who don't buy formula in the stores, who are on specialty formulas, get their formula from DMEs. And it is these DMEs that have seen massive shortages that have led patients to have to purchase formulas outside of that normal process. For the regular old formulas, that can be manageable cost-wise, but for these hypoallergenic formulas, we're talking hundreds of dollars per month in expenditures. And for a lot of families, just staying on a hypoallergenic diet is already itself a massive expense. So there's lots of costs that's endured by families during this process. So, you know, what's been more recent is now we're seeing this affect the cow's milk formulas. And I think that's just because in the beginning of the process, the supply of the cow's milk formulas is so widespread that it was able to hold up for a good month or so. And we kind of saw this early on in the pandemic, where there were some things that really held up pretty well in the supply chain. There were other things where shortages developed more quickly, but then those other things that held up well, some of them eventually there were shortages of, because it's just there gets a point where whatever the supply is on the market, it's just not enough to keep up. And it's hard to imagine that one single factory could be this crucial. But it's not as much just the factory, but it's also the fact that when there's word of mouth out there that there is a potential national shortage, people go and stock up. I spoke with some friends today, some colleagues actually, about this, and they told me that, you know, once they saw that the hypoallergenic formulas were starting to go, they started stocking up on their baby formula, and their babies are not on specialty formulas, but that's how they have enough of a supply right now. But even their supply might only be 1 or 2 months, you know, and I have patients that are just counting down the days. You know, there are 100 and some odd days left until there's nothing left. And we generally hear from the DMEs that it'll be 8+ weeks to get someone a 1 month supply of formula, and for a period of time they were only giving them 1 week at a time, and that does create really significant issues. And I truly have seen a lot of weight loss from this crisis. So we've kind of looked at the last several months, when normally as a pediatrician we're focused on growth, and growth is sort of a parameter. We say, you know, how are you doing? But for the last several months we've said, oh well, I guess it's from the crisis, so I guess your growth isn't good, and that's from the crisis. And it's a horrible answer, I think, but it is really what's going on. So
Okay, so a portion of that conversation, as we'll be following the latest when it comes to that baby formula shortage, bringing attention to even lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Like we said, a press conference to be held by Senate Republicans tomorrow, which will be airing live here on Live Now from Fox. We want to move into a story coming out of Arizona, though. We've been tracking this all morning. An Arizona man convicted of killing a college student in 1978 has become the first person to be executed in the state after a nearly 8-year hiatus in its use of the death penalty. That was Clarence Dixon. He was 66 years old, put to death by lethal injection at the state prison in Florence, Arizona, for his murder conviction in the killing of a 21-year-old Arizona State University student. He's the 6th inmate to be put to death in the United States this year. We're actually going to find Fox 10's Nicole Garcia live in Florence, Arizona with the latest. Nicole, give us a breakdown of how this all went today.
Well, Dixon was convicted of murdering 21-year-old Dina Bowden, an ASU student. Back in 1978, she was found dead inside of her apartment, and years later, DNA testing tied Dixon to the crime. Now, Dina's family has been waiting 44 years for this conclusion. Dina's older sister and only sister, Leslie James, she was here in Florence, and she was among about a dozen media witnesses that were inside the room watching as Dixon was put to death. It started at 10 o'clock this morning here in Florence. Leslie James saying that she's relieved to finally be able to close this painful chapter of her life, but more importantly, she wants her sister, Dina Bowden, to be remembered as kind and hardworking.
She was just a happy, giving person. And I used to call her jokey. You know, I miss her being jokey.
Leslie James was 23 years old when her sister Dina was murdered. In this photo, Dina is seen here in the red shirt. 4 decades later, Leslie watched as her sister's killer, Clarence Dixon, took his last breath. Dixon was given a lethal dose of pentobarbital, a different drug than what was used previously. A new batch of the drug was created Monday.
Mr. Dixon was pronounced at 10:30 a.m.
This was the last statement Dixon gave before the execution.
Arizona Supreme Court should follow the laws. They denied my appeals and petitions to change the outcome of this trial. I do and will always proclaim innocence. Now let's do this. End of quote.
This is finality for this process, and it's relief. It was way too long.
And while Dixon proclaimed his innocence to the very end,
1 in 17 octillion. The results of the recent DNA test reporting the likelihood that Dina's murderer was anyone other than this inmate. Octillion has 27 zeros, by the way.
Now, prison officials say that for his last meal, Dixon requested Kentucky Fried Chicken. He had a half pint of strawberry ice cream and a bottle of water. According to media witnesses, it took him a little more than 10 minutes to die. And right after he received the lethal injection, he said, quote, "Maybe I'll see you on the other side, Dina. I don't know you. I don't remember you," unquote. And that's the latest from out here in Florence. Back to you.
Yeah, kind of eerie to probably be there right now in Florence, Arizona, where this all took place. We're going to hear from Fox 10's Troy Hayden, who actually witnessed it inside of the room there. But I want to step back onto that rejection from the U.S. Supreme Court. It was of a last-minute delay. Explain the delay in this case.
Well, it was 44 years since the murder until today's execution, and there's typically several years in between the conviction, the sentencing, and the execution, giving defendants a lot of time to ask for clemency and to file appeals and to make sure, basically, if there is anything missed or any stone unturned, that gets, solved and investigated before an execution actually occurs. His attorneys in the last month or so since the death warrant was issued filed several motions, one of them claiming that Dixon wasn't mentally competent. And among those motions, all were denied by the state courts, and the latest one was an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court this morning to stay the execution, and that denial came down about an hour before Dixon was executed. So defense attorneys definitely did try very hard and filed as many motions and appeals as they could before this morning, but eventually they were all denied by state and even the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yeah, in which Dixon mentioned right before he was injected there, which we'll get a little bit more into that with that press conference following the injection. Fox 10's Nicole Garcia live for us in Florence, Arizona, though. We appreciate your reporting. So let's go into that from earlier. We'll hear from officials. We'll also hear from the sister of Dina. These are emotional remarks, as you can imagine, years in the making for this execution.
All right. Good morning. I'm Frank Strada. I'm the Deputy Director for the Arizona Department of Rehabilitation and Reentry. Today, by the order of the Supreme Court, the state of Arizona carried out the death sentence of Clarence W. Dixon by means of lethal injection at the Arizona Prison Complex in Florence. Mr. Dixon was pronounced at 10:30 a.m. His last words, his last statement, and I quote, was, "The Arizona Supreme Court should follow the laws. They denied my appeals and petitions to change the outcome of this trial. I do and will always proclaim innocence." Now, at this time, I'll turn it over to Judy Keene, our Director of ADCRR Communications.
Thank you, Deputy Director Strada. We will begin with our media witnesses who will be sharing their observations with you. The media witnesses will then be followed by Colleen Clace, who is Chief Counsel for the Arizona Voice for Crime Victims, and she is also attorney for Leslie James. Following Ms. Clace will be Leslie James, who is the sister of victim Dina Bowden, and she will be reading a statement. And with that, we will begin with Troy Hayden from Fox 10 News. Troy.
So we're going to be talking a lot about Clarence Dixon today, and I think before we do more of that, we should acknowledge Dina Bowden, who was 21 years old, a young woman, just about ready to graduate from ASU. I'm really glad we have a picture of her up here. And I also want to acknowledge her sister, Leslie, who's had to deal with this basically her entire adult life. And so I want to think about that before we talk more about this execution. The last execution that I witnessed was that of Joe Woods 8 years ago. We've talked a lot about that, the botched execution, as it's called. That did not go as planned. This one did. This one went exactly as I think DOC planned for it to do. Dixon never made eye contact with us. He stared straight up into the ceiling the entire time. Something that was new is we were actually able to see the IVs go in. That's something that's never been done before, and it was a new rule that was just put in. So it took about 25 minutes, I believe, to put all the IVs in. They had trouble getting the IVs into his left arm. They made 2 attempts. Those were not successful. They then went to the right arm and went to his groin area. Those were successful. The whole time they were putting the IVs in, Dixon was insulting the doctors and questioning their intentions and their motives and talking about other things that maybe the other witnesses want to repeat. I don't. At 10:13, the IVs were inserted and they were in. At 10:17, the death warrant was read by the warden, Rodney Carr. At that point, he did say, "I do," this was Dixon, "I do and always proclaim my innocence." And again, now let's finish this. At 10:19, the drugs went in. Something else that's new is we are actually able to see them pushing the drugs down the syringes. There were 4 different syringes on one side, 4 on the other, and we could witness as they were pushing those syringes into the IV lines. So the very first drug started going in at 10:19. After that happened, Dixon made another comment that, again, maybe some of the other witnesses want to repeat. I don't. At 10:22, so 3 minutes after the drug started going in, his mouth fell open and he appeared to stop breathing. At 10:27, the doctor came in and checked him. At 10:28, the warden said the inmate was sedated. At 10:30, the warden said the execution is complete and the curtains were closed. Anybody have any questions for me? So I don't know if you've ever gotten blood drawn or had an IV put in. Basically, the medical technician came in, inserted a needle in the arm, checked it, looked at it. I don't know exactly what they do medically. It was not good. Pulled it out, taped that area shut, put a little piece of cotton in and taped it down. Went to an area, I think they started here and then went to an area higher in his left arm. Did the exact same procedure. It wasn't satisfactory for whatever reason. Again, I'm not a medical technician. Pulled it out, put a cotton ball on it, taped it. Then went immediately to this area of the right arm, and that was successful. And then they removed, they took a little piece of, I guess it was like paper type cloth, and covered up his groin area, and then moved his pants up and inserted into his groin. But we could actually see most of that as it was happening. So those 2 insertions were successful.
I think this is what's known as a cut down that has been performed in the past.
I'm not sure what a cut down is.
Okay. Could you tell if they had cut into his groin and opened up
You know, I believe that may have happened because one thing I did see was there was a small suture. Did you guys see a suture? There was a suture that they came through, so maybe they closed that cut. I didn't see the cut actually made, but I remember thinking, well, that's odd. Why are they suturing around there? So that would make sense.
Finally, for me, did Mr. Dixon make any remarks while that was happening?
He did. Again, insulting the doctors, speaking to his victim. And I'm going to let you two repeat it. I just, you know, Leslie's sitting right here. What's that? Yes. He grimaced a couple times while the IVs were going in. Once the drug started flowing, he went to sleep almost immediately.
And he never made eye contact with anyone?
Never. No. And this is my fourth execution I've witnessed. I've been on this beat a long time, and that's the first time I remember that happening, him never ever looking over towards anybody. Right? What? Okay. So Leslie just gave me the okay to talk about some of the things that he said. Let me get to my notes. His very last words after the drugs went in at 10:19, maybe I'll see you on the other side, Dina. I don't know you and I don't remember you. Those were his final words. And after that, he fell asleep. The doctors, this is really funny, you're being as thorough as possible as you try to kill me. How twisted is this? You worship death, don't you? And then he said, I know you're seeing this, Dina. You know I didn't kill you. And then he said, make sure you miss the first time right and teach me a lesson. He's talking about the IVs to the doctors. Then the doctor said something to him, and he said, is that your best doctor voice? Thought you had a Hippocratic oath. Bet the money is better here, though. And I think he said one more thing that I didn't write down.
Troy, can you give us that chronology again from the time?
So at 10:13, the medical technician or doctor walked away from Dixon, basically giving a nod saying that all the IVs were in. At 10:17 is when the death warrant was read. At 10:19, we all witnessed, the actual insertion of the drugs from the syringes that are behind a wall, but there's a camera going down on them, into the IV lines at 10:19. At 10:22, I made a note, and I actually leaned over to Judy and made a comment, but he went slack, his mouth opened up like he was in a deep sleep, and I couldn't see his chest moving up and down anymore. So that would be 3 minutes. At 10:27, the technician walked back into the room, checked for a pulse, and then walked out, said something to the warden, and the warden said, inmate sedated at 10:28. And then at 10:30, he got some sort of a word from that back room, the warden did, and the warden said, execution is complete. So from the time the drugs, from my notes, at 10:19, when the drugs first went in, the execution was complete at 10:30. So that would be, what, 11 minutes? No, the only time that he showed any signs of any pain or discomfort was when the IVs were going in. And he had basically grimaced up, straight up into the ceiling. Nothing audible with that, no audible complaints.
Troy, was he trying to be physically combative, or was it just the words he was saying?
Yeah, no, even if you try to be physically combative, I don't know if you've ever seen that table, there are two body straps, it's like a 5-point harness in like a plane, so he's strapped like this, his body, and then both his extremities are down. So I don't know. I didn't see any fighting. His head went up and down a couple times. He had a small coughing fit that had nothing to do, I don't think, with anything. It was well before any drugs were near him.
Troy, you had said this was his last words. Maybe I'll see you on the other side, Dina. I don't know you and I don't remember you. Those were his very last words?
Right. So he was given an opportunity to give his last words. Then the drugs were administered. Almost immediately after the drugs were beginning to be administered, he uttered that. Taylor from KTAR.
Hi, my name is Taylor Tassler. I'm with KTAR. This is the first execution I've ever witnessed. We went TASLER. When we entered the room, I noticed Dixon was counting on his fingers like this, and then at one point just continued to hold his middle finger down. He did that throughout the entirety of the execution almost. Like Troy said, he was looking at the ceiling. He kind of moved around, but he never made eye contact with anyone that I saw. I have that at... Once the drugs were administered, I kind of heard a gasp. His jaw dropped. He had a deep swallow, and that was about it. I never saw any movement after that either. And all the same last words that Troy mentioned are what I had written down as well.
What was he wearing? Was he holding anything of significance?
He was in an orange jumpsuit. It looked like shorts, so they could have access to his legs, and it had short sleeves, so he was wearing an orange jumpsuit. But he was also, when we first walked in, covered by like a cloth up to here, but his arms were out. And then as they started moving to his leg, they pulled over the sheet a little bit, and we could see his legs as well, and he had socks on.
Did he have any kind of, I guess, religious ceremony beforehand, or?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of.
Troy had also mentioned that he had said, "I know you're seeing this, Dina. You know I didn't kill you."
Mm-hmm. Yes, I have that as well.
When did he say that? Before the injection?
Yes, before the injection. I have that at about 10:04 is when he made that remark.
I guess mentality. There's a lot of argument that he was not mentally competent, but I mean, it kind of sounds like he knew what was going on and he knew why he was being executed, right?
I can't speak to everything of that, but I can say when he talked about his last words, he obviously knew what he wanted to say. He clearly said them. At least they were articulated at his end well. I couldn't hear them word for word very well, but they were clear. They were said, and he got into some specifics, talking to the victim and referencing the Arizona Supreme Court in some specificity.
And did it appear that he was blind and disabled, like his lawyers claim, or could you tell?
I don't know if he was blind. As Troy said, he didn't look at us. I didn't see him visually reacting to things. And as far as him being disabled, I don't know, other than I saw his head move side to side, up and down. I saw his mouth open. I saw his eyes occasionally open. I saw him twitch his hands periodically, and also with the finger gestures that my colleague has already referenced. So there was movement, what appeared to be purposeful movement.
We've been listening in to that press conference as media members kind of recounting what the execution was like. We had the opportunity to speak one-on-one with Fox 10's Troy Hayden as he was in Florence, Arizona earlier. Want to play out that conversation from this morning.
Fox, Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we start almost a new hour. We were listening in just a little bit earlier here today on the very first execution of a prisoner in Arizona after nearly 8 years. And what we want to do is, of course, bring you the latest updates coming to us out of the Phoenix area. Is Fox 10's Troy Hayden. He is joining me here live on LiveNOW from Fox. Troy, you were one of those witnesses there today. What happened? What was the procedure like when he got that lethal injection?
Well, the execution of Clarence Dixon is complete. It went as planned, which I'm sure is welcome news to the state of Arizona because, as you mentioned, we haven't had an execution in 8 years. The last one was Joseph Wood, and that execution didn't go as planned. It took about 2 hours. So they switched drugs. They went to something called a pentobarbital, and it appeared to work effectively as it was designed. So I'm going to have you take a look behind me. This is the old Florence Central Unit at Florence Prison. Down here in Florence. It's our oldest prison here in Arizona. It's the main one. They've actually cleared that entire central unit out, so there are no inmates today in there except for Dixon when we were in there. So as you said, I was a witness, so I was able to walk inside, and once we got into the death chamber, there was something new. We were able to see for the first time the actual IVs being inserted into the inmate. Before, you would walk in there and the IVs would already be in, but there was a court order that the witnesses should see that happening, and we did. They did have some trouble getting the IVs into Dixon in his left arm. They took a couple different attempts in the left arm. Those did not work. They then switched to the right arm, so that one did work for one IV, and the second IV was put into his groin of his right leg. So at 10:13 this morning, the IVs were in. At 10:17, the deputy or the warden, Randy Carr, walked in and read the death warrant, and he was given an opportunity to say his last words. And basically what he said, Dixon, was that he was innocent. He says he does always proclaim his innocent, and then he said, "Let's finish this, bleep," and that was the S word. I'm not going to read it to you here. I will say, as they were putting the IVs in, he berated the doctors the whole time, was talking to them, and we could hear him talking for the first time because they actually put a microphone on his chest, and that is something that hadn't been done before. At 10:19, the drugs went into his system, and at 10:22, I noticed his mouth kind of went slack and open, and his chest stopped going up and down, so just 3 minutes later. At 10:27, the doctor came in and checked him, and at 10:30, basically they said the execution was complete. The warden said that. So with all of that said, the execution did go as scheduled and as planned, and we are here today not so much because of Clarence Dixon, but because of Dina Bowden, who was a 21-year-old ASU student, only 8 hours away from graduating. She had her whole life ahead of her, and Dixon was living in an apartment across the street from her, walked across the street after she got home late one night and raped and murdered her, and today he paid for his crime. Dina's sister, and this was back in 1978. Think about that, 1978, so it took this long for justice to be carried out here. So Dina's sister got up and spoke today. She said it did not bring her closure, Christy, it brought her finality. So again, justice has been carried out at Florence State Prison. Clarence Dixon has been put to death for the murder of Dina Bowden.
And as you mentioned, too, we did hear from the sister as well. I'm sure that while it doesn't bring much closure, it is nice to know that this part is finished at least, and his sentence has been fulfilled.
So he actually wasn't arrested for this crime. It was a cold case crime, and it went unsolved for many years. And he was convicted of raping another young woman, and so they had his DNA on file. So a cold case detective went back and matched that DNA with the DNA found on Dina at the time of her murder. And so then he got a whole trial, and that's when he was convicted. But Dina's sister said that she's been to over 40 different hearings for him over 20 years and was wondering when it would ever end. And so it ended today.
Right, and this is just the 6th inmate to be put to death in the United States this year. As we saw, there were protesters outside, but this is done and finished. Clarence Dixon being executed here today. We do appreciate that update. Fox 10's Troy Hayden joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for your report, Troy.
You got it, Christy.
So that conversation from a little bit earlier this morning out of Florence, Arizona, after Troy witnessed the lethal injection firsthand. We'll be hearing from the sister of Dina here in just a moment, but I want to bring you out to some pretty wild aerials that we're getting in from our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. You can see these flames really moving here, the plumes of smoke moving in with the wind here. That house really in danger. Quite frankly, don't know how many structures have been destroyed by these flames. This growing brush fire that is in Laguna, right outside of Laguna Beach here. We got in a little bit of information, a lot of it probably outdated at this point, but firefighters were called at 2:44, so it's now 4:30 there in Laguna. So they have since brought in ground crews and aerial crews. They have at least one water dropping helicopter. We saw retardant being dropped by another helicopter here. Possibly more helicopters have since been brought in because of this. We also have coverage from our Fox 11 team here, but just wanted to bring you these flames as we see them as they continue to grow. We don't have a full acreage on this yet, but it's only been growing within the past couple of minutes here. So we're going to stay on this. Also, no word yet on injuries, any of the firefighters that are fighting this right now. Let's get the very latest with our Fox 11 team here as they are in full breaking news coverage.
Areas are most vulnerable to natural disasters, and wildfires are one of those major natural disasters that we are vulnerable to here in Southern California. We are heading into the period during the summertime of the long dry period. Mediterranean climate, no precipitation or very little precipitation, and we're coming off multiple years of a lack thereof. So you can see that those people are still there. Those two individuals are still there, and that's so dangerous.
So dangerous.
And very casual, nonchalant,
Right.
just checking it out. They had their phones on, but and now this creates a situation for firefighters that they have to make sure that these people are okay. They have to perhaps get them out of harm's way while they're trying to save somebody's home.
Yeah, and this is a multi-agency response, of course, Laguna Beach Fire as well as Orange County Fire Authority with a lot of manpower, women power, both on the ground and in the air. We have at least one water-dropping helicopter. That was called out right away. I know that they had called out for more as we now zoom out and see just that massive plume of smoke. And earlier, Rick, you said when we see white smoke, that was a good sign.
Yeah, it is. When we do see white smoke, the thick black smoke is what we're really concerned. But you could see it's sort of a mixture there. And now what's happening, and when you see the smoke lofting in that more horizontal manner, that means that the winds are strong. If you see it vertically, that means the winds are light. It's just going to rise straight up. But this is being driven by strong onshore winds, meaning coming from the coast towards the inland spots, out of the southwest towards the northeast, burning all of that vegetation there, climbing up that hill. Fire burns much more rapidly as it goes uphill, and you can see that from our picture from Skyfox there. And as those two individuals continue to just post on social media or what have you, but they are putting themselves in harm's way. And again, they're gonna once firefighters see this, they know that they're going to have to get those guys out of there. So they're going to have to pull resources to get those two individuals out of harm's way before they can save those homes. I mean, look how close that is.
Can I ask a silly question here? I'm looking at these two. They're in the same shirt, same type of pants.
All right, looks like they're like, okay, we'll back off now.
You don't think they're, you think they're, I mean, they look like hikers. They're not really wearing hiking attire.
Yeah, who knows if they're.
In other words, are they part of the emergency response? But I still think that their posture was just still way too relaxed.
Yeah,
regardless.
They're
That's
very
insane.
They're very relaxed. They don't. Again, perhaps they are, but it doesn't appear to me that they have anything to do there except just to take pictures, and you could see the fire there. And what happens now is that loom up and that smoke plume is obscuring the view of that neighborhood. So the aerial units, the fixed wings, the helicopters that are trying to create that perimeter, that line around the fire, can't see what's going on down below. And I'm not seeing a lot of ground units in this particular area either. So, and those flames are dangerously close. And what's going on underneath that? Because that one home
exactly. That pocket of flames that was right there, does it make you wonder if that home has been touched by?
Yeah, it's very possible. It's very possible. These are very nice homes, multi-million-dollar homes in the hills of Orange County here, and these homes have likely already been evacuated. And now what we're trying to do is get as much of the resources that we have on the ground and in the air to prevent these homes from burning. And we are seeing a little bit more of that, but I'll tell you what, this is really taking off. Once again, not a Santa Ana wind episode. This isn't something that we see in October and November when we see the largest fires, the most devastating fires in our state's history, where the wind comes from the land towards the sea, where we see 90-degree temperatures and low humidity. This is an onshore wind event, meaning that the wind is coming off of the ocean. It's strong. Wind is king. It will burn. It will allow that fire to spread, even though the temperatures are perhaps only in the 60s right now. With the humidity values north of 50%, the wind is still king and is still driving this fire.
All right, so this specifically here, this is Laguna Hills. This is the Aliso Summit Trail, and it really backs up to these homes. But then on the other side, there's the El Niguel Country Club. So we have to only assume that that also is being threatened by these uphill flames. If you're just joining our coverage, you're watching an early edition of the Fox 11 News at 5 o'clock. I'm Marla Tejas. I'm here for Alex Michelson alongside Christine Devine. Meteorologist Rick Dickert with his expertise here. This is the coastal fire. It broke out just before 3 o'clock, 2:45 this afternoon. Inland, it's being called the coastal fire simply because it is near the Water Coastal Treatment Plant. Laguna Beach Fire Department, as well as Orange County Fire Department, mutual aid response. Just under this cloud right here of smoke, Rick, I just saw some flames, which would be right there on that street where those homes were. So it is hard to get a perspective on if those homes, multi-million-dollar homes atop this ridge, are being engulfed by flames.
That's right. This is the hot spot, and this is where they're going to try to dump as many of the resources as possible. And once a fire takes off like this is a situation in that all hands on deck, and this is in the Laguna Beach area. This is in Orange County, so it's the Orange County Fire Authority, which was the lead agency on this, but they're going to call Anaheim. They're going to call Huntington Beach. They're going to call all the agencies and say, hey, please send down a truck. Please do whatever you can to help us because we need this help. And I'm looking at the wind conditions, and LAX up the coast, again, this is in Orange County, inland from Laguna Beach, a west sustained wind at 26, gusting to 36 miles an hour. A west wind, meaning a sea breeze, but it's 64 degrees. It's not hot. It's not dry. Santa Ana, John Wayne Airport, a west wind sustained at 13, gusting to 22. And the winds in this area, as I look at some remote weather stations, are gusting as high as 30 miles per hour. And once again, as I mentioned, Marla and Christine, fire creates its own weather. Once you get that intense heat, that hot air rises, and our atmosphere always wants to be in balance, so air rushes in to replace it, creating even higher wind velocities than it would be without the fire.
So you wonder what's happening there with the firefight. We understand several water-dropping helicopters are being employed here. We also saw a fixed-wing plane also in the area. We have this report as well that fire is near homes by Vista Court and Vista Montemar. I think if you live in this area and you know this area, you've got to have great concern for how much brush and fuel there is around you. We saw the fire so dangerously close to one home. You have to wonder about the condition of that one specific home where fire seemed to be right there at its doorstep underneath that smoke. But Rick, again, we talked about that brush clearance. When you live in this area, you know that you live in a high fire danger area in Southern California in a drought.
There's no question about it. If you're living in that urban wildland interface, essentially where the bushes meet the backyards, and there's at least one person still up on that ridge there on the far right corner of your screen there, perhaps two of them, two guys that were standing up there just watching and recording very nonchalantly, recording whatever they want to see here, putting themselves in danger's way, and perhaps going to have to utilize first responders to get them out of harm's way here. But this is what we see so much in Southern California. We know that we are in an area that's vulnerable to wildfires, wildland fires here. And it doesn't have to be during the Santa Ana season. Wildfire season is year-long here in Southern California because of our conditions here along the West Coast. And those homes are very nice, likely multi-million-dollar homes there that are under the gun. And if you look at the vegetation, you look at the palm trees, some of that vegetation not indigenous to Southern California. The chaparral, the brush there is indigenous to Southern California, meaning it's natural vegetation there, but it is really howling the winds there. And those two guys are still up there. You see them on the far right corner there?
Well, we have covered loss of life before, and this, you hate to see them being so close.
It's still remarkable that they are still really betting on this, that they could outrun these flames, given how close that they are. We do want to get this voluntary evacuation order out to you. This is from Laguna Beach Police Department. Has issued voluntary evacuations for residents in the Balboa Nyes Portofino neighborhood in Laguna Beach. So because of this, we do have a voluntary evacuation for residents in the Balboa Nyes Portofino neighborhood of Laguna Beach.
Let's talk about some more evacuations here near Pacific Island Drive and Coronado Point. According to the Orange County Sheriff's Department, Laguna Niguel, you need to evacuate due to, quote, fast-moving brush fire. So, Rick Dicker, you and I came on the air not too long ago, and now we're hearing about more evacuations, more threats.
Not surprised at all from what we see from this loom up and the winds. And this is the time of afternoon, the daytime, in which we see those sea breezes, those onshore winds ramp up. What happens is, if you go to Palm Springs, if you go to Indio, if you go to Rancho Mirage, it gets most heated up during the afternoon hours, and that hot air rises. It creates what we call a thermal low because the air rises and air wants to rush in to replace it. That's what the sea breeze is, and it's that cool, moist Pacific air that rushes inland to replace what's being risen up above in the desert communities, and that's why the winds are strongest. The onshore, the sea breeze winds are strongest during the afternoon hours at this time, and that's why we are seeing these winds in excess of 30 miles per hour in all of those neighborhoods right up along the ridge there. Inland from the coast, we're calling this the coastal fire, and you can see, all right, here we go. We're going to see a phos-check drop here. These tankers, they're going to drop that pink film. It's a fire retardant. It doesn't put the fire out, but it creates that line around the fire to starve it. You could already see the hillside painted there, and there it is again. A pinpoint drop there, and that is what the firefighters from above and on the ground need to do to prevent that fire from spreading either in a lateral position or an uphill position there. And that was a great drop there.
Yeah, that really is a beautiful sight when you see that phos-check. Rick, can you talk much about the phos-check and what it does in that area? How much protection is there when you have this much brush to burn?
It's a nitrogen-rich chemical compound there that firefighters have developed over years of battling fires like this that essentially prevents the fire from gaining any more amplitude, any more strength. So they create that line, they drop that film, and then once in a perfect situation, once the fire reaches that line, it doesn't spread any farther. It's about that line. It's about getting that circle. We talk about it with police situations in terms of creating a perimeter around an area if people are in danger. Same thing with firefights. Get that line around the fire. Try to prevent it from spreading any farther with our extreme nav system there. That's what we're talking about. Crown Valley Parkway there, Pacific Island Drive, all of these homes, and I'm looking at the map there, and these are very high-end homes. We keep mentioning that. Bottom line, it doesn't matter if they're high-end or low-end or what have you. My little place, it doesn't matter. All it matters is that these are people's livelihoods here, and firefighters are trained. This is what they do, and they're going to do whatever they can to protect first lives, first making sure everybody's out of harm's way. Like those two guys up on the hill. Get out of there. We don't need you there right now. We're going to create a situation in which we're going to need resources to get you into a safe place. We're going to evacuate homes, and then we're going to try to save them the best we can with the conditions that we're dealing with the resources that we have, and we are dumping as much as we can on this area here to protect you.
And there is a question, in fact, if that drop of that fire retardant actually hit those two onlookers there on the ridge. So, you know, once we get closer, we might be able to see. But that's the thing. If you're going to get that close to the flames, you're going to become part of the problem, part of the firefight itself. And, you know, as you always point out, Rick, number one, they want to save lives, and then they save the structures. But, you know, the goal here is to protect these homes. And if you're there on top of the ridge, you're going to be part of the problem.
And there's people, and that's such a great point there, Marla, Christine. There are firefighters back at their hub watching our coverage, watching some drone video from their own agencies. They're essentially in a war room, so to speak, seeing what's happening and making sure that they are sending those resources into the area that is most needed. And they've seen those two guys, I'm sure. So they know what those guys are doing. And they're doing whatever they can to save these homes, but at the same time knowing that those two guys are up there and they may have to rescue them as well. A lot more in the way of white smoke, but you could see again that smoke is horizontal, meaning it's blowing very strongly. And we saw a shot of the ocean, how close that this fire is burning to the shoreline there. This is South Orange County. This is in the Laguna Beach area. If you're just joining us, you could see our extreme nav system, Crown Valley Parkway, a very populated roadway there with all those neighborhoods nearby. And those are hilltop homes that have great views above Laguna Beach there, looking towards the ocean. And what we're trying to do is give you guys at home the best perspective of what we are seeing from Skyfox and our extreme nav system here of where that fire is burning. And you can also see that the smoke is obscuring the area. Obviously, without the air quality is not good in that portion of Orange County.
Well, a lot of folks in Orange County, I'm sure, are seeing this smoke and wondering what is going on here. We do, again, have those evacuations in different parts of this area. Let's talk to a resident who's in the area. Tim Wheaton joining us by phone. And Tim, your home is not in danger, correct?
Correct. I live in Aliso Viejo, actually, so I'm in a neighboring community, but I was in that area and unfortunately made a turn up towards where the fire was, not realizing that I was heading right at it. And so I took a video while I was in line with a lot of cars of people trying to evacuate.
So right now you're safe. Thank goodness for that, and thank you for calling in to give us perspective. So where are you right now, and what is it like? What are you seeing?
Well, I'm in Aliso Viejo. I'm close to Aliso Niguel High School at the moment, and the smoke is just, I mean, it's completely from if you're looking towards the beach area, it's drifting all the way out. When I was in that area by the homes, I mean, the winds were just gusting. It was blowing it easterly towards all of the homes there, and it's like a one-way out kind of neighborhood area. So unfortunately for all the people who are rushing to try to get out, there's a very long line of people waiting to get out of two different communities right there. So it was pretty scary.
Well, we appreciate your perspective because it's hard to see exactly what is happening on the ground. We do have our reporter on the way, Coco McAvoy. Yeah, I'd like to get your perspective on the neighborhoods, at least where you were, about that one way out. And you did see a lot of people trying to leave, because from the air it looks like, you know, everyone's evacuated. There's no one there anymore, or they've left, or they're at work. But you saw a lot of cars?
Oh, gosh, yeah. It was from all the way up at the top of Niguel Heights. There's two roads that are going towards two different communities right there, and the one that kind of cul-de-sacs into, there's a community on the right and on the left, and it was just a long waiting line of people. And as I'm driving by, on the way up there, realizing that I was about to get in the back of the line, it was really sad. I'm driving by people who are crying in their cars that they've loaded up definitely with their items that they're wanting to evacuate with. And everybody was waiting to come out of there, and you could only turn left, because if you turned right, you're going back towards the other community. And yeah, it was just completely backed up because the people were trying to get out of the other community as well. So it was there were definitely a lot of people trying to get out of their area.
That is so heartbreaking to hear that, you know, people literally crying in their car, trying to escape and trying to do so safely. Tim, what about the help from authorities on the ground? Is there much direction? Is it more chaotic?
There it was fairly chaotic, and I mean, as I was driving back towards my community, I'm just passing fire trucks and police cars that are have their sirens and lights on and are racing towards the area. You can see the different planes and helicopters that are either news related or involved in water drops. I'm sure or some version of that. And there was one really cool guy in the community who drove down on the wrong side of the road, realizing that we were all sitting in line for God knows how long because so many people were trying to get out of there, that drove down on the wrong side of the road, stopped his car, and went out in the middle of the street to try and guide traffic because of how chaotic it was. So people acting like emergency crews.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Well, Tim, we really appreciate your perspective there on the ground, and we thank you so much for giving us some insight. We're going to step away because we have a person from the fire department on the line with us right now, and thank you, Tim. Captain Sean Doran of OC Fire Authority joining us now. Captain, what can you tell us about this fire?
Well, the initial call came in at approximately 2:44 p.m. for a report of a fire near the water treatment facility in Liso Woods Canyon, which is in between Laguna Niguel and Laguna Beach. So quickly, Orange County Fire Authority and Laguna Beach entered into unified command and ordered resources for ground and air attack. So we have multiple strike teams on scene, 100 plus firefighters, as well as hand crews, helicopters, a robust fixed wing response, and bulldozers as well.
So we're more than 2 hours into this firefight, Captain. What do we know about voluntary and or mandatory evacuations?
You know, I don't have that information right now. Unfortunately, down where the fire started, the communication was very poor. So I'm going to be updating that information as quickly as I can.
So we do have a list of some of the evacuations in the area. Can you talk about structures? Have you lost any structures yet? We were watching fire come really close to one home, and then smoke kind of overtook it. So we don't know if that home is still standing.
Yeah, I don't have any reports currently of any homes being damaged or destroyed by the fire. We do have resources up in the hills of the Laguna Niguel, up above where the fire started. So we have heavy resources there, obviously with our priority being life and property. So we flush a lot of resources to that area just for that reason.
And for the viewers who are nearby, what is your message? How should people be conducting themselves right now? We just heard from the gentleman who got caught in this traffic, and he describes a really chaotic scene of people making a trip to their home and crying in their cars trying to evacuate.
Well, we always request if there are evacuations in progress, please heed those and get out as quickly as possible. Our work is to get the firefighters up to those homes so we can defend them quickly and effectively. So we always appreciate all the prep work that goes in, leading up to what we call fire season, which, as we know, is all year now. But with the fuel modification in place and the fire prevention efforts that lay the foundation for us to be there and now do the defense of lives and homes, we also ask that the neighbors be our partners and exit as quickly as they can, and of course avoid looking the traffic in the area.
So we just saw a beautiful Phos-Chek drop there, and as we're nearing our 5 o'clock hour here, Fox 11 News at 5, can we get a quick update from you about your immediate concerns right now, what you'd want to put out there to the public?
Well, for the public, our message is uniform for most of these major emergencies. Please follow any directions you get from fire or law enforcement. Feel free to obviously follow via news and social media as it becomes available. But our biggest request is the go part of our Ready, Set, Go program. So we have a campaign called Ready, Set, Go, where we ask people to always be prepared for major emergencies. When the time comes to evacuate, get ready, and when the time comes to leave, just do it quickly, safely, and efficiently so we can get in there and do our work. So that's the same for this fire as well.
And do you have an update, Captain, on the acreage?
I do not have an update at this time. I hope to have that update in about 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay, sounds to me like you're getting some information together for all of us. We appreciate that. At this hour, is there an immediate concern at this hour as this fire has really grown just a bit with the winds and the smoke we see getting close to homes?
Well, unfortunately, not being up there where the homes are currently, I can't speak to the first-hand information. However, I can assure you that our firefighters, again, with the life and property being our first two priorities in any vegetation fire. We have a heavy response there just for that reason. So again, we just ask that everybody follows the direction of law enforcement and fire officials as well, and we'll be there for you.
All right, Captain Sean Doran with the OC Fire Authority, thank you so much for your time, and please check back with us to update the public as we have a live look at these flames and that smoke. It's ferocious out there. Thank you so much, Captain.
Thank you for your time and your help. Have a great day.
Yeah, thank you. We just appreciate how much they're really working to get us the accurate information as this is fast-moving and developing. I'm Rick Dickert. Even since we've come on the air, it has changed in nature.
Yeah, and what I am seeing, cautiously, I'm optimistic in seeing these pictures because I know that firefighters are using those roads. With our extreme nav system, we showed you those roads. So if you're watching from a different location out of harm's way, we're going to give you the best idea of where these flames are. But during this time, this is when the winds are strongest, but within the next hour or two, the wind should start backing off. And the captain mentioned the ready, the set, the go program. It's so important that you, if you're in that urban wildland interface area, you adhere to that. And the 5 Ps, as we always talk about, if you are in one of those areas. People, first and foremost, get yourself and your family out of harm's way. Prescriptions, make sure that you have those ready to go because this is a situation that evolves so rapidly, so quickly. You have to make sure that all those things are in order within a moment's notice so that you can grab them and go. Ready, set, go. Papers, important documents, hard copies and or electronic copies saved on external hard drives. Personal needs such as clothes, food, water, a first aid kit, and priceless items like pictures, things that can't be replaced. Make sure you have them, the 5 Ps, ready, set, go, as we enter this long, hot, dry summer here in Southern California when the fire season really heightens. It's year-round, yes. We can see some of the most destructive fires in November and December, even into the wintertime. We've seen that here in Southern California as you continue to see the winds really howl. Those onshore winds blowing out of the west and southwest towards the inland spots, up the hill there. They're dropping the fog check. The water drops. They're trying to save those homes, and we don't have a really good view of that one neighborhood that we were really watching because of the smoke. But we are hearing across most of Orange County, at least inland from there, that ash and debris is falling on those neighborhoods because of this fire. And this fire is being seen from space as well, from our GOES satellite. And look at that home right there, and you can see the charred hillside there. That defensible space, though, so important.
The Orange County Sheriff's Department, Laguna Hills branch, putting out the call for communities near Pacific Island Drive and Coronado Point to evacuate because of this coastal fire. Voluntary evacuations in place, as we've been showing you there on the screen, for Balboa Nyes neighborhood. In the Portofino neighborhood, as it's also known as, in Aliso Canyon. So there are several impacted communities tonight as we approach the official 5 o'clock hour. For the Fox 11 News at 5 o'clock, we've been keeping an eye and covering this brush fire that broke out more than 2 hours ago at 2:44 to be precise.
That house looks okay though, right, Marla?
Oh my goodness, that's the house, right?
Yeah, it looks like it's okay.
Wow.
All that vegetation burned up the hill there. It essentially devoured all of that brush, that chaparral there. But the house itself looked pretty much intact.
Well, yeah, it was so hard to tell because you saw the smoke overwhelm the house. You didn't know flames were with it there. That would be amazing when all this clears to see that home still standing. If you're those homeowners, you've got to be watching this and be feeling so nervous.
Like I said just a short time ago, I'm cautiously optimistic. Firefighters are doing exactly what they're trained to do here to make sure that those homes are protected. Those ground crews there. And I'll tell you what, as so far, we haven't heard of any homes lost, but we're still waiting to hear from the crews on the ground there. And you could see that technology that we have, the hillside there that has burned without the smoke. But right now we're seeing a lot more in the way of white smoke here as we transition to the 5 o'clock hour here. We're going to continue to watch this fire emergency burning in Orange County in the hills above Laguna Beach.
Okay, and here at Live Now from Fox, we are at the top of the 5 o'clock hour, like our affiliate there in Los Angeles, Fox 11, as we continue to monitor what's now being called the coastal fire. We didn't get much news on the number of acres so far that have burned. Hopefully we'll get an update very, very soon. We're going to continue, though, listening in to Fox 11's coverage of this fire as evacuations are underway, and then go on to some more of these top stories on this Wednesday afternoon.
That came in around 3:30 in the afternoon, so we are waiting for an acreage update as we have seen this fire advance just in our time on the air this afternoon.
And we are getting updated information. It has now grown to 30 acres. Orange County Fire Authority letting us know that it is now up to 30 acres. But we do want to show you the scene earlier. It shows some huge flames and heavy smoke. Take a look at this. Authorities say the fire moving uphill very quickly, helped by dry brush and ocean winds, as we've been hearing from meteorologist Rick Dickert. Of course, we're reporting on the evacuations that are underway. Several water-dropping helicopters are also battling the flames.
You know, Marla, we were covering this live here. We were watching scenes like this where those flames were oh so close to this one home specifically. And as those flames burned near that home, you wondered if this home would survive. The smoke then overtook the shot. We couldn't see any further then as smoke just overwhelmed that area. But you can see there is that brush clearance. And Rick Dickert, as we watched this fire here, it seemed that that home might still be standing.
Yeah, there's a lot of vegetation around those homes, and that's what's problematic here for firefighters. And they tell people in these areas, these urban wildland interface areas. And essentially what that means, not to be too technical, is that there's a lot of brush, all that vegetation that it's indigenous to Southern California, whether it be chaparral, the grasses, right? Oh wow, there's a house right there. That's our first picture there of a home that is burning.
And to be clear, this currently is a live picture. Is that right?
On the left, there's a live.
Yeah, that was a live shot there. Aliso Summit Trail and Vista Court there. A very nice home there, a multi-story home, and we're working on the picture there that was burning. You could see the rooftop there.
There we go. So look at that shot there now. The smoke is really obscuring our shot there, but we are watching for the first time a home that is in flames here in the Laguna Niguel, Aliso Canyon area. This is the heartbreaking scene we did not want to see, with those fixed-wing planes dropping the Phosgene, the helicopters dropping the water, the firefighters there on the ground, the evacuations. And Rick Dickert, as you look at this, you feel the heartbreak.
Oh yeah, and I know that firefighters are doing whatever they can to get on this neighborhood, to encompass this neighborhood, and to protect those homes, and even protect the house that we are seeing burning. You could see adjacent to that house as well, there could be some fire action. Those palm trees are really blowing there. Those are very strong. Again, these are not Santa Ana winds. It's not 90 degrees with single-digit relative humidities. These are winds that are coming off of the ocean, out of the west and southwest, blowing towards the east and northeast, uphill there. Fire charges uphill much quicker than it does downhill, and that's exactly what we've seen this afternoon. That facility there has been saved for the most part. You can see the ground crews there. All they're trying to do is get that containment, get that line around this fire, starve it from the fuel, heat, and oxygen that it needs to continue to grow, and they're doing the best they can. They know that uphill, upwind of that location right there is the hot spots. Those homes that we saw at the ridge there, with one at least burning there, those are the areas that they're throwing as much as they can in terms of the resources down below to save those homes. First and foremost, get those people out of the way, protect lives, and then protect the property.
And we're seeing an emergency vehicle.
Okay, and we were going to continue listening into Fox 11's coverage. We have a few more stories that we want to get in very quickly here, then head out back to them as we continue to monitor what's known as the coastal fire there in Laguna Niguel, as we just saw the first structure in flames, one of those homes that was in harm's way. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We have a few Live Now looks. This one out of Capitol Hill at the moment. All eyes, though, are on still the border crisis. We heard from House Republicans today about what they want the Biden administration to do, because more than 1 million undocumented migrants crossed the Mexico border into the U.S. in 2022. That's according to new numbers from Customs Border Protection, and the Department of Homeland Security expects an increase if Title 42 ends this month. Now, we've been talking about Title 42. It's that COVID public health order that lets the United States turn away migrants who were seeking asylum. It's been in place for about 2 years since the pandemic began. It's set to expire in 2 weeks, though, on May the 23rd. Fox's Caroline Elliott joining me live from the southern border at the border wall there in McAllen, Texas, with the latest to preview the end of Title 42. Caroline, what are people on the ground there saying? Are they concerned?
Well, Andrew, there are a lot of concerns here on the ground from people who live in this border towns, but there are also a lot of concerns at the Capitol as well. In recent hearings from the Department of Homeland Security, they addressed this reality that more people would be crossing this border if Title 42 comes to an end. And now John Gyron, a former senior ICE attorney, is addressing those concerns and questioning if the U.S. could handle the surge.
It will definitely overwhelm an already overtaxed system within the country. I know the government is expecting huge numbers because they have sent a lot of interior enforcement agents, so ICE agents who are here locally across the country are being sent to the southern border to help with the processing.
Former ICE senior attorney John Gyron warns ICE may struggle to manage the spike in migrants expected, as ICE reports recent processing delays and long lines outside facilities across Florida.
The ICE office here in Orlando, along with many other ICE offices across the state of Florida and some across the country, are facing really huge lines outside every day for people coming to check in.
Gyron is now an immigration attorney in Orlando. He says most of the crowds outside ICE offices are undocumented migrants who recently crossed the U.S. border.
So there is a direct correlation to the border and the numbers who are coming across the border, the people who are coming into the United States right now. So that's what's causing a lot of the backlog. It's not just the delays from COVID. It's not just that the office has been closed for 2 years. It is a large influx of people who are coming from the southern border seeking refuge in the U.S.
Department of Homeland Security projections estimate up to 18,000 migrants could cross the border each day after Title 42 ends. But the Biden administration says it's ready.
We inherited a broken and dismantled system that is already under strain. It is not built to manage the current levels and types of migratory flows. Only Congress can fix this.
And that attorney, John Gyron, works with undocumented migrants across Florida, and he says the vast majority are here to escape dangerous countries. He also says it's important to establish a system in place to be able to process these migrants quickly as they wait for their court date. Andrew.
You know, Caroline, you've been at the border several times in the last few weeks, and we know Title 42 is kind of working its way through the courts. There's been some temporary stays in order to kind of see where this is going to go. There's been reports that even the Biden administration might reconsider ending it on May the 23rd. What are residents saying, though? Have you spoken to some of them? Do they think this is going to end on May the 23rd?
There's a lot of uncertainty right now, Andrew. Obviously, this hearing begins on Friday, but ahead of that hearing, a lot of residents here, even some lawmakers in this town, they're inviting the Biden administration to come to these border towns, to come to McAllen, where they're #1 for apprehensions in the entire nation, and see the issue for themselves before any decision is made. Andrew.
All right, Caroline Elliott with the latest at the southern border. We'll talk to you again, Caroline. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, but we want to move on and get back to coverage out of Los Angeles as they continue to give us updates on what is now known as the coastal fire. Let's head back out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles.
Try to fend off if there was a fire, but multiple homes now burning here in this neighborhood above the hills, above Laguna Beach, being driven. This fire, wind is king, blowing out of the west to southwest, blowing towards the east and northeast. Strong onshore winds. Temperatures aren't hot. They're in the 60s. Humidity values aren't low. This is not a red flag condition. There are no wind advisories in effect, but we're still seeing this fire disaster here burn in Orange County.
It really is a disaster, becoming so just minutes ago. You do see firefighters there on the scene there, Rick, on the ground. You see those fire hoses going right now. Of course, protection of life is the number one priority. So assuming that there have been evacuations already.
That's number one. They want to clear everybody out of this neighborhood, make sure everybody is out of harm's way. As you saw that fixed wing rip by there, you could see a firefighter on the ground there around the periphery of that home that is burning here. This multi-story, very wealthy neighborhood here in Orange County above Laguna Beach, burning from this fire. The ignition, what caused it, we don't know. But we do know that the atmospheric conditions, the weather conditions, allowed this fire to spread rapidly up the hill into this area. And what we're doing and what we're showing right now is the firefight to make sure that firefighters are in the position to protect the homes that have not burned yet. But we have at least, I've counted at least 3, perhaps 4 homes that have significant fire damage, and that number may increase here as we watch these pictures.
And you mentioned, Rick, that not even red flag warnings are in effect today.
No, that's exactly right. And again, this is not a Santa Ana wind condition. This isn't what we see in November and December when we've seen some of the most destructive wildfires here in Southern California. That's when the winds are blowing 40, 50 miles an hour out of the northeast, blowing from the land towards the sea. These winds are blowing from the ocean inland. They're moisture laden. Temperatures are relatively mild to cool in the 60s right now, but it doesn't matter. Wind is king. Wind allows a fire to spread, and that's what we've seen here as we watch another rooftop here of one of these homes burn.
Well, you know, I just think of these homeowners, Rick. We've been through so much with the COVID pandemic times, and then you think of fire and possibly people completely losing their homes. I do think if you live in these areas, in these wilderness areas, you always know that fire is a concern. We've seen massive fires in Laguna before. This is not our first Laguna fire.
That's right. We've seen very destructive fires. This area is very vulnerable to wildland fires here because of the nature of the geography, the geology, the hillsides there that are peppered with the brushes, the chaparral, the yucca plants that, again, are the indigenous vegetation. The palm trees are not. Those have been brought in by landscapers there. But when you put a palm tree or any other type of vegetation up along the periphery of your home, then you're going to be more vulnerable. An ember will catch that brush on fire, that palm tree on fire, and they act like candlesticks. They light up, and then they get up against the rooftops of these homes. We talk about ember intrusion, where a flame of some sort, an ember, gets caught up underneath that eave of that house and lights it off. Even though these rooftops, as you can see, most of them they're not the old wood shake, old school rooftops. These are rooftops that should fend off fire. Not the situation here. Firefighters, though, you can see more arriving on the scene here. We call it boots on the ground there, trying to do what they can to save that house, whatever is salvageable.
Work.
Yeah, these firefighters, first responders here, it's a delicate situation. They train for this. They know these areas that are vulnerable. You could see all the smoke illuminating from there's another. This is at least a half a dozen homes, perhaps more now.
That is heartbreaking. We have a crew on the ground. Joab Perez, one of our photographers, is there on the ground and has some video, can describe what he's seeing there. Joab, first off, can you give us a perspective from where you're at?
Hey, Christine. Yes, I can. I arrived just about 2 or so minutes ago. When I arrived, there was, I believe, sheriff deputies here telling residents to leave immediately. They say it's not worth your life. People were quickly packing up their vehicles and leaving, and these deputies are going down these streets in this neighborhood telling people to get what they need and leave as quickly as they can. It is very windy out here, as Rick was saying. It's just a lot of smoke in the area, and you could tell that there's definitely areas where these embers are getting picked up to. So that's a little bit of what I'm seeing in this area. I'm at the top of this hill here is where I believe there's more homes that are closer to where this fire is. I was making my way up to there, and as I can, I'll move my way up there to get more pictures.
Yeah, Joab, it's Marla here. Please, of course, stay safe. It looks like you are down from the top of the Aliso Summit Trail, where we do have Skyfox bringing us live pictures of these massive homes that are on fire. So from your perspective in this neighborhood, do you know the name of this neighborhood? Are you just down from that? And are roads closed? Can people actually get out right now?
Yes, roads are open. The neighborhood I am at I am actually quite close to that park. Roads are open. There were a few people when I was driving up here speeding. I'm assuming they're trying to make it to their properties perhaps. So there was a little bit of sense of people on the way over here in a bit of a panic, perhaps trying to get to their properties. I could imagine, and I could imagine I can imagine the concern for them. Luckily, the roads are open. They are quite clear at the moment. So for those that are trying to come, I can understand. But from what I'm seeing here in the streets, police are going around urging people to leave and leave as quickly as possible. So maybe for those, maybe consider that. Yeah. That if you're going to try to come up here, perhaps the risk is you're going to get, you would not want to be in this area when these high winds turn on you, and if your home's possibly in one of those areas, you do not want to be caught up in a situation like that.
Yeah, Joe, we appreciate the work that you're doing there to try to get us some coverage of what's happening there.
If we could take Skyfox full, just to show the enormity of this, because we are seeing multiple homes burning right now, and this really gives the perspective. That house now a total loss, Marla and Christine, and this is what we feared. And at first, it looked like perhaps that firefighters were really starting to slightly gain the upper hand as that fire ripped up the hillside there. And when I talk about how the erratic nature of fire, it really does move at a speed 5 times faster up the hill, up the slope there, because the fire and the heat rises and essentially dries out the atmosphere there and creates a situation where the fire wants to push up towards that area that is superheated. And that's what we've seen here right up against that hillside. That is the classic urban wildland interface there. Even though the brush clearance has occurred there, even though homeowners did whatever they could, firefighters during the time of year when it's moist and it's raining, saying, hey, let's make sure that all that brush is cleared away in case something like this happens. And we are now seeing multiple homes here in this high-end neighborhood in the hills above Laguna Beach burn. There's no red flag warnings in effect in this area. There are no wind advisories in effect. These are cool onshore winds that are blowing off of the ocean out of the west and southwest at high velocities. The fire in itself is creating its own weather storm, and that heat rises. Air from the surrounding area rushes in to replace it, increasing those wind velocities even more. This is a horrible situation here, obviously, as we watch this from our Skyfox, from our Extreme Nav system here. This is a multi-agency fire emergency. Firefighters from all over, and you can see it. You can see our Extreme Nav there. These are the streets that are under the gun right now.
Yeah, and of course, this is one of the neighborhoods that is under a mandatory evacuation. But a reminder, there are voluntary evacuation orders in effect for the Balboa Nyes and Moulton Meadows neighborhoods nearby, where these flames are now engulfing several ridgetop homes here. This is the top with our Extreme Nav. You can see that the Aliso Summit Trail, that is where these homes are. And several, Rick, at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's interesting how some homes are okay right now, but you know how it just takes one ember and those strong winds, and the worst could happen.
It hopscotches, the fire does, and it's random. And you're exactly right, Marla, Christine. You'll see a situation where an ember will land on one home, skip another home, you'll see 3 or 4 homes in around a neighborhood that have burned, and another sole house that is saved. And that is just by chance, by luck there. But you could see that hillside, there isn't much more vegetation to burn just below those streets. But now we are fighting an urban fire. We're fighting, these are homes that are burning just, hey, there's a house fire in South LA. We're over that right now. We're covering that. Now we're covering a number of individual home fires, and not just a wildland fire, how this fire started. And we don't know how this fire started. We know that there was an ignition. Something started the fire. Something started that spark, that immediate spark there, and the wind took it off and spread it into this neighborhood, and now we are seeing these homes burn.
Rick, can you tell if you look there, we see the fire there at Aliso Summit Trail. We were given the street La View above it as well. Are there homes on fire like several back?
Yeah, it's difficult to see, but definitely Aliso Summit Trail. Those are the houses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses burning there. That's the one house we've watched. But you could see that's a hose line. There are ground crews there trying to do whatever they can and putting water on the house adjacent to the right of that house that is fully involved there to protect that home, to try to save that home. They're going to try to do whatever they can to save what's left of the home that's burning on the center of your screen on Aliso Summit Trail there. But what they also want to do is try to protect the homes adjacent to the ones that are burning at this time.
Rick, take a look of our split screen right now. Joab Perez, our videographer who we were just with live, his camera is now, there were no flames in sight, and now there are on the side of the road there, down from, of course, the top of Aliso Summit Trail.
Yeah, and what I'm not seeing is a lot of water resources from the air right now. I saw that earlier. I'm not seeing any water dropping helicopters, not saying that they're up there, but what they do have to do is they have to refuel at times. They have to get that water. They have to get the resource in the belly of the helicopters to make those drops. But at this point, I'm not seeing a lot of that. We saw the Phos-Check drops. Those are the tankers. Those are the fixed wings. There's one right there that will drop that Phos-Check, that pink reddish film there, to prevent the fire from spreading to adjacent areas. It's part of the containment line. But now we're battling an urban fire here. This is a wildland fire at first. Now it's an urban fire with multiple homes burning. Just like I said, if we get a wind of a fire, a structure fire in the valley or in the Inland Empire, and we cover each individual ones, but now we're seeing multiple homes here burn because of that wildland fire. Ground crews are there. You can see the hose line there. That is Aliso Summit Trail. We have our Extreme Nav system. Skyfox is on this for you. We're going to continue to get you updated. But once again, very important, I'm keeping track of the weather conditions here. No red flag warnings, no wind advisories for this portion of Orange County here, but it doesn't mean strong winds. We haven't met that criteria of wind and humidity. Bottom line, wow, look at that.
Let's go full on this shot here. You can see firefighters there trying to tackle yet another home.
Hook and ladder.
We are seeing on fire. And what a huge home this is, and how fast that fire just devours these large properties.
Vista Court.
Vista Court. Okay, so it's moving around this Aliso Summit Trail area from where the initial fire was. How heartbreaking for all of the residents on this street, in this neighborhood, to watch either their own home or their neighbor's home here on fire, as it kind of hopscotching.
It really is, and it's random. As I mentioned, Christine, Marla, we'll see that happen with these fires, that start as wildland fires, and the embers with those strong winds can travel a mile or more, get caught up underneath the eaves. We call it ember intrusion, and catch the rooftops of these homes on fire and burn them. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, a half a dozen homes. Just that home is a total loss. They're center of your screen, and the one adjacent to it on the right doesn't look much better.
Yeah, and you mentioned the air resources that we have seen sporadically throughout. Certainly they need as much help as they can possibly get. These firefighters out there, again, multi-agency response. They're going to need more help given how quickly this is just hammering this particular neighborhood.
I wouldn't be surprised if LA County Fire has been called out. The helicopters from their crew, just to provide as much support, as much in the way of resources that's needed here. And again, this changes the firefight in that now you're battling individual home fires. It's not a wildland fire where you drop Fosjack and you try to get that line, that surrounding zone around that wildfire. Now you're dealing with a neighborhood fire, house by house, that is burning.
So the big picture you have there on your screen is live from our photographer there on the ground, Joab Perez. When we first were with you, we didn't see flames. Now we see flames, and it looks darker out there. Talk about conditions.
Yes. Are you able to hear me well, Christy?
We can hear you. Talk loud.
All right. I'm going to try to talk as loud as I can here. I just came literally across the street from where I was before, and I caught these flames. As you can see here, I'm at a Montian clubhouse. And now you see there's a fire engine just passing this area. And I tell you what, there is a lot of smoke here. There are a lot of ash and embers flying all around. And I don't know if you can make it out, but over here, just on top of this hill, there are lots and lots of homes. And maybe you can see them, the smoke here.
Yeah,
some of these flames are just inching their way up towards these properties. So, as Rick was saying, there's a lot of properties up here, a lot of brush for these fires to meet these properties. So there's still a lot of concern, I believe, up in these neighborhoods.
We can only hope that those homeowners have been able to evacuate safely, given how close those flames are. Joab, thank you for your perspective, and please stay safe as you're bringing us these live pictures of these flames that are literally jumping from ridge to ridge and from home to home. Rick, you bring up a good point about the fact that this is not a wildland fire, and the strategy around it is much different. They don't do the containment lines.
If you just saw this picture, you would say, wow, there's a huge structure here, a huge home that's burning. It's the result of that wildland fire. But you're exactly right, Marla, in that this has turned into a house-by-house firefight. So the way that they battle these fires is going to change. The bottom line is still, first and foremost, they want to make sure everybody is out of harm's way. It's so typical of us and our human nature that we want to stay close to our home. We don't want to leave our home behind. We don't want to leave all our belongings. That's somebody's wealth and all that they've achieved, and to leave that knowing that they're going to be in a vulnerable position, that house, is a very difficult thing to do. But what firefighters want to do is make sure that people get out of harm's way, because that's going to create a harder situation for those firefighters to do what they need to do. Clear everybody out of there, make sure everybody's safe, and then what they're going to do is try to save as much of the property and the structures that are possible, and that's what they're doing now. And unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of homes well involved. How many bedrooms does that home have right there?
At least 10.
I mean, it's a huge
massive
home, and this is a very affluent area of Orange County, in the hills above Laguna Beach, and this house likely will be completely destroyed. And we're seeing at least a half a dozen, if not more, as we widen out, giving you the perspective there. And the fire burned up that hillside. And the hill isn't burning anymore. You can see just white smoke lofting over the area. But now those homes have been engaged with the embers, with that fire being driven by the winds. Firefighters there trying to even create that perimeter or that boundary around these homes to prevent the fire from spreading and burning more homes. Get people out of harm's way. Try to protect what is already burning, salvage whatever they can, or the homes adjacent to, by wetting down the rooftops. But the bottom line is, if you're ever in this situation, please, as hard as it is, get out of harm's way. Try to get away from this area so that the firefighters can get in there with their crews on the ground to protect those structures, because there's many homes that are burning. There's another one, likely a full-on loss, second floor, roof is burning there. If you live in that urban wildland interface area, you know, ready, set, go. Get those 5 Ps together, the prescriptions, people, pets, all of that you need to get out of your home in a very quick moment, because you are in an area that is vulnerable for situations like this. No wind advisories, No red flag warnings, but very strong onshore winds blowing off the coast out of the west to southwest, gusts in excess of 30 miles an hour. The winds will continue at that velocity for another hour or so before they start to abate.
And just heartbreaking to watch that home go before our very eyes. So what's it like in the area, the surrounding areas, on the ground there in Orange County? We have our producer from our morning show, Good Day Light, Michelle Palfrey, on the phone with us. Michelle, tell us where you're at and what you're seeing.
Hi, Christine and Marla. I am currently on PCH, Pacific Coast Highway in Newport Beach. I was with Alex today filming interviews with Bob Costas when we noticed the wind just almost took our C-stands away. Rudy and Sam, our photographers, had to really grab them and hold on to them. And as we were leaving, I turned out of Pelican Hill where we were filming and noticed just the plume of smoke. So what I'm trying to do is get to a location where I can show you from the coast how it is literally taken over the entire skyline from Pacific Coast Highway. And oddly enough, to what Rick was just saying, as I'm driving down PCH, there's dozens of kite surfers out in the ocean taking advantage of this wind. So it's a crazy juxtaposition down here in Newport Beach, that's for sure.
Well, Michelle, obviously stay safe as you're driving. Thank you so much for your perspective. What is it like on the ground right now? I mean, we talked to somebody who lives nearby and just described seeing people crying in their vehicles, given the urgency of the situation.
I'm on Pacific Coast Highway. What I'm thinking is heading into the evacuation area to see if I can get some more perspective like that. Because right now where I am, it's relatively calm, but I'm heading towards it. So all I can tell you, though, is everybody was talking today about how absolutely incredibly crazy the winds were. And it was almost as if it was unexpected when we were doing our shoot earlier today. So I will hopefully have some more information for you and some visuals for you shortly.
Well, we appreciate you getting what you can there in Orange County and noting that our co-anchor Alex Michelson has been on assignment all day and is supposed to be as well tonight. Marla Tejas here joining us on the 5 o'clock newscast as we cover this fire. Michelle, you know, Orange County, we've had fires in Laguna before. Do you recall? I'm sure some of them we've covered. Okay, we've lost Michelle, but we'll continue to bring you coverage here.
That was a good shot there, showing that Erickson air crane helicopter, because we want those aerial resources there. Christine, Marla, everybody at home, as we watch multiple homes here burn in the hills above Laguna Beach. A wildfire that started downwind of that area and charged up that hillside there and engaged with that one main street there. And now we're watching firefighters battle house by house, trying to protect the homes that aren't burning, trying to save what they can from the houses that are burning, making sure that that vegetation there, the chaparral, the brushes downwind of that has been extinguished as well. You could see that area, bottom of your screen there. That's the defensible space. These areas do have that green area there. They put that in place to try to prevent this. And this home right here, it's massive.
It's massive. These multi-million-dollar homes atop the Aliso Summit Trail here, and that's what you're looking live at. Skyfox has been up and over this particular area. This neighborhood hit the hardest that we've seen so far. We've seen just below the homes, though, that those embers have captured some of the wildlife down there. Not the wildlife, pardon me, the vegetation down below. Other homes, of course, below the ridge are now being threatened. There are voluntary evacuations in place for neighboring neighborhoods, of course. And as we look at this, the ridgetop, Rick, this is amazing to see how it is literally hopscotching these homes.
Right up against the hillside there. And now what firefighters are going to have to deal with these individual massive homes that are burning, you could see that the wind is still blowing. You could see the horizontal nature of the smoke and the loom up there. All of those embers are traveling in a direction towards other homes and may get caught up. An ember may get caught up in another eave of another home and start to engage with that house. So firefighters, in their mindset, they know how this system works. What they're going to do is they're going to position in a way, it's a battle. It really is a battle. They're going to position themselves downwind, so to speak, meaning downwind the area that has not burned yet, that is being forced by the wind and those embers to protect those homes. And we don't even have an official count on how many homes have burned. The acreage is irrelevant. We could say 30 or 40 acres. Bottom line is there's multiple massive homes. Anybody's home that burns is a loss for firefighters. You could see water being dumped on this house as well. Hook and ladder trucks there. We saw the Erickson air crane helicopter. That helicopter is equipped specially to get 2,650 gallons of water and drop it. A lot of times you're not going to see that water being dropped on the home itself because of the weight of the water could literally like destroy the rooftops. That's why you don't see that a lot. You'll see the water being dropped on the periphery of homes or neighborhoods. But this is a fire emergency. And again, people, this is not a Santa Ana wind episode. This is not a hot, dry wind blowing from the desert. This isn't a situation where it's 90 degrees and the humidity values are low. This is a cool onshore wind blowing. And those onshore winds, and they were in the forecast. I talked about it last night. Strong winds along the coast, in the deserts and mountains. This time of year, the deserts heat up. Indio, Palm Springs, Rancho Mirage. You're talking about temperatures in the 90s, even triple digits. That hot air rises. We call it a thermal low. Low atmospheric pressure. Cool, moist Pacific air rushes inland to replace it. That's our sea breeze, and that's when the winds are strongest during this time of day.
We want to jump in here. This is our photographer live on the ground. Joab, can you jump in here and tell us what we're seeing?
Yes, there's a few engines, around 2 engines up here. Look at this home. This is just really sad to see. It's caved in already. You can see here on the backside where the chimney area is, it's all caved in.
And have you seen...
You can see some flames coming out of there.
And is the thought that the poor homeowner was able to get out in time?
I'm just getting to this location. I do not aware of that. I have not seen any people other than people in their vehicles leaving in the property, so I would hope that this homeowner evacuated along with others. But as of that, I have not heard exactly if this homeowner evacuated.
Well, that is the right thing to do, to think of family and safety first. All right, so Joe, we see firefighters there on the scene. We can see the water there coming at that structure. Talk about the response you're seeing with the fire department as best you can there.
Yes, I can. I can tell you there are lots of, I'm moving out of the way here for a truck that's moving. There's a lot of trucks out here, a lot of people, a lot of fire just really stepping up, I could just see that they're really trying to protect, first of all, trying to get people out of their homes. And then secondly, they are really trying to take care of these homes. And you can tell that the best of their ability, they're hitting homes like this. They're moving from house to house, trying to water it down, trying to keep the roofs wet. You can tell really that they're just trying the best they can to get all these homes. Look at this. They're really just trying to get as much as they can, these roofs dry. I mean wet, those that are dry, trying to make sure that the embers don't fly over from roof to roof and cause multiple home damages. So I could just say that the firefighter out here is really doing the best they can to protect property.
Now, Joab, do you happen to know your exact location, what street you're on? And also, are there other homes within your view that are also on fire?
From my view, I did not see any others. Down the hill from where I was, though, that's where I saw a little bit of flames coming uphill, and there are several properties up in this area. So this is the only one I've seen, but there is definitely a lot of potential for many of these homes maybe to catch an ember. So that's why it's really important for fire to be hitting up as many properties as they can, get water on them, and prevent the spread of this fire to multiple properties.
As we watch those firefighters...
Where my location is, I am on, I believe, LaView. I believe LaView, I'm up here and around LaView and Clubhouse.
LaView and Clubhouse. So then, are you near the top of the summit there?
I mean, let's say over here in the other area, I got some water on me from the, let me wipe this down here. got some water sprayed on me from fire hitting up this home here with some up a bit this way here is a gated community, and then you get to the top of the summit a little bit off that way. So I am quite near. Maybe I will begin to move my way little by little towards that area. But just on the way, I'm just seeing things like this, and it's really sad to see.
Yeah. So we had heard that there were homes that had burned on LaView at 3300 block of LaView near the Aliso Summit Trail. The shots we had been showing you through much of our coverage were actually Aliso Summit Trail. So now we are seeing from the ground here, LaView. Joab, firefighters are trying to put the fire out on this one house. What about the structures next to it? Any fire spread there?
I can show you some of these other properties. They look okay. They look like there's definitely a lot of smoke and embers still kicking around, but as of now, and occasionally you'll see a bush on fire. Maybe you'll see one of these palms on fire here. As you can see, you'll get smoke coming from some of these palms here. But I've not, at least from my vantage point, seen other properties on this street. I will make my way down this street and check the other properties. But as of now, they look to be okay.
The winds, though. The winds are whipping, and the emergency crews, obviously, that we saw that one truck there. Are they just sporadically placed, strategically placed in these neighborhoods? Is that what you've been seeing as you make your way?
Yeah, so what I'll see is kind of where the heavy smoke is. I'll definitely see more activity as far as fire goes. And I'll see the fire dedicated to the heavy smoked areas, and the areas that are a little bit further from that, that's where I'll see deputies and law enforcement urging people just to flee this area as quickly as they can. So there's definitely fire and law enforcement just really trying to get people out of here. Fire trying to get the water on the homes, and law enforcement urging people just to get what they can as fast as they can and to leave these areas.
Joab, so many times we cover fires and residents don't want to leave. They stay there with their garden hose and try to fight the fire. I haven't seen any residents in our shots here on the ground. Are you seeing firefighters talking to people here? Or are they in their cars on their way out? Have you seen anybody there walking around the neighborhood that looks like they live there?
When I first got here, that first shot I showed you down the hill, when I got here initially, unfortunately I wasn't have a picture up in time to show you, but there was law enforcement getting one resident telling them, hurry, hurry. You know, the whole time they were trying to pack up, and you'll say, it's not worth it, get out of here. You know, basically urging as much as he can one resident to leave, and that resident did leave. So as far as cooperation, I do want to say that I haven't seen that many people, so they must be responding to the situation and leaving. So to answer that question, you're right, I haven't seen that many people trying to stay in their properties up here. What I did notice, though, is, as I said earlier, down the street, when I was on my way up here, I did notice several people panic driving, perhaps I assume wanting to check up on their properties. I did notice that. Not people in this neighborhood, perhaps they're checking on the properties elsewhere, but I did notice several vehicles, just, you know, you could see panic on the faces that people were driving by, perhaps really worried if their property was in the line of fire.
Yeah, and we know that, Joab, this is a multi-agency response, and, you know, whether that's Laguna Beach Fire that is right there trying to save what they can of this property, or Orange County Fire Authority. These crews certainly have their work cut out for them, given the winds, given the hopscotch nature of these flames on this. Now we're 5:45, so now this firefight has been underway for officially 3 hours. And as meteorologist Rick Dickert was pointing out, that it does not. Go ahead, Joab.
Oh, I'm just saying that it's one of the things I got to watch here, as you're saying, with the wind shifting. I was so preoccupied in showing the property here the firefighters working on that I didn't see just behind me. The embers had kicked up and started to brush here. So, and look at, now that I'm talking about it, just up the street here, we have another property behind me that has caught fire. So this is still very much a fluid situation. There's just a lot of wind, very unpredictable, and you know, I just got to be a little bit cautious. These winds are just very, very high, and there's just lots of embers.
Well, Job, as you know, it is safety first for you and our reporters as well. You as a photographer for Fox 11, as you know, safety first. I find some comfort that you are there with firefighters right there with you. So hopefully you can, get good guidance from them and their perspective. We should note that LaView is 2 streets over from the Aliso Canyon where the fire started. 2 streets over where you have these fires now burning. And Job, you say a second home is now burning?
Thank you. Yes, just completely. I'm probably going to go up there. I don't know if you can really capture this on camera because of the smoke, but this property behind me is just scorching right now. I'll probably make my way up when I can. But so I'm saying, one moment I'm looking one day down the street, and then the next moment I'll have something erupt right behind me. So just to give you an idea of the nature of the winds out here and of the conditions, how quickly they change, it is very, very, very fluid, very, very quickly changing.
Joab, you've certainly covered plenty of wildfires here at Fox 11. How does this one compare as you are now literally in the midst of this firefight?
Absolutely. Definitely, we've been through many very fires throughout previous years. I don't think I've ever been this close up to a fire before. I wasn't expecting to stumble upon this. Literally, from my first shot where I was having sheriffs telling, or deputies telling people to flee, to coming down another street and just seeing large flames like this, I can really say I've really not been this close to fires. I do feel comfort that right next to me I do have fire next to me here, but not even myself, people who are worried about the properties, we're not immune to these types of changing conditions. You don't come out here and think that you could be looking one way and the next moment all of a sudden the structure could just burst into flames behind you. I could say that bit of it is just a little bit I'm trying to find words to say it. It's a little bit frightening, I guess, in a way. Sure. These flames just have this nature has a will of its own, and when you're out here, you just realize how much at mercy you are to the conditions, to the winds, to the dry brush, and you just really, it just makes you realize how quickly things could change in a heartbeat.
Well, it's a reminder of the dangerous conditions for everybody involved trying to cover and fight this fire. Joab, for your own family who may be watching, could you show them the fire personnel that are working there so we can let your own family know that you are there, right there with firefighters as they are doing their job? And for them as well, it is safety first, and they have to come home to their families as well. So these firefighters are going to be in a situation where they know they can be safe enough to do this job and fight this fire and evacuate themselves if they need to. But seeing this fire truck, seeing those fire crews still working with their hoses gives me some comfort for your family that you're in a safe enough place at this moment in time, and safety first for yourself. But it's an example, Joab, that for crews there working on the ground, it is a dangerous job. But let's take a look here at this wide shot. Bring back Rick Dickert here. So, Rick, we're hearing the fire's now 150 acres, no containment.
Yeah, that's right. And the containment is the line, the surrounding line around the fire to prevent it from spreading, preventing it from essentially getting more fuel, heat, and oxygen to grow. This is now an urban fire in which we have multiple homes that are burning. The wildland area on the lower left corner of your screen has already burned. You could see that fire break that fire road there. That did not prevent that fire from spreading and burning these homes. And we look at this disaster, but this area has been prone to fires. And I'm reminiscent of a fire that burned just under 30 years ago, back in 1993, driven by Santa Ana winds. Unlike this one, once again, these are onshore cool ocean winds that are fanning this fire. The Santa Ana winds come from the northeast and blow towards the coast, and we see temperatures of 90 degrees or higher and low relative humidities. In October of 1993, this area burned, and we're talking about 350 plus homes, resulting in property loss of over $500 million. And this is going to be a situation in which we see, when we really look at the damage to these homes, a similar scenario in terms of the dollar loss. You could see the ground crews there trying to do whatever they can to salvage the homes that are burning and protect the homes adjacent to the ones that are burning from catching fire, from that ember intrusion. Those winds coming from the west to southwest, you can see still blowing strongly. I looked at a remote weather station nearby. It's the Aliso Laguna weather station. A west wind sustained at 15 miles an hour, gusting to 26. The winds are strongest this time of day. The intense desert heat rises, creating what we call a thermal low. Cooler air rushes in to replace it. That is our sea breeze coming off the coast. These winds were in the forecast. We talked about strong winds, deserts, mountains, and along the coast, out of the west and southwest. No wind advisories in effect for this area, no red flag warnings, but that doesn't mean that this disaster can happen, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Multiple multi-million-dollar homes burning here above Laguna Beach, being driven by those strong west to southwest winds.
And Rick, we're just hearing from the Orange County Sheriff's Department and the sergeant there saying that at least 6 homes have burned. Reports, of course, from the scene tallied as many as a dozen homes on fire right now. Of course, down there at the scene, it's a much different story, but at least 6 homes burned at this point. Where Joab Perez was just bringing us his live reporting there from just below what were this live pictures here. There are several streets that are under mandatory evacuation, so basically the whole neighborhood below the Aliso Summit Trail. Streets like San Simeon, Sierra Vista, Alta Terra, Nucella. The list is long. This is from the Orange County Sheriff's Department saying if you live on this street, on these streets, you need to evacuate now. And people are being taken to the Laguna Niguel Community Center nearby. That's on Crown Valley Parkway. So Laguna Niguel Community Center is being set up as sort of an evacuation point for these neighbors who live down from these ridgetop homes.
And this is a multi-agency situation, as we've mentioned again. It is the Orange County Fire Authority. This fire burning in Orange County, in Laguna, and the Laguna Beach Fire Department obviously engaging with these homes. And you could see, we talk about 6 homes, 12 homes. There are multiple homes that are on fire right now from that fire that burned up the hillside there on the very bottom of your screen in a deep canyon there, being driven by those winds. Fire races up the hill much quicker than it does downhill, and this is the time of afternoon when we see those strongest onshore winds. The embers traveled onto these homes, got caught up underneath the eaves. We call it ember intrusion. And this is a very teachable moment for you folks who do live in these types of environments. The urban wildland interface, where the bushes meet the backyards, up against the Angeles National Forest, up against the Transverse Range, the San Bernardino Mountains, the San Gabriel Mountains, over towards the Los Padres National Forest. Have a plan for your family. Ready, set, go. Get that defensible space in play as we now are heading towards the peak of the fire season. Yes, fire season is year-round here in Southern California, but it's typically during the autumn period when we get those Santa Ana winds that we've seen the most destructive fires. And here we are in May, a May gray type of pattern that has encompassed Southern California for several weeks. And the cool onshore winds, that's what's driving these flames. It's not the offshore winds. It's not the Santa Ana winds coming from the land towards the sea. It's the onshore winds. Ready, set, go. Remember the 5 Ps. People first and foremost. Have a plan for your family. Get out of harm's way as quickly as you can. Your prescriptions, your important papers, your personal needs such as clothes, food, water, and of course the priceless items that you have in your home. Make sure that you have them in an area, because this fire exploded, Marla and Christine. We saw it. We watched it live here. It happened so rapidly, and you're just not going to have that time.
Rick, let's talk to some people who are there on the scene of this fire. Our own photographer, Joab Perez, is on the ground there as we watch 2 homes burning where he is. Joab, are these residents we're seeing here?
I believe so, and you could just see people are just devastated. I mean, I saw this lady just ran down, and she just has panic in her face, as you can see. It's just give you an idea. This is somebody's home. It's their life. You know, it's where they go home at the end of the day to rest. It's where their family is, and you could just see the distress on their face. Perhaps as their property's being, I don't know which property they have, but there's several here that are up in flames, but you could just see the look of just concern on the faces of people here. Look at this home here. It is just completely caught fire here. I'm going to make my way up to it. It's just scenes like this that are tell you that this is just still very, very much ongoing. The winds have not slowed down here. Look at the strength of this fire here. You could just, I don't know if you could translates well on camera, but these flames are moving very fast.
Yeah,
very quickly.
Those flames are ferocious. You can, the palm trees say it all as well. It looks like a scene from a hurricane almost, Joab. And just so that we are clear, you haven't moved since we last spoke to you. You are currently near or on LaView and Clubhouse Drive in this Laguna Niguel area, correct?
I did move up one street from there, just one street up. I'm not exactly too sure where. I did know it was a little bit of a gated area. It looks like I'm in the area now of Coronado Point.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, I believe I'm somewhere in that vicinity up the street of Coronado Court. Just look at I'm going to move a little closer here.
So to
These
give
are some
people,
really heavy.
to give people perspective, we were watching the backside of the Aliso Summit Trail. Coronado Point is the main street on the front side of those homes. And Joab had been on one street over from that, LaView, before. We are watching a home here on fire. Marla, when you said we had heard 6 homes, maybe a dozen homes, that number has grown in just about 2-3 hours.
Right. This fire broke out 3 hours ago, just over 3 hours ago. And first reports, Christine, were no homes were threatened.
Exactly,
no one's in danger.
yes.
It's a small little brush fire. And then how quickly conditions changed. And once the wind just took those flames, this is the end result. And for a while there, it still was, we thought we were watching this with cautious optimism that the homes would be saved. But about the top of the hour, the 5 o'clock hour, that's when these flames really took hold of this neighborhood. This is in the Aliso Canyon area, Aliso Woods Canyon. It is being called the Coastal Fire, Laguna Niguel neighborhood as well. These are all communities that are now impacted by the coastal fire. We say, we're putting there up on the screen that a reminder, it's grown to 150 acres.
We've got new numbers.
New numbers.
183 acres now. And add to that with those homes that we're watching. Rick Dicker, let me just talk to you. You and I went on the air about 3:45, and we saw flames coming up to a home. So give me some progress here on the weather, or what are we expecting, do you think, tonight? Does this get better tonight?
The winds will back off this evening. The Santa Ana winds that we typically see in Southern California driving these winds, they're not in play. These are onshore winds. But as of right now, there are no wind advisories in effect for this area. There are no red flag warnings, meaning rapid fire growth potential. But again, this is a teachable moment that shows that regardless of those conditions, we can still see fire disasters like this here in Southern California, in Laguna Beach. That fire raced up the hillside there. Overnight, the winds typically back off. The sea breeze abates a bit as that thermal low over the desert areas subsides a bit. What drives these winds, these onshore winds coming from the ocean towards the land, blowing out of the west and southwest, is the intense heat that develops during the afternoon hours over Indio, over Palm Springs, over Rancho Mirage. We call it a thermal low because it's a heat low. That hot air rises, and our atmosphere always wants to be in balance. So to essentially replace that rising air, you get the cool, moist Pacific air blowing inland, and that's what we're seeing now. That's why the palm trees are still blowing. We're still seeing wind gusts to between 20 and 30 miles an hour in this area. I would say another hour or two, they'll start to back off, and then once the sun sets and that thermal low weakens, we're going to see much lighter winds. But the bottom line is now this is a house-by-house firefight. It is not an urban, it is not a wildland fire, I should say, but this is that classic urban wildland interface that is so vulnerable. You could see this sprawling home here in the hills above Laguna Beach that's burning. Multiple homes engaged.
Let's maybe take that shot on the left for just a second so we can see.
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft back here. You're watching on Live Now from Fox 11 Los Angeles' wall-to-wall coverage of what is now known as the Coastal Fire. 183 acres burning there in Laguna as several homes are on fire. Several more have been destroyed. It's 6 o'clock, top of the hour here. We're going to continue with our wall-to-wall coverage as we listen in to Fox 11 in Los Angeles with their great reporting on when this fire will be contained. No containment, no percentage containment just yet. You're watching this live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
This vehicle is just completely engulfed in flames. It was just completely engulfed. This firefighter here just knocked the flame down on the vehicle. But there you go. You can hear this car's horn just going off, perhaps from the flames it's taken in. And look at just behind me, one home. You have another home down this way, two homes, three. A little bit further down, you have a fourth home. You just have home after home in this neighborhood, this little street I'm on here, all being just caught up in this little bit of a lot of wind and embers, and you can tell a lot of homes in this neighborhood have been hit. And look at that, there you got 1, 2.
Oh my goodness.
3, 4. I mean, I could just keep counting. 5. Perhaps a little bit further down, I haven't seen there, but at least 5 I see just from my vantage point here.
Well, Joab, keep your shot up for us as long as you can. Stay safe there with those firefighters. We want to welcome our viewers to the Fox 11 News here at 6 o'clock. I'm Christine Devine here with Marla Tejas. Alex Michelson has been on assignment all day covering other stuff for us. Right now we have Rick Dicker with us with the update. And our photographer, Joab Perez, with that shot for you on the ground. They're in Laguna Niguel on the main street where we have seen these fires burning. Coronado Point there. Joab seeing 4 fighters with his own eyes, so 4 fires with his own hot eyes there, of these homes that have burned
black smoke
in a matter of minutes. Joab, talk about the changing nature of the fire from the street that you are on.
Well, I just want to say I was, in a sense, relieved to Rick say that this is not something that's going to have, that the high winds have really added to, but you can tell that at least for this area, the conditions are very, very quickly changing, and there was a lot of winds. So I think, as Rick has said, these kind of conditions, they create their own kind of weather pattern just in this little area. So you particularly here, I don't know if you can see these palms, it's just very, very changing winds. You will have wind come one way, another, it'll whip right in your face the next. And that's what I believe is causing a lot of these homes in this area. Look at that, I'm just going to do a little bit of a 360 here. 1, 2, 3, and then right behind me you have 4, 5. So you can see where these winds, and they're shifting, they're just carrying embers from one roof to the next and causing at least, literally almost 360 view. I got homes all around me that have been caught in fire. You can hear popping. I don't know if that's from windows, perhaps there was a car on fire. Let me show you that car. It's still caught back on fire there. I don't know if you can see that there. So there's just a lot of different, oh my gosh, sorry, I'm just getting sprayed in the eyes here. I don't know if you can see that. You have a lot of this, I don't know if it's foam or it's what the firefighters are using, but it's just spreading all over the place here. The fire are definitely doing everything they can to try to bring these flames down. But it's just very, very fluid, as I'm saying. Just with the amount of wind that's shifting. There you go. Now this home is picked. They look like they had it a little bit down, and then the next second it just goes back up. So in this neighborhood particularly, things are still very, very rapidly changing.
And as we always hear and we learn from meteorologist Rick Dickert, that fire creates its own weather. And Joab, that's exactly what you're experiencing and how quickly it has all changed on this street. This is Laguna Niguel. This is La View. A near cross-section would be Clubhouse. Just to give our viewers some perspective here, this is one of the most hard-hit areas thus far, in addition to the homes that are burning on the ridgetop, of course. So at least a dozen homes have caught fire. Rick, is that your assessment as you?
Yeah, we're seeing this overhead view here, and you're exactly right there, Marla. And this, again, this is a house-by-house fire fight right now. And what firefighters are trying to do, they employ that surround and drown technique, where they just try to dump as much water on these homes that are fully involved, try to put those out, but then more importantly, what they want to do first, by making sure that everybody's out of harm's way. Protection of life is number one, then the protection of property is to try to save the homes adjacent to, because you can see those two homes, lower right side of your screen there, that don't look like they've been engaged. That house is just literally collapsing, that rooftop there. It's just amazing to watch this, the destruction, the devastation of what fire can do here to this incredible neighborhood in the hills above Laguna Beach. This is the Coronado Point neighborhood off of Crown Valley Parkway here, and you could see that the palm trees, the eucalyptus trees, which are not indigenous to Southern California. When I say that, they don't just grow naturally. They were planted there by landscapers there, but they create their own fire danger, especially those palm trees, those palm fronds. Those are like literally matchsticks there that are positioned, and that's what allows these fires to spread.
And you're looking at the homes burning on top. We have on the air right now the firefight that's underway in this particular area where Joab Perez is bringing us these live pictures. Go ahead, Christine.
Yeah, we have crews in the greater area of Orange County to bring us information. Producer Michelle Palfrey, what do you have for us?
I am now south across the street from the Aliso Canyon sort of park area, and let me tell you, I've now seen Fountain Valley, Huntington Beach fire. I'm trying to think of the other two agencies that I saw, but at the same time, there's two water-dropping helicopters that I've seen as well. So I'm still making my way down south, and the wind has just really picked up down here as well.
Michelle, since we last spoke to you, what has the conditions, what has it been like out there? Because you know how we are. We're in the studio and we have Skyfox up and over, and then we're in a neighborhood that is just getting obliterated by these flames right now. But for people who are out there on the streets driving, what is it like?
I mean, honestly, Marla, the thing that's the most strange is there's kids playing in the park here as if nothing is going on right next to the beach. It is so eerie and strange that if you look to the left, the sky is black, and if you look to the right, you have a beautiful ocean view. It is almost eerie that it's as if nothing is happening to the left of us.
Yeah, I mean, you look at our footage here with our photographer there on the ground, looks like it's night. Michelle, you know, we've covered a lot of fires in SoCal. We kind of have these news days where we say, okay, it's a high fire danger day, whether it's the heat or the Santa Ana winds. When you woke up this morning, were you thinking fire concern today?
I mean, not at all. And honestly, again, we had that shoot set at Pelican Hill today, and it wasn't even much of a concern until, I would say, around noon. All of a sudden, it became really windy.
And are you currently right now, Michelle, are you out of your vehicle? It sounds like you're out there literally in the elements.
Yeah, I tried tried to get you guys a live picture from around my phone, because I was after I saw the photos. I mean, I saw the helicopters and the planes dropping water, so I wanted to at least try to get you guys some shots. But regardless, I'm still making my way towards where Joab is, and I wanted to give you guys some perspective.
Wow. Yeah, and Joab is our photographer who's there.
Very windy.
Yeah, giving us that shot right there.
Well, and we know the air quality is extremely poor, so certainly as you make your way, you know that we're going to tell you to be safe and don't put yourself in any danger. We appreciate you, Michelle, though, for bringing your perspective.
Thank you, and I have my mask as always.
Very good, very good. I can imagine what it's like to breathe in all that smoke there.
I'm getting some word from some of our viewers here that are sharing on social media, and some of these homes, one of which that we've watched burn, is close to a $10 million home. And these are multi-million-dollar homes that are burning up in this area above Laguna Beach. And once again, this is now a house-by-house fire fight. It's not that traditional wildland fire that we see here in Southern California. It burned up against that urban wildland interface. The fire breaks, the trails, the defensible space didn't work. And I'll tell you what, and I'm looking at the current wind speeds, and as I talk about the wind speeds, and this is the time of day, I keep saying that the winds, those onshore winds are strongest. We still don't have wind advisories in effect for this part of Orange County. We do not have red flag warnings, meaning rapid fire growth potential. But to give you an idea, up the coast from here, again, this is down in Orange County, LAX is experiencing a west wind sustained at 30 miles an hour, gusting to 41. Winds in this area of Laguna Niguel are gusting over 30 miles an hour as well, as we take a live shot from above. And you can see the resources there just trying to surround and drown individual homes there and protect the homes adjacent to, so that they save those properties. And this is going to be a firefight that is going to last for hours. These individual homes burn a long time, and as much water is being poured on these houses here, it is going to take firefighters quite some time to get control of each individual house fire that is burning. Think about when we cover a structure fire, one single house fire, how long it takes. These are multiple homes now in this exclusive neighborhood above Laguna Beach that are burning here, and they're trying to do whatever they can to prevent those flames from spreading to adjacent homes that have not been engaged yet.
Rick, I want to ask you, we are getting this information from Orange County Fire Authority, the lead agency, of course, saying that it has over 60 different types of resources battling the flames. Can you put that into layman's terms for us in terms of 60 different types of resources?
And that's multi-agency. We're talking about Orange County Fire Authority. We're talking about the Laguna Beach Fire Department. We're talking about the agencies from outside of Orange County that have descended on this neighborhood here. Air resources, the fixed wings, the tankers that drop the Phos-Chek. You saw that reddish haze there on the ground there that prevents the fire from spreading, that fire retardant. We have the water dropping helicopters, the Erickson air cranes that have 2,650 gallons of water capacity dropping on these areas. So when you talk about the trucks, the resources on the ground and in the air, yes, we're talking about dozens and dozens of agencies and of those resources that are trying to combat this major fire emergency here in Southern California.
Rick, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked our morning show producer, Michelle Palfrey. When you woke up this morning, were you thinking this is a high fire danger day? We'll come in early, be ready.
Every day is.
Every day, some days more so than others.
No, you're right. We didn't have the red flag warnings in effect. We talked about the potential of some strong onshore winds, the deserts, the mountains. There's a shot of Skyfox. We've been up over this for hours now. We got to go get some fuel here in the belly of that helicopter so we can continue to provide you with the coverage from above. Did we see something like this happening? Not necessarily, but again, whenever we have wind in play, wind is king, and we did know that we were going to see some wind gusts at the coast of 30 miles an hour. This is an earlier shot of those two men just up on the trail there above those homes, watching casually, nonchalantly. They're taking pictures before the fire really invaded that neighborhood and caught multiple homes on fire.
You know what that shot reminds me of, Rick and Marla? How we were talking earlier. thinking that home had survived.
Yeah,
remember?
we did.
The flames were coming up to that one home on the corner there, and then smoke overtook it. We couldn't see if the home was on fire or not. Then we had a shot that kind of opened up. It parted ways with the smoke there. You saw a home. And Rick, do we think that's one of the ones that burned?
Yeah, it does appear that that's the case. And again, I said cautiously optimistic that it appeared that the fight was going to end right at that fire line, right at that trail, that fire break, where they essentially create that defensible space. But right there, you just saw that is a firestorm, and that is a clear indication there. Look at that palm tree blowing there, that is not just wind velocity created by meteorological conditions, by differences in atmospheric pressure. That's what drives the winds. High pressure to low pressure, air blows from high to low. That is because of the intense heat that is created by that fire right in the zone there, and that hot air rising, creating even a stronger difference in pressure and creating even stronger winds, because as that hot air rises there over that fire zone, cooler air from surrounding areas rushes in to replace it, creating higher wind velocities than would be if there was no fire at all.
I just want to point out that this is video from a couple of hours ago, at least an hour ago, that we're looking at right now, because Skyfox, our live picture, is going to refuel because it's been up for so long. So these are images here that we recorded in the last couple of hours since we've been on the air. Christine jumped on the air with Rick about 3:45. That was an hour into the first call into Orange County Fire about this.
Thinking I might only be on for 10 or 15 minutes.
You did text me and say I just have to do a quick little update here.
Quick update,
And it just blew up.
Yeah.
Just see, this is just devastating. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Coronado Point area of Laguna Beach in South Orange County, so it's inland slightly from Laguna Beach proper, the coastal areas. Up in the hills there, those hillsides that are covered with the brushes, the chaparral, the yucca plants that are part of our Southern California landscape. Not the palm trees, not those trees and eucalyptus trees that have been planted by landscapers, but the brush there is what is natural or indigenous to Southern California. And that fire roared up the canyon. Fire spreads much quicker uphill than it does downhill. We watched it explode, and then right up against these homes into this neighborhood. Again, Coronado Point, which is along Pacific Island Drive, along Crown Valley Parkway, these exclusive multi-million-dollar homes. I saw one picture that was shared on social media, one of the homes on the market right now for $10 million.
You know, I'm just reminded of how quickly a fire can spread. You might think, you know, oh, I'm a street over or a street back or several houses down. But to have those items ready to evacuate, I've known several people who've lost their homes in fires. And it can be just a knock on the door from a sheriff deputy or a firefighter saying, you got to go now. And do you have that box ready with your prescriptions?
The 5 Ps.
Valuable information. Even the family photos that are irreplaceable. Those items that you can throw into a box or kind of have at the ready when you live in a canyon area like this.
Hey, that's right. And I just want clarification. Do we have, because we have 2 helicopters. Our fleet is 2 helicopters now. Is this a live picture? Okay, this is a live picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this is a live picture again, an aerial picture of this one home. You can see firefighters. I talk about the surround and drown. They just put resources around the periphery of these homes that are burning, try to cool them down, try to salvage as much as they can from the home. That people, multiple families, we're talking likely a dozen or more homes here, they've lost almost everything. It's awful to see this, and this is something that we've seen time and time again in Southern California. People talk about climate change and what have you, and sure, we are seeing an uptick in incidents like this. We are seeing an uptick in longer dry seasons. We are seeing an uptick in less precipitation. We are seeing an uptick in fires that burn stronger and longer because of these conditions that are in play. And this is an area of Orange County. We love our Southern California communities. We love those urban and wildland interface areas because of the views. We love the beach because we can see the ocean. But all of those areas are vulnerable to natural disasters like this. And that's what we're seeing here. And this is not a Santa Ana wind event. It's very important that you folks at home know this is not because of winds blowing from the land towards the sea. 30, 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts with 90-degree temperatures and single-digit relative humidities. This is a cool onshore wind. It doesn't matter. Wind is king. Wind allows a fire to spread rapidly. It doesn't matter if it comes from the sea or from the land.
All right, on the ground there, we have Joab Perez below the summit ridge there in this neighborhood that has really been decimated by the flames. Joab, where are you precisely now, and what are the conditions like?
Yes, I'm still in the same position from our last live shot, and definitely still getting a lot of winds. As I was walking up, it wasn't as bad, and then in a split second, we just got another strong gust coming in. So definitely in these neighborhoods where the fire is still ongoing, there's still a lot of wind, still a lot of changing winds as well. So you still have, let me count here, you got about 1, 2, 3, you got about 3 trucks just in this area. Every now and then you'll see another, you'll get, you can see you got Costa Mesa here, you have just different Newport Beach. You just have, as you mentioned earlier, it's a multi-agency effort here. And every now and then you'll see another truck come down, perhaps. You'll see definitely just more and more of a presence from fire in this area. I don't know if you can hear these pops as well. As I'm walking, I'll hear just a loud pop, perhaps from something igniting. Or sometimes you could also hear, earlier there was a car on fire and you had the horn going. The sounds are really haunting.
Yes.
And it's just very, 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 as I mentioned, I think I mentioned in a previous live shot, it's just being out here in these conditions, you're just really, really at the mercy of the winds. Wow.
Oh,
whoa. Did you catch that?
Yes.
Things
the
like
gas
that.
lines, everything. It just with an individual house fire, that's what happens, and that's what Joab is hearing and witnessing and reporting so well at.
Wow. Yes, Rick. And again, you just catch just little things like that are happening. You have like a car go off on fire, the horn go off. There was another loud bang. So it's just very, very kind of a surreal. Wow.
So chaotic there. And please be safe out there.
Very chaotic.
Joab. Yeah. Please be safe out there. You can see the air quality.
As you mentioned, it looks like something
a
did.
war
As
zone.
you mentioned, you know, you have gas lines out here. You have, I believe, it looks like they're rushing to this particular area, and there's still several loud bangs coming from there. So as you mentioned, Rick, there's a lot of lines out here, a lot of things that could go up in a very, very quickly.
And I just hope that everybody got out safely. And I know that evacuation orders were put into play, but in a very quick way. And people want to stay close to their homes. They want to stay close to what they've built upon for years and all of their belongings. And it's so hard to pull away from that, and we're just hopeful that everybody got out of there safely, because this truly does look like a war zone in terms of this neighborhood.
Joab, I'm curious, because you just mentioned that you made your way up the street. What are you seeing in terms of damage? Are you seeing home after home caught on fire?
Absolutely. In this neighborhood, absolutely. On the way up here, I could see why deputies were urging people to flee as fast as they can. This is the type of situation where they do not want people to be stuck in. They do not want people to be in an area like this, because as Rick said, it feels a bit, I've never been to a war zone, but I just on the way up here, it's exactly what I was feeling. You had this large plume of smoke on the drive over here. As you slowly started making your way up, you could see the nerves on people down on the way up here. Perhaps residents trying to come to see kind of rush to their properties, perhaps to see if the property was okay. You could see the nerves on their faces. The closer you got up here, the more and more, you could hear another loud pop there. The more and more things just began to get more and more intense. You had from just down the street here, you had a little bit of a hill on fire. Up one street, one house on fire. From the next street here, several homes on fire. I counted at least last shot around 4 homes just completely engulfed. And now you have loud bangs coming. As Rick mentioned, you have perhaps gas lines in some of these homes. You just have so much fuel in this area. Once it gets in a home, you just have all this structure that's just fuel for this fire, and then you got this little weather event that this fire creates within itself. Now you've got a place where you have several properties all within close vicinity of each other. You have embers flying from one house to the next. You can just see over here just a little bit. That's all it takes. And in a few minutes, the next house will be completely engulfed.
And for people,
that's just the kind of conditions that are out here.
We're also hearing, if I may quickly, Orange County fire officials, they are planning to hold a news conference to give us an update on the current condition of the coastal fire at 7:30 this evening. So we're just over an hour away until we get our first official news update from Orange County fire officials.
Rick, hang on. We should note to our viewers that we're going to stay on the air. Normally we are off at 6:30. We want to stay on to continue to bring you this coverage here. Go ahead, Rick.
And you're seeing live pictures there, and you saw that engine truck there, Costa Mesa. That's what we're talking about with the multi-agency units that are on scene there. All over Orange County and parts of LA County, units are heading to this area here to battle this fire. You can see that American flag on top of that engine truck from Costa Mesa there, flapping in the wind, the strong onshore winds. If you're just tuning in, these are multiple homes that are burning as a result of a wildland fire that started earlier this afternoon. Not driven by Santa Ana winds, but by onshore winds coming off of the ocean. And we're talking about wind gusts up the coast at LAX, gusting to 41 miles per hour at this time. We don't have red flag warnings in effect, meaning rapid fire growth potential, but we still saw it with this incident here. And if you are just seeing these pictures here, this is above Laguna Beach. You think of South Orange County, Laguna Beach, down towards Three Arc Bay. Just inland from there, you have a lot of wildland area, the Aliso Canyon area there. And it's Aliso Viejo, the Coronado Point area. These are the areas that the homes are burning in off of Crown Valley Parkway here. Exclusive homes, multi-million-dollar homes. The upper left corner of your screen there, you see that red film. That was the firefight earlier. That was the FOS check drop from the tankers, the fixed wing, trying to get that containment. And as of right now, 0%. We want 100% containment, meaning there's a line 100% around the fire. And what firefighters try to do, they try to starve the fire of the fuel, the chaparral, the brush, and anything else that allows that fire to spread. The fuel, heat, and oxygen. They're doing it on the ground and in the air here, but now this is a house-by-house firefight. All of these homes in this exclusive neighborhood have been engaged by the fire, by those embers being driven by the winds, getting caught underneath the eaves, the ember intrusion that we talk about. And all they're trying to do is salvage as much of the property that they can or wet down the homes that have not been engaged by the fire.
I'm wondering if we can maybe take the small box full to show the perspective of the fires on two different streets there. Our photographer Joab is on the ground there on one of them. But look at how the fire has spread there from home to home. And we think too, after a fire, what's left standing and the people whose homes did not burn. And there's that guilt sometimes people feel about why did my home survive? You're looking there, the fire's still burning near that FOS check drop there. A lot of fuel there in that canyon area. And these homes, they pick such a beautiful area to overlook the ocean and to enjoy Southern California at its finest, and to have this be part of their storyline day in, day out, the threat of fires.
No rain in the forecast. The winds continue, but they will be backing off this evening. These are strong sea breezes. These are winds coming off of the ocean. No wind advisories in effect for Aliso Viejo or Coronado Point or Laguna Beach. No red flag warnings, but the winds, regardless, are still gusting in excess of 30 miles an hour. And then again, you have that intense heat right in the fire zone, and that hot air rises, just like it does over your stove, and air from surrounding areas rushes in to replace it, and that creates higher wind velocities than there would be if there was no fire.
And Rick, I just want to remind people quickly here that evacuees, they are being directed to the Laguna Niguel Community Center. That is an official evacuation center set up. Also getting word that the estimated acreage is now at 200 acres burned, at least a dozen homes. This is from Orange County Fire Authority, the lead agency. The good news, if there is any in this, so far, no immediate reports of injuries. And, you know, loss of life is what we care most about. It is so heartbreaking to think that people have lost their homes on this Wednesday afternoon. Do not get me wrong, but thank goodness thus far there have not been any reports of injuries.
Look at that. Wow.
I cannot believe that this has just happened. Just 4 hours ago, this wasn't in existence.
Vehicles, homes. Again, to make the analogy of a war zone, individual homes that are burning here, Marla and Christine. Palm trees adjacent to the homes. They are in a battle here to try to protect as many of these homes as possible. And this is what these firefighters do. And when they're not fighting fires, when there's calm conditions out there, they go and research these neighborhoods. They have mapping systems. They know what they're dealing with in case this area were to light up like it does today. They know the fire-prone areas. They know that canyon right below Coronado Point and how vulnerable it is and what they'll do. And you can see right there, there's gas lines that have gone up that are burning there. You hear the pops. Joab doing such a great job. Michelle Palfrey on the ground, our photographers, our producers there covering this from the air and on the ground. We have you covered there. We have our helicopter up there with our extreme nav system showing you the exact areas where this fire is burning. And this will last into the evening hours. Even though the winds will start to abate, the sea breezes will back off. They're going to be battling these individual house fires for hours.
I'm just so amazed as we've been talking. At 2:44, we get word of this fire in Laguna Niguel, in the canyon, in the brush. And to have this be the development today is so heartbreaking. And you think of the people whose lives have been so altered by this today, who don't have a home to go to. All of their memories, their photo albums, their family heirlooms gone in just a matter of moments. I mean, think how they started their day today and how it ends tonight.
And you asked earlier, Christine, did we expect this? And did we wake up this morning thinking, hey, this is going to be a major fire emergency day? No, but every day is a fire day. Every day is fire season in Southern California. We've seen destructive fires year-round, in the middle of winter,
but
during the spring.
Some days are high fire danger
where
days.
We have red flag warnings across the board. We have high wind warnings in effect, and that wasn't the case. We knew that there was going to be wind advisories. We knew that there were going to be strong winds at the coast, like here in Laguna Beach in South Orange County. We knew that we would see gusts in excess of 30 miles an hour, not only at the shore, but up in the deserts and the mountains. But did I foresee something like this happening? No, we didn't. But all it takes is that trigger. And we don't know what started this fire yet. That's going to be determined in time, where that fire started. But the wind in play allowed it to spread rapidly. Wind is king, and that's what we're seeing now.
All right, we want to go to one of our other esteemed videographers on the ground, Sam Dubin. He joins us now live. Sam, where are you? We don't have a look at your picture just yet, or maybe we do. Okay, we do this. So this is a ground picture. Where are you? And I understand you have some kids with you.
Hey, Marla. Yeah, I'm at Anamonte and Clubhouse here in Laguna Niguel. And the firefighters are doing an amazing job. I don't know if you can see up here. They just protected all these homes right here from these flames. It looks like some good brush clearance definitely played a factor as well. But the winds are so strong right now. It's hard to hold the camera straight. I have two people in the area here. Oh. We got Jake and Jay. Now tell me, you guys are just trying to get suits?
Yeah, for prom. It's really smoky, really hot out here. It's devastating to see.
And if you guys live here, I mean, what's it like seeing all this? Did you expect a fire like this today?
I did not. With the conditions, I could see how it could have happened, but it's really unfortunate to see this, and I hope we can just rebuild and recover.
It was very windy today. I mean, talk about that. I mean, were you expect, did you think, it had a potential for a fire?
I mean, no, not really. I mean, it's crazy seeing this.
Sam.
I mean, I don't know. This is crazy.
And the flames were big, huh?
Yeah, flames were big. 10 houses have already been burnt down. There's a few up here already, so.
Sam,
go ahead, Marla.
Is the assumption that their homes are okay? They're okay? Their families are okay?
Yeah, their homes are okay. There's a plaza down the street, a commercial plaza. So they were actually going to go buy some suits for prom and got kind of caught up in the middle of this whole thing right now. But the winds are just shifting. I mean, when I drove by here maybe 5 minutes ago, the skies were almost clear, just some white smoke, and it's just gone from 0 to 60 in an instant here. And these firefighters showed up very quickly, and you can see these houses up here. I mean, they protected them. You know, I don't see anyone that's been burned here, at least, but it looks like there was some good brush clearance up here that definitely saved some houses.
Sam, I appreciate some progress, some kind of update that makes us feel just a little bit better about what we're seeing tonight. It's just so heartbreaking. And look at the work of those firefighters there. We appreciate so much the work that they're doing today. Sam, describe for me the conditions you're feeling, you're seeing, the temperature, the smoke in the air. What's it like to be there on the ground?
Oh, let me tell you, even with a mask on, it's incredibly windy, incredibly smoky. I mean, you can't even see, you can barely see these palm trees up here, and they're not that far away, maybe just a few hundred feet away, and there you go, they're completely just covered in smoke. But all right here, it's all white smoke as they're putting getting a good handle here on the flames. But just down the road here, you can see more fire engines, more fire apparatus coming up. They have just a line of fire engines ready to go. That's Anaheim Fire right there, Orange County Fire Authority right here, Orange City Fire, excuse me. But they have, you know, I'd say at least a dozen trucks just lined up, and they're probably going to hit some more hot spots right now.
Sam, I asked this of Joab Perez, of course, your colleague, our colleague, also on the ground there. You've covered many fires in your time as a photojournalist. How does this one compare?
This one's definitely up there, and I think, you know, the wind is what makes this fire extremely dangerous. I mean, it's not so much the size, but just the rapid rate of spread. We were in Newport Beach earlier for a different story, and the winds were, you know, really picking up. You had the palm leaves, you know, just flying off the trees there. So we knew there was the potential for some sort of, you know, wind-driven fire, and we weren't expecting it here, though, to happen this close. But just look at the white smoke even. I mean, it's just blowing, and the wind gusts they pick up, and then an ember can just, you know, travel, and all of a sudden you'll see it on the rooftop of a house, and it can just really ignite the entire thing.
Well, we appreciate you being with us, and you stay safe as you bring us some more pictures. We're going to now let you go do that, Sam. Again, be safe out there. We're going to transition to Joab Perez.
Thank you, guys.
You are on the ground. You're not that far from Sam, and we're seeing another home, according to your camera, that's caught fire.
Yes, I believe this home was on fire, one of them, and it's kind of come down a bit. But you could see that, wow, I just continually hear these bangs going on here. But this is one that has already been, let me just show you. It's going to be completely gutted. I almost feel like if you go on the other side, all you have is basically a frame at this point in the front of this home. And I believe all the backside, you can see from here, everything's just been completely burnt from the door on. Here are some of the other homes. You have this fire just doing everything they can. There was the other home I showed in the other shot that caught some embers here. And fire has just been consistently hitting this home up here. Luckily, it looks like it just has a little bit fire. What you'll have this truck do, this truck will be hitting one, and you'll see a hot spot. You'll swing around, come to the other one. So you just have these trucks doing literally everything they can to just try to contain the fire within these properties and try and really to prevent further spread. And then again, you'll have this truck here. It'll hit one property. It'll spread to another hotspot. It'll hit another property. They'll swing around. They'll hit another one. So these firefighters doing everything they can to really try to contain the fire to the properties, just to what, as much as they can, to what has already been the properties that have already been hit. So they're really trying to contain this fire. But as Sam said, it is very windy out here. The wind is very, very, it shifts from moment to moment.
Okay.
Well, we've been listening in to coverage from Fox 11 in Los Angeles there as evacuations are underway. This is right outside of Laguna Beach. One of the photographers with Fox 11 there on the ground getting real close to these flames here. Just devastating for families who live in these neighborhoods. No sure number on exactly how many structures, how many homes have been destroyed thus far, but over 200 acres is what this fire is at, and the containment also unknown, as this is a very developing situation for firefighters. Lots of different jurisdictions coming in here to lend a hand and help out. California firefighters, though, very skilled at what they do, trying to tackle these flames to the best of their ability. We want to step away from the coverage here as we keep an eye on it. We'll be getting back to that in just minutes, but we want to step into some of the other top headlines of the day. Emotions running high in the Senate today as Democrats held a vote aimed at codifying Roe v. Wade into law. The measure failed to garner enough support, and now the party is left grappling with what to do next. The Supreme Court has yet to release its final opinion on the issue. Fox's Madeline Rivera with more from D.C.
The motion is not agreed to.
As expected, a procedural vote to preserve abortion access nationwide was blocked in the Senate Wednesday. Democrats had teed up the vote in light of a draft opinion leak suggesting the Supreme Court is ready to strike down Roe v. Wade.
Sadly, the Senate failed to stand in defense of a woman's right to make decisions about her own body.
The Women's Health Protection Act was doomed before it even hit the floor. The bill had already failed once in February after Senate Democrats couldn't even muster up enough support among their own members. Senator Joe Manchin says while he supports codifying Roe v. Wade, the legislation goes too far, including eliminating mandatory ultrasounds and waiting periods.
It is not Roe v. Wade codification. It's an expansion.
As the march towards midterm elections gets underway, Democrats are aiming to weaponize the show vote against Republicans. A poll released this month shows more than 60% of voters believe Roe should stand.
Today is the start of the galvanization of all women in this country and the men who support them.
Republicans argue Democrats are the ones who are out of touch.
It is chilling that anybody would write legislation like this in 2022.
Republican Senator Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski have introduced a bill to codify Roe v. Wade, but critics say it doesn't go far enough to protect abortion rights. And Senator Schumer says he's not looking to compromise on the issue. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
To dive a little bit deeper as to what happened today on Capitol Hill, I want to bring in Jessica Levinson, our constitutional law expert. Jessica, thanks for being with us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
So obviously we knew Democrats were aware that this bill would fail. Why do you think they moved forward with it?
I think because they want everybody's vote on the books. They want to hold people to account. And I think it does that. It allows them to use this as a midterm issue, which they absolutely will, to say, I want to point to the people who voted against this bill. But it also shows, I think, that the Senate really can't move, as if we needed another reminder, that the Senate really won't move without 60 votes. And that I think we will get to a place where the Senate looks increasingly out of step with popular opinion, not just on this issue, but it brings to the fore the idea that we have really two institutions that I think are not reflecting the popular will. You have the Supreme Court, where you have 5 or 6 members who are going to overturn Roe v. Wade, which poll after poll shows is largely popular, maybe not all the details, but to have some access to an abortion is largely popular. And then you have the Senate unable to gain the votes to try to pass by legislation, basically an override of the Supreme Court's decision here. And I don't know that this symbolic gesture will do much more than show, frankly, how toothless the Senate is when it comes to a number of these issues.
Yeah, and as we would have expected, Democrats voting in favor of it, except for Senator Manchin today. But I want to keep touching on the fact that still Roe v. Wade has not been overturned yet. If eventually it is, what do you foresee as legislation coming out on Capitol Hill?
So I actually think the more likely federal legislation could be not this year and maybe not next year, but could be the opposite of codifying Roe v. Wade, and could be, and we've heard this from Senator Mitch McConnell, that on the table would be banning abortion on the federal level. So I think, and to your really good question, people kind of misunderstand what the Supreme Court could do. By saying we're repealing Roe v. Wade, it leaves the question to the states. But federal legislation that says, no, states, you don't have this power, we're outlawing abortion everywhere, you know, I absolutely could be wrong on this, but it seems to me today that would be the more likely legislation to pass than the legislation codifying Roe.
Well, I want to bring up some aerial pictures that we had from earlier today. This is outside of Justice Kavanaugh's house. This is not the first protest situation that we've seen outside of Justice's homes. We saw it outside of Justice Alito's home as well. They now have security along with their family members. Where do you draw the line on this? Is this still free speech? What do you make of all of these protests going on?
So legally speaking, yes, you are allowed to protest peacefully. I think that the emphasis here, as always, should be on peacefully. So no person, regardless of how much you disagree with them, should be in fear of imminent danger, should be in fear of their lives, should have their families be in fear. And so that's why you need to make sure, as with any protest, that it's conducted in a way where it doesn't lead to violence, where it doesn't lead to imminent fear of violence. And I think this is just an example of what we frankly could see more of when the decision comes out, which I suspect will be the last week of June. And it's an example of, I think, how passionate at least some people will feel going into the midterms. Let's remember that this decision, which I think is imminent, is likely to energize both sides of the political aisle, but probably more Democrats who will feel that the status quo has really fundamentally changed, and that the only way to try and rectify that is at the ballot box. It's because of how our government is structured, because, again, the Senate is inherently an anti-majoritarian institution. It's difficult. It's a long road for Democrats to get to the point where you are getting back to the law we have today, which is that pre-viability abortion is permissible.
Well, the last week of June, not far away. I think we can both agree on that. Ahead of that, what do you foresee as movement from the states? Because we've already been talking about New York being quite outspoken about expanding abortion rights in other locations, even in Texas, some counties saying that they are going to start to fund abortion rights and clinics and expand accessibility. What else do you think we're going to start seeing in the coming weeks here?
Well, from my home state of California, we just saw, I think a few hours ago, the governor proposed that millions of dollars be spent on increasing abortion access for people who already live here and for people who may need to travel to California, who may want to travel to California. So I think we're going to see more of this. We'll see more of California, New York, maybe other localities to the extent that they can, saying we're going to be a so-called safe haven jurisdiction. And we'll see more of jurisdictions like Missouri, like Louisiana, saying we're actually going to do the opposite. We're going to try to do things like not just ban abortion, but criminalize abortion, prevent people from traveling out of state to obtain abortions, which I guess is a long way of saying we're going to see the fracture lines exacerbated. We're going to see more of this really deep division, and we'll see more attention on, I think, state legislative races and state attorneys general, who actually, as we talked about in the beginning of the week, who I think will really come to the spotlight as having some power over this issue.
All right. Jessica Levinson joining us here on the show, per usual, to break it down. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Well, we want to move back out to Jessica's home state there in California, as there's just devastating pictures, aerials, and down on the ground. We'll show you some of them live run unfiltered from our Fox 11 crews, as they are right up there on the lines as firefighters are trying to tackle these extreme flames. As we said, not quite sure exactly how many structures have been destroyed up to this point, but there are evacuations underway. This is also an aerial look of the hills, how hilly this area is, the plumes of smoke heading into the rest of the region. Again, this is in the Laguna Beach area, beautiful beautiful area, very wealthy area. But now these neighborhoods completely tarnished and destroyed. We want to go back out to coverage from our Fox 11 Los Angeles team, as they've been doing a fantastic job. We'll listen in to what they have to say, especially with the conditions there down on the ground.
We were watching those homes burn earlier in our coverage, and I was telling you all that I've had several friends that have lost homes in fires. In fact, one of my old co-anchors, John Beard, his family lost their childhood home in a fire, and I would ask people about what's it like to rebuild your life or grow from there. And one person told me I said, what is your advice? And he said, well, on the material, use the things that you have. If you have a favorite pair of tennis shoes, wear them. Don't leave them in the closet on a shelf. If you have a favorite bottle of wine that you're saving, enjoy it. No matter how much or little that you have, the things that you value, don't leave it on a shelf, he said. Enjoy it and use it. I thought that was just interesting advice as to, how we value the things that we have and what we do or don't do with them.
Certainly, and as we just saw the pup go by too, that reminded me of one of the 5 Ps. So to prepare yourself for something like this, because we live in California, it's wildfire season year round and earthquake weather. And Rick, you have been really hitting home the fact that we need to get those 5 Ps ready in an emergency like this. So if you can just run down the 5 Ps for us.
Yeah, and it's ready, set, go. And if you live anywhere near an urban wildland interface area, up against the Santa Susana Mountains in the north end of the San Fernando Valley, up against the San Gabriel Mountains, if you're in Silmar, over towards Altadena and Pasadena, if you live in the Inland Empire, San Bernardino, up towards Ontario, right against the San Bernardino Mountains, through the Cajon Pass, you are in an area that is prone to wildfires. And it is those 5 Ps we talk about. First and foremost, people, your family, prescriptions. Make sure you have all your meds in place. Those are important for you, obviously. Papers, important documents, or hard copies and or electronic copies saved on external hard drives. Personal needs, such as your clothes, food, water. Have that to-go package somewhere close so that you don't have to scamper around and put all that stuff together. Have it in a box that you could clearly just grab quickly and get out. Because as we saw with this fire this afternoon, it exploded rapidly. Your personal needs, such as clothes, food, water, as I said, and the priceless items, those valuables that you really want to keep safe, have those 5 Ps in play, and of course the pets as well, your furry friends, and make sure that they have food and what they need.
So I look at this picture here, it just feels very real. We can all relate to having a vehicle, a car. Maybe we can't all relate to these multi-million-dollar homes, but we all pretty much drive a car. And we're watching this home burn down, this car burned up. Joab Perez, you're on the ground there. Tell us what you're seeing here.
So I am on Coronado Point, Christine, and you guys are asking me, hey, how are the other properties doing? I'm up the street from there, and this is what I'm seeing. We have this structure here. You have this car completely burned out. Right next door to it, you have another vehicle that's been just completely burned out. I believe these were some of the, well, I think over here we have a structure just coming down right behind me.
Wow, Joab, to be so close.
Look at this, look at this.
Yeah.
From here, you could feel the heat. It kind of is. At some points, it blows like you'll have these black plumes of smoke come towards you, and you feel the heat just from the plume of the smoke that comes at you. But luckily, I'm in the street, so I'm not anywhere near where.
Oh my goodness.
Hopefully, where a fire could come, and I'm trying to be as safe as I can. I'm just trying to get you the best pictures here. Look at this property here.
There's nothing left.
Gutted.
It's gutted. There's nothing left.
Nothing.
Destruction.
Oh
Look at
my goodness.
Let me go ahead and show you guys further down here. You're asking me how Coronado Point is doing. I'll show you more. This is further up the street from where I was earlier. We got more properties. I'm just going to go ahead and just walk down here. This was looked like a garage there.
Coronado Point Drive, of course, is one of the streets that is under mandatory evacuations. This is exactly why. And earlier, when you arrived, Joab, you did see some homeowners distraught. And since you've been there, the longer this has gone on, you haven't seen any sign of life, correct? Everyone has since heeded the orders to leave?
Absolutely. I have not seen very much people from when I got here. There was that one looked like young couple, and they looked very, very distraught, but they were on their way out. They were leaving. And since then, I've only seen fire personnel and media, and this is why. This is why it's very dangerous out here. You do not want to be out here. There's lots of just ambers blowing about. There's multiple homes on fire. I mean, it's just not a very safe place to be at all. And also, first responders, they need space to move about these streets. There's so much work they have to move about. So I have to also be careful myself. There's several times where you have a truck come and they'll have me move out of the way, but this is another reason why it's not very good to be out here on these roads, because the fire personnel, they need access to these roads to fight these flames.
That house that we're looking at right there, can you maybe stay on that one for a moment there? Is that a newer fire, a newer home on fire? Because we saw it there at the top of the roof compared to some of the other homes that seem to be burned to the ground. Is that one just starting to go up?
Yes. Well, you could see that this one hasn't completely gone. This is further up the street from our previous live shot. So this is the first time seeing of these properties now. But since I've come up from where I was, I've seen probably another 5 homes already on fire. So that's 5 that I had down a little bit further down where I was earlier. And I've seen easily another 5, 6 homes just walking from here. And you can see there's some homes that are just starting to burn. There's that one you saw here. There's another one right here. That's just starting to go up.
Oh, my goodness. The families that are the owners of these homes that are watching their lives change before their very eyes, you just almost want to apologize and say, so sorry for this. We are in the business of bringing you as much information as we can with our crews there on the ground. But to watch this live is just heartbreaking. I just imagine someone's family there, their children growing up there, grandparents coming over. It is heartbreaking for any loss with any fire that we cover. But it's a reminder, Marla, that our lives can change in an instant. We cover it every day in this business.
We've been on the air now for more than 3 hours. This fire broke out more than 4 hours ago, and all of the destruction that it has caused. And of course, we don't know what caused the wildland fire to break out when it did at 2:45 in the Aliso Wood Canyon area. But as Rick always points out, it's not weather that creates the fire that causes the fire, Rick.
It's a trigger. Something triggered that fire, but the atmospheric, the weather conditions that were in play allowed it to spread rapidly. And if you're just tuning in, this is in South Orange County. You've been to that exclusive area, perhaps along Pacific Coast Highway of Laguna Beach. This is slightly inland. Those are the San Joaquin Hills that butt up against the Laguna Beach area. And this is the Aliso and Wood Canyons Wilderness Park, the Aliso Creek area. And that's where the fire started. Again, unclear what that trigger was, what started the fire, but it took off. Driven by strong onshore winds, not Santa Ana winds, not winds blowing from the land towards the sea, northeasterly winds with the hot and dry conditions. These are relatively cool, moist winds blowing off the coast. When we say the wind is out of the west and southwest, that means the direction that it's coming from, blowing towards the east and northeast. And we've seen wind gusts in excess of 30 miles an hour in this area, and that's what allowed the fire to take off. And of course, the tinder dry vegetation, all the brush, the chaparral, the yucca plants, all that vegetation that's indigenous to Southern California in the Aliso and Wood Canyons Wilderness Park in Aliso Creek there. Not the palm trees, not the eucalyptus trees. Those are trees that are planted by landscapers, but it's that brush in those canyon areas that really took off. We are heading towards a very dry period here in Southern California, typical of our Mediterranean climate. Most of our precipitation falls during the early spring into the winter, late fall, but it's during the summertime, late spring into the summertime, that we are dominated by high atmospheric pressure. The storm track remains well to the north, and we remain high and dry. And as of right now, Marla and Christine, the temperatures are cool at the coast, near 60 degrees, but we're talking about a period of 2 to 3 days that we're heading into Friday into the weekend, in which we're going to see temperatures north of 90 degrees and lower relative humidity. We're heading towards a bit of a heat wave, a spring heat wave here in Southern California, with those onshore winds backing off and seeing a bit more of an offshore flow, which will increase the fire danger. Just devastation here in the Laguna Niguel area.
I got to think if you live in surrounding areas of Laguna Niguel, you're watching this and wondering, is my neighborhood going to be okay? How far does this fire spread? Right now, a beautiful Phos-Check drop happening there on the top of your screen. The city of Laguna Beach itself, the city of Laguna Beach, is issuing this word that there is no immediate threat to Laguna Beach from the fire in Laguna Niguel, but asking residents to stay vigilant.
Because that fire is being driven away from Laguna. Laguna Beach is the community proper, right up against the coast, against Pacific Coast Highway. And this fire started inland slightly from that location, and then the winds out of the west and southwest took it up the hill from that deep canyon towards this neighborhood here. So the fire is blowing away from Laguna Beach proper.
And Rick, we're just getting word, and this will not surprise you because you called it earlier, that LAFD is sending a strike team to South Orange County to help battle the coastal fire. That just came down within the last 10 minutes. So now LAFD firefighters are going to be down there in Orange County trying to help the crews there. The lead agency is Orange County Fire Authority. Their public information officer, if you're following along on Twitter, OCFAPIO is a great resource helping us keep track of the flames and the destruction. We do want to remind you that in all of this destruction that you're seeing, as heartbreaking as it is, so far there are no immediate reports of injuries, which is wonderful news. Despite this all, thank goodness, so far we have not heard of any injuries. Certainly structures lost as we look at that fixed wing aircraft from one of our ground crews there, and now up overhead here as we see another multi-million-dollar home light up in flames on the roof.
So it is now 7 p.m. and normally, Marla, you and Alex would be on the air with your show at 7 p.m. We're going to stay on with this continued coverage of this fire burning in Laguna Niguel, as at 7:30 we're going to have a news conference from the Orange County Fire Authority to give us more of the numbers. We have the acreage upgraded to 200 acres in this fire that started around 2:44 in the afternoon. Loose number of about a dozen homes that have burned. Firefighters, to me, I think they've got a long night ahead of them. As you see, the homes that could continue to burn, they're not reliant, Rick Dickert, on the wind necessarily, as these homes are already on fire and could continue to burn through the night.
And we see that just when we're covering individual house fires here in Southern California with our team up in Skyfox. So we'll cover one house fire, and that fire will burn for a long time, and we'll see fire crews remain on scene to do what we call the mop-up work to make sure that those hot spots are extinguished. Think about this neighborhood and how many homes are burning. There's going to be fire crews here, not just for hours, but likely for days, making sure that something doesn't re-erupt to prevent the fire from spreading again, reigniting and engaging with homes that haven't burned yet. These are multi-million-dollar homes here in the hills near the San Joaquin Hills, inland of Laguna Beach. We're calling it the coastal fire. We give incidents like this, fire incidents, names based upon the location where they start, perhaps a street name where that fire started. And we don't have the details yet. Maybe we will get those answers coming up at 7:30 during that press conference to see how that fire may have started, where it started, what people may have seen. But we do know that the atmospheric conditions allow that fire to spread rapidly. Not Santa Ana winds, onshore winds in excess of 30 miles an hour, those strong wind gusts driving that fire up the canyons there of Aliso and Wood Canyons Wilderness Park, of Aliso Creek there towards these homes, engaging with them. Remember, embers can travel a mile or more with these strong winds and get caught up underneath the eaves of these homes, the ember intrusion that we see, igniting these homes, multi-million-dollar homes, multiple homes here burning in Laguna. And we'll continue to keep you posted. We have our Extreme Nav system with our helicopter, and we will get as much information as we can to you if you're watching from a remote location, perhaps being evacuated from this neighborhood.
And speaking of evacuations, a center has been set up at Laguna Hills Community Center. That is the only known location thus far, but given the scope of this fire and the impact to residents, I wouldn't be surprised if they have to find another location to help people. With that said, there's also this public information hotline that authorities have set up. So if you need some questions answered, that number is 714-628-7085. That number right there on your screen. And of course, we will leave that up so that it gives you some time to take down that all-important number, Christina, as we wait until 7:30 when we'll get an official update from officials.
You know, as I look at these homes, Marla, I think of all the things that are really irreplaceable, despite how much insurance any homeowner might have to protect structure and rebuild and replace. It's the things like your grandmother's photo, childhood memories, a childhood teddy bear that perhaps, spoke volumes to you growing up. It's the things that we just really can't replace, no matter how many things you can throw in a box and go. It's also the altered nature of your life, your daily routine. Were kids going to school tomorrow that lived in this house? Was a family, a father going to work the next day who's now got to worry about how their lives have changed? Was somebody planning to have dinner here tonight with their family? It's how the lives are touched, no matter what the structure is, the cost of the structure, or the location of the structure.
Awful. And again, a quick weather update for you folks watching at home. The wind, still the onshore winds are blowing. The gusts are backing off slightly, and that trend will continue. During the evening hours, the sea breeze backs off. The winds are strongest, those onshore winds, during the afternoon hours when we saw this fire really erupt. Because of all that hot air over the desert communities, we have such a unique topographic situation here in Southern California with the deserts and the sea. I talk about from the slopes to the shore. And all of that creates a dynamic for these winds. The hot air rises over the desert communities, especially this time of year when we see temperatures in the 90s or triple digits. That hot air rises, creating what we call a thermal or a heat low. Air wants to rush in and replace it. It comes off the Pacific where the air is cool and dense. That's the stiff sea breeze that we saw this afternoon. It was in the forecast. We were talking about wind gusts in excess of 30 miles an hour. Winds at the coast, also in the deserts and mountains, onshore winds. But again, those winds will back off. We don't have wind advisories in effect for Orange County or red flag warnings, but that doesn't mean that we could see a disaster like this, and that's what we're seeing. The good news is that weather will start to cooperate in the coming hours as temperatures will continue to cool a bit. Even though it's not warm right now, humidity values will increase as the temperatures drop, and those winds will back off as well, those onshore winds out of the west and southwest.
It's just hard to wrap your mind around how this all unfolded this afternoon, given that when we went on the air, there was no threat to any structures. It was a 1 to 2 acre wildland fire. And here we are all these hours later, and, official word is at least a dozen homes. We know that it's certainly multiplied since then, given the coverage and our photographers on the ground and walking through these neighborhoods, and entire neighborhoods, homes leveled, one property after the other. And still to think above on the ridge top there, Skyfox up and over that in the smaller picture on your screen, and to see that as many resources that they do have on the ground and in the air, Mother Nature, these flames, they're winning. When you think about it, it's when will these flames stop hopscotching from home to home?
And as long as the wind continues, the wind is king. Even though we are seeing a drop in the velocities, we're still seeing those winds, some gusts in excess of 20 miles an hour, Marla and Christine, that allows for an ember to be picked up. As you have a fully involved house fire here, think of the wind that picks up just a small smidgen of that and deposits it downwind of this location onto another home, getting caught up into the eaves of that house and engaging with that house, starting yet another fire. These are house by house firefight, structure fires now being driven by those winds, being driven by the wildland fire that started deep in the canyon, in the Aliso and Wood Canyons Wilderness Park in the San Joaquin Hills, which are the hills just slightly east or inland of Pacific Coast Highway and Laguna Beach.
You know, we just came off Mother's Day as well. As I think of these homes, I think of people with memories of having perhaps had a Mother's Day brunch in one of these homes, celebrated their mother in one of these homes. It's very heartbreaking for a lot of people tonight. Joab Perez, our photojournalist there on the ground. Joab, as you watch these firefighters do their work, it's got to feel inspiring to see them.
Absolutely. You just see a line of them. We just showed you, I'm still in Coronado here. Look at all these engines that are out here. And all these crews are working. All these workers are here are just been nonstop, trying to bring as much of these flames as they could under control. And I can show you, at least from here. So I'm on Coronado Point, and just look at that difference. So from one side to the next, this is kind of where I've seen the break in fires in the properties. This is pointing towards Pacific Island Drive. I have not seen any properties from that way, but from here on down, that's where we begin to see more and more properties that have been engulfed in flames. So it is inspiring seeing these firefighters, but thanks to them, it looks like a lot of these properties on Coronado going towards Pacific Island Drive, it looks like they are safe. I do not see many of the, although there is one here that's begun to go up in flames. At least from here on down, it looks like they've done enough to keep these other properties going towards Pacific Island Drive safer this time being.
Pacific Island Drive. Okay, Joab, thank you. But we know how quickly conditions can turn with all it takes is some embers. And we see that right there. You said that this home just caught fire. The roof there, those ferocious flames coming out of the second story. All it takes is one of those embers to hopscotch to your side of the street. And I know that they just watered down those homes, but nonetheless, it's a real threat.
Absolutely, Marla. This literally just went up, as you mentioned. When I started this shot, when you tossed to me, this home was not, I did not see any flames coming from it. And literally just in a matter of moments, you see this flame shooting from this roof. So although for now it looks like these properties are safe, you're right, at any moment you can have this happen. So it's still a lot of work. Look at these crews in here. They're now going inside this home, doing their best to try to perhaps bring some water into it, keep the structure safe as much as they can. As you said, Christine, it's very inspiring to see them really just doing everything they can to protect these properties.
Well, you mentioned Pacific Island Drive, so that is yet another street about 4 streets over from the flashpoint, which was Coronado Point. Then you had homes on fire on the View. Are you saying there are homes on fire on Pacific Island Drive?
Oh, I'm saying that this is Coronado Drive going towards Pacific Island Drive.
Got it. Okay,
so,
a bit to the south.
From my vantage point, it looks like the properties on Coronado heading towards Pacific Island Drive, for now, they look safe. And as we were saying that, there's other properties going on fire behind me. So this is still very fluid. But for firefighters doing literally everything they can, there's another engine coming to try to help out this effort here. But they're really trying to protect further properties on Coronado from going up in flames here. And at least for now, it looks the properties from where I'm at going towards Pacific Island Drive are safe.
Okay, Joab, we appreciate it. But this shot right here, your ground shot that just pulled up, that engine, that's Los Angeles County fire. So we got word from LAFD, Los Angeles Fire Department, and now obviously we see that Los Angeles County fire is there. That's adjacent to the Newport Beach Fire Department. So, Rick, multi-agency.
Yeah, that's right. All over Southern California. But I'll tell you what, and this is not a situation, as I keep mentioning, that we are seeing these strong Santa Ana winds with high fire danger everywhere. But LAFD sending crews there, and I just got word that there is a fire burning in Sylmar that the Los Angeles Fire Department, a brush fire that is burning there in the 12,600 block of Foothill Boulevard. And in situations like this, they want to scatter crews in a way that they don't completely spread everybody towards one incident, because they want to make sure that there are still those crews in areas that could be vulnerable to other calls, whether it be an emergency medical call or a brush fire that's burning here in Sylmar. Hopefully it won't be anything like what we're seeing here in Laguna Beach with these multi-million-dollar expansive homes that are going up here one by one. The wind is still blowing here, but yes, agencies from all over Southern California descending on this neighborhood here above Laguna Beach, trying to battle these individual house fires that are the result of that wildland fire that started this afternoon.
And Rick, with the zoning here, you can tell that these homes are allowed to be built very close to one another, not a lot of space in between them. So you see that one home there going up in flames, firefighters doing what they can to protect other structures if they can next to them. But what a task they have.
As I always say, you can shake hands with your neighbors pretty much in every neighborhood of Southern California, because real estate is so prime here in SoCal. And you could see those houses right up against one another. And then there's the vegetation in between. You got the palm trees that act like candlesticks there that ignite. Those palm fronds that are so dry that create more of a fire hazard there. But yes, if you have one home that goes up, the home adjacent to it is going to be very vulnerable due to the proximity. And even in these neighborhoods where it's an exclusive neighborhood with multi-million-dollar homes, there isn't a lot of space between them.
And Rick, just combing through social media, one of the users on here, one of our viewers, I should say, pardon me, is saying hopefully that this won't be another Laguna Beach 1993
And I mentioned that fire earlier.
Yes, and so to remind folks, that was in October 1993, October the 27th. It burned almost 17,000 acres, more than 350 homes, 366 homes burned. That resulted in $528 million in property loss. So, you know, it is a reminder, and you'd hate to think that that's what we would be dealing with all over again. Nonetheless, this is...
And that one was driven by Santa Ana winds, as opposed to this one. But I mentioned that at the top of the coverage. This was very reminiscent, watching those homes catch fire, of that fire that burned in October during that wind event, that offshore wind event above Laguna Beach.
Well, we've been listening into coverage from Fox 11 in Los Angeles. I'm Daytona Everett. This is Live Now from Fox. We're going to get back to the coverage there as hundreds of acres burned from this brush fire here. We're expecting a news conference in about 15 minutes or so. So we'll be taking that live for you. But we want to move into some of the other stories of the day, including some good news, because we've been reporting on a lot of kind of frustrating and devastating news. But this one is one you definitely want to pay attention to. The FAA tweeting out saying, what if your pilot became ill and you had to fly the plane? Not a question that you usually ask yourself, but one that maybe you should. That's what happened over the ocean, 25 miles from Palm Beach International. Air traffic controllers sprang to action and calmly guided a passenger to land safely. You read that right. A passenger had to land a plane because the pilot got sick. Well, Fox 13's Brianna Arredondo has been following this story all day. Brianna, we heard about it and we were like, we need to get this on our air because this is miraculous.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of people have been seeing this story today and wondering, you know, what would you do in that situation? And in this case, it really took a team of air traffic controllers from different areas working together to coach this passenger. And they say that he did a great job landing for someone who'd never done it before. This passenger is standing on solid ground now, thanks to air traffic controllers who helped him unexpectedly land a plane with absolutely no flying experience.
I've got a serious situation here. My pilot has gone
No idea how to fly the airplane.
The FAA says the Cessna 208 took off from the Bahamas Tuesday. The pilot told his two passengers he wasn't feeling well. Then he fell against the controls and put the small plane into a nosedive and sharp turn. One passenger took over and called air traffic control.
Roger, what's your position? I have no idea. I can see the coast of Florida in front of me, and I have no idea.
Controllers tracked his location and guided him to Palm Beach International Airport. That's where Robert Morgan got called in off his break.
When somebody just drops that bomb on you that you're not expecting, like, here's the situation, it was just like, whoa, I felt like I was in a movie.
Morgan says he helped the man slow down.
He was calm all the way in. How am I looking?
Using his instructor and pilot skills to guide the passenger turned pilot through the landing.
You just put pressure on the top of the pedals and it would come to a stop when you're on the runway. So I kind of gave him a short lesson on that on the way in.
Retired Tampa air traffic controller Wayne Boggs tells us that's no easy feat.
Keeping a certain airspeed, don't get too slow because the airplane could stall and then fall out of the air, or he's too fast, he's going to run off the end of the runway.
But not this time.
Passengers landed the airplane? That's correct. Oh my gosh, yeah, no, great job.
In a situation where things could go wrong, it all went right.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I feel like I was just doing my job, but it was just like on a higher level than you ever thought you had to do it.
Now, there's no update for the pilot who had that medical emergency, but first responders were on the runway to help attend to him. In the meantime, the two passengers who were on that plane, they were not hurt, and the FAA says that it is investigating. Back to you.
Wow, what a sigh of relief. You have to believe that he has some experience with maybe video games or something. With that type of landing, no crash, nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly seemed, listening through the audio of the call into the air traffic control, that he certainly seemed familiar, at least with the inside of that cockpit, for sure.
Yeah, and to know to call air traffic control, and I think my favorite part, they say, what's your location? He says, I don't know. I can see the coastline.
Right, yeah, at least he had some sort of sense for where he was, so that was certainly good on those air traffic controllers' part to kind of take over and make sure that they spelled everything out for him as much as they could.
Yeah, and so steady there, not even moved. Well, thank you for giving us this story, Fox 13's Brianna Arredondo. We appreciate it. It's nice that this was a positive outcome, right?
For sure, absolutely.
All right, well, we are going to keep it moving here on Live Now from Fox. Good to sneak in some of those stories here, as that was a successful landing, whereas some of these other locations out in California, it's just devastating to see the destruction of these multi-million-dollar homes, flames still active as we're heading into 720 there in Laguna. This is right outside of the Laguna Beach area. We also have live pictures from down on the ground, ground shots of cars absolutely destroyed. Let's go back into coverage from Fox 11 in Los Angeles.
Enough out there that there's good visuals. What happens at night? What about staging in areas? What about keeping looters out? A lot to think about, Christy.
Definitely, and also, as we know, sometimes when we go into nightfall, the temperatures drop, but then sometimes the winds pick up. So those are all things that they're going to be looking at. And also what potential neighborhoods might be threatened next. So there's a lot of information we hope they will be able to give us.
All right. Well, that's 10 minutes away, Christy. We'll let you get set for that and look forward to hearing more from you and Orange County officials. Thank you. Obviously, stay safe out there. Rick, she just mentioned sundowner winds. We're at 7:20. Sunsets, what? I'm sure you know what precisely, at 7:43 tonight or thereabouts. You had mentioned that the winds would cooperate, but she did bring up a good point about sundowner winds.
Yeah, in this area, not really vulnerable to those types of winds like up in Santa Barbara County, and I do expect the winds to continue to trend downward in terms of velocities over the next couple of hours, because these are classic onshore sea breezes, onshore winds coming off of the ocean onto the land out of the west and southwest. And once that desert heat starts to subside, that thermal low, then the difference in pressure, which drives winds, starts to wane as well. So we see the sea breeze strongest during the mid and late afternoon hours. And then once the sun sets, those winds start to back off, and that is what I'm forecasting. I think that the wind velocities will drop. We're still seeing some gusts in the 20-plus mile-an-hour range in this area. But again, as you see these homes still continue to burn, the atmospheric conditions, the environmental conditions right around that hot zone is changed because of that intense heat. You change the pressure pattern. The temperatures are different, so you're going to see stronger wind velocities than you would if that fire wasn't there. That hot air rises, and air from adjacent areas, because our atmosphere always wants to be in balance, rushes in to replace it, and you're seeing that with these individual house fires. But the bottom line is no wind advisories are in effect or anticipated to be in effect. There's no red flag warnings, but that doesn't mean you can see rapid fire growth like we did with this incident, and the winds will back off, temperatures will drop, humidity values will increase. All of that should help the firefight. These individual homes now that are burning here above Laguna Beach as a result of a major wildland fire that erupted earlier this afternoon.
Well, as we watch these firefighters here at work, I'm thinking as it gets darker, is it harder to fight the fire, easier to see the flames? Can they fly the fixed wing? Can they fly the helicopters?
There are a lot of air resources that are equipped to fight the fire at night, and those will be employed if needed. But now we're dealing with, you could see how, that's that one huge home there that's burning that we saw, that multi-million-dollar home, multiple bedrooms there. You can see how expansive that property is. This is an exclusive area in the hills overlooking the Pacific Ocean. And again, this fire has burned inland away from Laguna Beach proper. When we talk about Laguna Beach, that beautiful community nestled right up against Pacific Coast Highway, right along the shore there near Emerald Bay. This fire erupted just east of that location, and being driven by those west and southwest winds from the ocean pushed the fire up the hillside there of the San Joaquin Hills, of the Aliso and Wood Canyons Wilderness Park to this exclusive neighborhood. And now we're looking at the firefight house to house, hopscotching because of the way that the embers randomly were blown by that wind and deposited on these homes, many of which are just completely gutted. Pure tragedy here.
And that's all I can think of when I'm looking at this live picture. The bigger picture here that you're seeing, this is from our videographer, Joab Perez. They're on the scene and just seeing, witnessing, capturing these images. Joab, let's bring you into the conversation. You're there, you're on the scene, and home after home, just gutted.
Yes, Marla, I headed back down to where we had one of our earlier shots. And again, when I was on my way back, I was thinking kind of back towards this area. I saw some of the houses that I saw before I got there. I came back and I see things like the garage caved in or some more structure caved in. So the conditions down the neighborhood have not gotten very much better. If anything, some of these structures have already hit. We just gone ahead and we just took more damage over time. But you have fire out here still pouring everything they can, and as they've been since I got here, just pouring everything to try to contain the fire to at least this section of the street I'm at here. So the fire doing everything they can, but these conditions are just very, very difficult to contend with. The amount of wind, the amount of embers that blow up. There's one point I was walking, I had a little bit of a heavy bit of embers, like a little ember storm just run right at me there and rush at me, and you get a little bit of burn on the hands perhaps, but it's just these type of conditions that are causing the fire to jump from one home to the next. And when you think they're finally getting a hold on something, then you have the next home go up on fire. So it's just very, very difficult conditions for firefighters to try to contain, but they're literally pouring everything. You can see up and down the street, every other few feet you'll have another truck. So firefighters are definitely bringing everything they can. You had LA County Fire early up, a little bit up the street out here. Then you the Mesa Fire. I saw the Newport Beach Fire. You have multiple agencies coming out here really trying to band together to stop the fire from going on this neighborhood.
Joab, a little hard to hear you, but we get the idea that home after home here you're seeing in flames there, firefighters there working so hard. I'm amazed always by that firefighter who sits there on the ground holding the hose. How exhausting it must be for them to be fighting these fires, and how frustrating it must feel for firefighters to lose a property, to perhaps have a home standing 1 minute and next to see flames coming at that home or out of that home, and really losing the battle on so many of these homes, but also winning the battle perhaps on other homes. Is that the firefighter on the ground? Right, getting a good grip there of that hose and that water. I bet these guys, men, women, they go home and they are exhausted after a night like this. A reminder, we're standing by for 7:30 news conference, so stay with us here as we await more official information on the numbers. Marla?
And if, in fact, you're just joining us, just for better context here, the bigger picture on the ground, this is from a neighborhood within Laguna Niguel. Christine, I'm looking at my notes here, and I've scribbled too many, and I cannot think of the name of the street, just so that we can let our viewers know where Joab is.
Pacific Island Drive, Coronado Point, La View, that area.
Thank you. And and then the smaller image, that is from Skyfox, and that is above where the ground picture is. And as we bring it full, this is in Laguna Niguel. This is on the Summit Ridge. Aliso Summit Trail is right below. And when we went on the air, these homes were completely intact, of course. And then about 5 o'clock, the flames got a hold of them. And you can see the ridge that I was referring to, and then the neighborhoods down below, because the embers can travel that far. So that is a great perspective shot.
It's amazing.
And it wasn't a lot of vegetation that was burning. You could see it was a relatively small, contained area. And that just shows you what can happen in a situation like that. But that perspective was amazing to really see. That's where the fire started. What the ignition was, we don't know. Bottom line, though, it charged up that hill rapidly, being driven by those onshore winds off of the ocean, and then engaged with that neighborhood.
Rick, let's get right to our reporter, Coco McAvoy, who is there on the ground as we wait this news conference. Coco?
Oh, my goodness.
Whoa.
So good evening. You can see we're moving away from this area because part of this home here just collapsed as they're fighting the flames here. We are on Coronado Drive here for the coastal fire. Just take a look at some of this video. You can see fire crews are blasting this structure, well, what's left of the structure, unfortunately, with water. And that's because I just got to this area probably about 10 minutes ago, so I'm trying to get myself oriented. But as we were standing there, we did hear part of this structure start to come down. Fire crews have been working extremely hard to fight these flames. You can see the orange glow in the distance. That's because this home is on fire, and if we keep walking this way too, down the road, you can see that in the distance, other homes are on fire as well. And it's very difficult to see because of the thick smoke and also all the debris that's kind of in the air. However, fire crews are working hard to fight this fire here. There are a number of fire crews out here, and I can tell you on my way up to the scene here as well, police officers have a number of streets blocked off, and that's because they're trying to keep people safe and far away from the coastal fire area here this evening as this fire continues to burn. I believe at last check, the fire is burning about 200 acres, but again, correct me if I'm wrong. I know that this fire is fast moving, and we could be beyond 200 acres at this point. But again, just look at the firefighters working so hard and diligently. And then like you mentioned earlier throughout our newscast, you think about all the families whose lives are impacted by this fire here. We're going to keep walking the area. But again, take a look at some of these live pictures as they're battling this fire. This appears to be what was possibly a garage before this fire erupted. I'm only saying that because I see part of a garage door. So I believe that this was part of the garage of this home. But right now, as you can see, this part of the structure has fallen, and more fell as we were live on air. Back to you.
Coco, we know that you just arrived on scene. You mentioned that you're still trying to get your bearings. Where are you? Do you know which street, which neighborhood you are in specifically?
Yes, so we are on Coronado Drive. We're actually in the same area where Joab has been reporting live to you this evening. However, with the thick smoke, it can be difficult to find him here this evening, but we know that we are in the area where he has been reporting all live this evening for us. But again, as you continue walking this way, I mean, you can just see the smoke continues to get thicker and thicker. I'm walking over water hoses here, trying to get to this area to show you some more live pictures. I can tell you that as you get closer to down this street, you can really start to feel the heat from the fire as well. So obviously a very fluid situation. The firefighters are working hard to make sure that they can get these homes under control. But I want to show Sam this way. As you see, when we're walking, this home is also on fire. There are flames coming out of this home that they're also working on here this evening.
Coco, we know Coronado Point has been really a flashpoint for these fires. It's the homes right along Aliso Summit Trail. Coco, I'm just wondering, as you're there on the scene, 7:30 at night, we're standing by waiting for a news conference for more updated information. Can you paint a picture for what it feels like? Is it cold out there? Is it hard to see? I'm sure it's very smoky to breathe all that in.
Yes, it is extremely difficult to see out here. I don't even know if you can see the debris that's flying in the air. That's why as I'm walking, I kind of have my back toward where the wind is going so that I don't get some of this debris in my eyes as I'm walking. However, I can tell you that it is windy out here as well. And also, as I said, as you get closer to some of the flames, you can really feel the heat. This is obviously, you know, difficult conditions for fire crews, but they're out here working so hard to try to save as much of these homes as they can.
And I don't even think you saw it, but if I'm not mistaken, Coco, when we had you live on camera, and maybe your photographer Sam Dubin can confirm, but there was a big ember that just went right in front of you. So my goodness, please, it goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway, please be careful out there.
Thank you. I missed that, and I'm glad I missed that because I might have jumped on air then. But yeah, there are a lot of embers flying here as we're out here this evening.
I'm wondering, was it hard to get up to your location? I know there are evacuations in that area. Did you see people still leaving the neighborhood, or was it pretty much open roads for you?
So there were not open roads for us. It was very difficult to get to the area where we are now. I actually had to park at a plaza nearby, and my photographer Sam Dubin came and got me because he's in a news vehicle, and those are really the only vehicles that are allowed to come up to these kind of areas right now, of course, along with fire vehicles and police vehicles as well, because they're really trying to make sure that people stay out of this area. But I will say, near that plaza, there were a number of people standing by. They really were trying to see whatever they could see to see, you know, what's going on, what they can see, and talking to each other. A lot of neighbors talking to each other, trying to find out as much information as they can. And I don't know if you can tell, the further that we keep walking, the picture, I'm sure, is getting just a little bit hazier, because as we continue walking, we are getting thicker into the smoke here this evening, and you can probably see in the distance that there are flames that are burning on these houses as well. But a number of fire crews spraying water, trying to get these homes.
Okay, so we've been listening in to reporting from Fox 11's Coco McAvoy down on the ground, but we do have that press conference we have been awaiting from officials here. We're going to start it from the beginning.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Brian Fennessy, and I'm the fire chief with the Orange County Fire Authority. We're here this evening at Laguna Niguel Regional Park. I want to talk about the coastal fire. That is the name of the fire that is burning half a mile away from where we are today. A little bit of information about the coastal fire. The call, the 911 call, was received at our emergency command center at the OCFA at 2:44 p.m. The 911 caller reported a 50-foot by 50-foot vegetation fire in close proximity of the water treatment plant. Our crews responded along with Laguna Beach, and upon arrival of Aliso Woods Canyon, found 1 acre of vegetation with a strong wind blowing it in a easterly and north direction. We immediately launched a robust both air and ground response. The fire quickly moved upslope and towards the homes on top on Coronado Point. An estimate of acres right now is around 200 acres. We'll be getting a more accurate acreage here very shortly and better maps, but about 200 acres. We do know that we have had structure loss. We are estimating somewhere in the area of potentially 20 plus, but please don't hold me to that. We will get our damage assessment crews in there, and we will have a much better idea of how many have actually been destroyed and perhaps damaged. So at this point, that is still under assessment. Very steep country for anybody that's been out that way from the coast all the way up Woods Canyon to the Coronado Point. Extremely steep. Very difficult to get the hose lines and to get hand crews working in those areas. At this time, we are in unified command with the Orange County Sheriff's Department and the Laguna Beach Fire Department. Assisting agencies include Los Angeles County Fire Department. I want to thank Fire Chief Darrell Osby from LA County. During the heat of battle, as they say, he sent 2 strike teams immediate need our way. I also want to thank our partners, CAL FIRE. Without their aircraft, without their crews, without their engines, without their overhead, we definitely would have been at a loss. So my hat's off and my deep appreciation to CAL FIRE and all of the MetroNet fire departments in the county. I saw many of the Newport Beach, Costa Mesa, Anaheim. I don't want to leave anybody out, but again, a very robust response. It's sad to say that we're getting kind of used to this. The Emerald Fire was back in February. Again, a very robust response, kept it to very few acres. Again, sadly, we have had some structure loss. I'll say this. You know, what we saw today is not something we're used to seeing this time of year or even during these types of conditions. We continue to talk about a fire year. This is another prime example of that. The winds we experienced today in that are normal winds, very strong winds off the coast, up the upslope. The big difference is the vegetation in our canyons here in Southern California throughout the West is so dry that it is not taking much for that vegetation. You know, the fuel moisture is so low that those fires are taking off and running on us. And they're burning very quickly, not necessarily, you know, burning thousands and thousands of acres, but enough that it's burning quickly and into the structures. And unfortunately, I believe this is what we're going to be experiencing over the next several months, over the next several years. So again, I want to thank all of the fire agencies. I want to thank the Orange County Sheriff's Department. I want to thank the elected officials behind me for all the support, all of the phone calls I've received, people offering assistance. I just want to say thank you. So at this time, I want to introduce Captain Asuncion of the Orange County Sheriff Department. He's going to talk about evacuations and their part of it. Captain?
Thank you, Chief. I'm Captain Virgil Asuncion with the Orange County Sheriff's Department, Chief of Laguna Niguel Police Services. And the Orange County Sheriff's Department has been in unified command, as the Chief said, assisting with the evacuations on the coastal fire for the city of Laguna Niguel. At this time, we have mandatory evacuation orders for 3 streets in Laguna Niguel: Coronado Point, Vista Court, and Via Las Rosas. We estimate to be about 100 structures in this area. Roads leading to this area are now closed. Deputies and fire personnel went to house to house to evacuate residents, and a wireless emergency alert system was issued. The Orange County Emergency Operations Center has been activated to assist with resources for the coastal fire. A hotline for public information has been established at the Emergency Operations Center. The hotline number is 714-628-7085. A care and reception site has been established at the Crown Valley Community Center, located at 29751 Crown Valley Parkway in the city of Laguna Niguel. We want to remind all the community that receiving immediate information in the incident is vital. So please sign up for alertoc messages at alertoc.com, and ensure your contact information is updated and accurate. Again, I'd like to thank the Orange County Fire Authority for their support, as well as our city and elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Asuncion, and to piggyback onto what the captain was sharing, I responded to Coronado Point, was there as the sheriffs were evacuating the community, and I've been doing this a long time. I have to say it was probably one of the most orderly evacuations I've ever witnessed. And I want to thank the community for heeding that the warning and the mandatory evacuation to leave. Too often we don't see that, and that causes us more problems. In this case, the sheriff was very effective in getting the community evacuated, which made our jobs just that much easier. So thank you, Captain. Next, I'd like to introduce County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett, District 5. Supervisor.
Good evening, everyone. Orange County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett. Sadly, this is the second fire in my supervisorial district in just a few months. Hopefully we won't have any more structures that are lost, and hopefully no loss of life. Wildfire season, as we know it, is now 12 months a year. It's not just the summer months, and we all need to really be prepared. I want to thank the Orange County Fire Authority. I'm also a board member on the Orange County Fire Authority, and I know the hard work that these men and women do every single day. And they are out here on the front lines, and they've got a lot of resources. The Orange County Sheriff's Department is equipped out here with resources as well. We've got the entire region focused on this fire right now to make sure that we have heli-tankers, and we've got ground crews, and we have every fire engine available in the area to come and put this fire out. So I just want to thank everyone involved here. It's a team effort, and it's not easy when you see people's homes on fire, but I know that we've got a great team in place, and the county EOC is activated. We're also pushing out a lot of information on Twitter, at Twitter at OC Sup Bartlett, and on Facebook at Supervisor Lisa Bartlett. So be sure to check all of the social media handles. We're pushing out as much up-to-date information as quickly as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Bartlett. We'll take a quick pause here. Before I start again, everybody hear me okay? Everybody got it? We're good? All right. I'll do just a quick recap, all right, for those of you that just joined us. Again, this is the coastal fire. Estimated acres are around 200. We do know that there has been some structure loss. We do not have an exact account. We will get a damage assessment. My name is Brian Fennessy. I'm the Orange County Fire Authority Fire Chief. In unified command with the Orange County Sheriff Department and the Laguna Beach Fire Department. Other agencies assisting are Los Angeles County Fire Department, all of the local agencies here in Orange County, and a large presence by our partners CAL FIRE, both on the ground and in the air. This has been a very robust response. We're starting to get a better handle on the fire now, and we expect that we're going to make great progress throughout the night and into the coming days. At this time, we have no known civilian or firefighter injury. And in terms of fire start, I know that'll eventually be a question, that is under investigation. We do not have that information at this time. I'm going to, since there's so many of you showed up, I am going to reintroduce Captain Asuncion with the Sheriff's Office to do a repeat. And again, I'm going to introduce County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett to do a repeat. There's just so many more of you here. And then we will end with the mayor of the city of Laguna Niguel, Mayor Genoway, and then we'll field questions. The winds have died down a little bit. And I'll share a little bit of what I did earlier. The winds we experienced today are not unusual. These were not Santa Ana winds. These are coastal winds that we experience generally every day. The big difference is, and we're seeing it again, with the climate change, the fuels beds in this county, throughout Southern California, throughout the West, are so dry that a fire like this is going to be more commonplace. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, a fire like this would have likely been stopped very small. Our resources would have got on scene quickly, the fire would have been skunking around, and we'd have picked it up. With the wind behind it and the fuel as dry as it is today, you're going to see fires run on us like this. They may not become thousands and thousands of acres, but you don't have to lose life or property in large fires. We can lose them very quickly in much smaller fires. So this has become our norm, so you can expect more of this. Why don't we field those questions right at the very end? I want to take time and reintroduce Captain Asuncion with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. Okay.
Thanks, Chief, again. So, excuse me, I'm Captain Virgil Asuncion with the Orange County Sheriff's Department and Chief of Laguna Niguel Police Services. So, the Orange County Sheriff's Department has been in unified command since this fire started, assisting with evacuations for the coastal fire for the city of Laguna Niguel. At this time, we have mandatory evacuations for 3 streets in Laguna Niguel: Coronado Point, Vista Court, and Villa Las Rosas. We estimate this to be about 100 structures on these streets. Roads leading to this area have been closed. Deputies and fire personnel went house to house to evacuate residents, and a wireless emergency alert system was issued. The county's Emergency Operations Center has been activated to assist with resources for the coastal fire. A hotline public information has been established for established at the Emergency Operations Center, and that hotline number is 714-628-7085. And all call takers are ready to assist affected residents. A care and reception site has been established at the Crown Valley Community Center, located at 29751 Crown Valley Parkway. We want to remind the community that receiving immediate information in an incident is vital. So please sign up for Alert OC at alertoc.com and ensuring that your contact information is updated and accurate. Just want to thank the Orange County Fire Authority for all your assistance and our elected officials for all your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Asuncion, and we want to thank the community as well. The sheriff did an excellent job of evacuating our community, and our residents evacuated quickly, orderly, and that's great for us with the fire department. We don't have to necessarily concern ourselves with rescue. We can go right to work in fire suppression when we've had a great evacuation like that. Next, I'd like to introduce Orange County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett, District. We're going to take questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Hennessy. Good evening, everyone. Orange County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett, 5th District. Our thoughts and prayers are with everyone involved here. Sadly, this is the second fire in my supervisorial district within the past few months. We had the Emerald Fire in Laguna Beach in February. And wildfire season, as we know it today, it's not just the summer months anymore. It's 12 months a year. And we really have to be prepared year-round for a fire to spark up at any time. I want to thank the Orange County Fire Authority, the great men and women who are first responders and are doing great work on the front line right now. I'm also serving on the board of the Orange County Fire Authority. I want to thank the Sheriff's Department and the men and women there and all of their resources. We've got a ton of resources that have been brought into this vicinity to put this fire out as quickly as possible. I want to thank everyone from the regions in LA, San Diego, and other areas that have come forth with equipment and personnel to help us get this fire under control as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bartlett. Next, I'd like to introduce the City of Laguna Niguel Mayor Genoway.
Good evening. I'm Elaine Genoway, Mayor of the City of Laguna Niguel. Our priority are the residents of our city and their safety and well-being. Thank you to the Orange County Fire Authority and the Orange County Sheriff's Department for protecting our residents and assisting them at this time. We have, thank you. This is the right microphone height. Early on, we declared a state of emergency in the city of Laguna Niguel to be able to provide the resources that our residents will need when we set up an emergency operations center. We also have an evacuation center at Crown Valley Community Center where some of our residents have gone. At last count, we have had 25 adults, 2 children, and 5 pets there. So any residents who need a place, even if it's just the voluntary evacuation, please go to the Crown Valley Community Center, and Red Cross is there to serve you along with animal services. Thank you to the many residents in our city who have reached out to see how they can assist. Also, thank you to the mayors of surrounding cities who have contacted myself and my city council colleagues. We've also had multiple restaurants to see if they could bring food to those who have been evacuated. But we have we are working on a point of contact for our residents to provide one person that they can contact to give them the information that those who have been evacuated or those whose homes have been impacted, that they will know where to go to get the resources and assistance that they need after this time. So again, our residents are our priority. Please feel free to reach out to myself as the mayor or our city manager or our city staff for any information. And we urge all of our residents, if you have any questions, if you need any assistance, that is what we are here for. So reach out to the city, reach out to the Sheriff's Department, reach out to the OCFA. But we are here for you. We are here to assist you, and we will all work together to do what's in the best interest of Laguna Niguel residents. I'd also like to point out that our water district has sent out an alert asking residents to reduce their water usage at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Genoway. At this time, we'll field a few questions, and then we'll all be available for individual interviews. So,
what is the as far as adjacent HOAs? Should they be turning on their irrigation to water the hillsides to make sure that there's
No need to do that. Again, we expect the winds to slow as it becomes nightfall to slow a bit. We've got lots of resources out there to deal with it, so no, that would not be something we would recommend.
Can you talk about the number of structures either destroyed or damaged?
We don't have an accurate count, but I will tell you that myself and my Deputy Chief of Operations, Kenny Dossie, left the neighborhood to be here for this event, and I would say it's fair to say that we're looking at probably a minimum of 20 structures, either lost or partially destroyed. We're somewhat reluctant to provide numbers because, again, they're just estimates at this point. We will have our damage assessment teams out tonight. We will have an accurate count certainly by tomorrow morning. But we definitely experienced structure loss of homes up on Coronado Point.
And these are all residential? All residential?
All the ones I saw were residential homes, large residential structures.
What is the biggest challenge going into tonight?
I think really it's going to be identifying those hot spots. I mean, you got to remember that this fire was wind driven, and so we have embers cast very deep down into those canyons, and many of them up into the palm trees. We saw several palm trees that had embers burning in them. We had embers enter attic spaces through vents, and so really the focus is to get into these homes, to really take a look at those attics, to get down in the vegetation, to really make sure that we're not leaving any hot embers in place so that when the wind does pick up again tomorrow, that we've missed anything and we have a rekindle. So you'll see the firefighters out here in mass throughout the night, certainly out through it tomorrow, and they'll be making sure that this fire is completely extinguished before we walk away from it.
And can you confirm where it started? We had heard that it started near a water treatment facility.
That is my understanding. I don't have an exact location, but down by the water treatment near Aliso Woods. Right.
And you may have mentioned this before, but all of us were commenting about just how, when this fire first broke out, we saw white smoke, and, there wasn't any indication that it was going to blow up the way it did. But just what was going through your mind as you saw, the embers jumping, and just what was going through your mind at that time?
Yeah, I think the early reports, I was at headquarters again with my deputy chief, and we were getting early reports that we had a small fire and that it didn't appear to be more than, at the time, I think 3 to 6 acres. And what we experienced was a fire, wind-driven, down and relatively level, flat terrain until it hit the side of that slope. And fire is always going to run uphill faster, wind or no wind. But when you have that strong a wind blowing that fire uphill, and if you're familiar with that area, it is extremely steep, extremely thick vegetation that has not burned in probably decades. Once it's got a hold and started up that hill, I think we all saw that. As soon as I got to my car at headquarters, you could see a tremendous smoke column, and we knew that we had a significant fire.
And you talked about how climate change has changed the behavior of fires. How has the way firefighters attack the fires changed? I
think you're right. I mean, we're seeing spread in ways that we haven't before. Again, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, fire like that might have grown to an acre, couple acres. We'd gotten there very quickly. It would have been skunking around. The fire is spreading very quickly into this very dry vegetation. Is taking off. One of the concerns for me as a fire chief, obviously, is the safety of my firefighters. And we're seeing spreads like we have, not just here locally in Orange County or Southern California, throughout the West, in Northern California. And, there is no structure, there is no vegetation that is more valuable than human life or a firefighter life. So many times we have to go into rescue mode and really protect those at risk. These fires are moving so quickly that we do have to back off until we see opportunities to get in and attack that fire. 20 years ago, I would say that we took fire on a lot more directly. Nowadays, the threat again to life and property and firefighter life is extreme. A couple more questions.
That there was insufficient water pressure up to the hydrants?
I did not hear that. I'm unaware of any insufficient water pressure. Again, everything I saw deck guns, I saw lots of water being flowed by all the fire engines up on top of Coronado Point. I did not. That would be a surprise to me to hear that, at least up on top. There was a lot of water being flowed.
You had mentioned no civilian injuries. Were there any injuries to your firefighters? And then also when you're trying to get people to, evacuate from their homes, were most people home at the time, or were they away from work?
Well, number one, we're unaware of any civilian injuries. We're unaware of any firefighter injuries. I happened to arrive in the neighborhood as the sheriff was evacuating the community members. It did not appear that there were a lot of people at home. Those at home, obeyed and complied with the order. They got out of there very quickly. It was very orderly. The sheriff deputies that conducted the evacuation were very calm, treated those folks very dignified, and I did not see any panic. And in fact, the feedback I got from many of those that evacuated, that they appreciated that approach, and again, that the sheriff department kept them very calm during a very obviously tense and stressful situation. So we'll take one more question, and then we can do individuals.
Will you be able to continue the aerial assault throughout the night?
If we need to tonight, we will. The Orange County Fire Authority is available to drop water at night if we need to expand beyond just our fire department. I've gotten assurances from Los Angeles County Fire Chief Darrell Osby that he would contribute aircraft to assist at night as well. I don't know if that's part of the plan tonight, but if there's a need for it, we certainly will fly tonight.
Can you spell your name once again?
It's Brian Fennessy, F like Frank, ENNESSY. I'm the fire chief of the Orange County Fire Authority. With that, we'll call it quits, and feel free to talk with any of the folks behind us. Thank you.
Will you be holding
any more press conferences?
The next one will be announced on Twitter. As soon as we know when it is, we'll put it on OCFA's Twitter account.
Could be tonight?
Probably tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so this has been a marathon, really, 4 hours as we, alongside Fox 11 in Los Angeles, have been showing you these horrible images there in Laguna as these multi-million-dollar homes are going up in flames still as we speak. Thankfully, the Orange County Fire Authority chief there said no civilian injuries and no firefighter injuries have been reported. That is good news on that front, but the fire is still burning. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking to our experts about how this operation unfolds now from here into the nighttime hours as they've been at it for so long. So stick with us on this story. We also have a lot more updates throughout the evening here, especially on day 77 of the war in Ukraine, and so many more headlines. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. And the coastal fire continues to burn in and around Laguna Niguel and also Laguna Hills. Right now, though, we're just a little bit after the top of the hour. We want to bring in our friend of the program, Hal Kempfer. We usually talk to him right at this time about the war in Ukraine. We're going to hold off on some of those updates. We want to get his opinion. He has experience in emergency management. Hal is on the line with us. Hal, thanks for being with us. What do you make of the operation so far, of the firefighting efforts? Remember, we were hearing that initially they did not think this was going to be so big as it is, this conflagration right now that has really taken multiple homes, many multi-million-dollar homes up in flames. And so you kind of heard from the fire chief there in Orange County, they didn't think it was going to get this bad.
Well, Andrew, and I should mention I was a emergency preparedness liaison officer for Department of Defense. And at one time, I think I was the closest officer in that status to Laguna Beach, Laguna Niguel, that area. And I've worked fires down here. What happened this afternoon was they had a fire that was down low, and then the winds came in heavy this afternoon. I'm not that far away. We had huge windstorms throughout Southern California. And the problem is everything's so dry. So it's just kindling. So the winds pick up, the fire gets to the edge of those hills, and it'll just fly up those hills. And the biggest problem they have is cinder. They get these cinders that fly out. They're really like cinder storms. And they'll get in and around buildings. They'll get under garage doors. They'll get in eaves. They'll get everywhere, any crack they can find. And once they get in there, that's your ignition source. And that's how you have these homes go up in flames. And there's an interesting thing. It happens other places, but particularly in Southern California, because of the unique vegetation, the winds, and the way these things hit. And of course, some homes are better prepared for this than other homes. Some homes don't have some of the things that are very unique to Southern California for fire defense. And you'll see one home standing, and right next to it, there'll be a home that was burned to the ground. and it's a degree of preparedness, but a little bit of luck as well. So that's what happened this afternoon. The winds have died down a lot. This will give them a chance to get their hands around the situation. It sounds like they've got really good mutual aid from surrounding counties that are willing to send in resources. One of the things, and this is kind of a little bit due to climate change, it used to be that they would do everything on the ground before they bring in air, meaning like aerial tankers, could be helicopters doing what we call bucket operations, where they dip into a water source like a lake or something, and then they go up with this big bucket, fly over the water, and then drop water on it. Used to be that was later, after they try to attack from the ground. Anymore, they will push the air support in faster, because they realize they've just got to get a handle on this thing as fast as possible, because once it gets big, it's very difficult to stop. And that whole area up there, it has beautiful homes. It's very developed, but there's also up in those canyons, there's just a tremendous amount of dry brush or fuel, if you will. And they want to stop this fire as much as they can, stop those cinders, attack those cinders to make sure they're out, so the fire doesn't keep spreading up all the way throughout that whole uneven terrain, if you will, throughout that entire area.
Yeah, of course, Hal. I think a lot of our viewers, myself included, have learned a lot about how these fires move, how they start, the weather patterns that need to be just right for blazes like this to kick off. And you're right. I was also struck by the fact that, you know, this is somewhat intermittent with the homes that are burning. It could, you know, one next door could be spared. The other three next to it could not. So it does seem to be intermittent in that respect, and that is just, like you said, possibly luck. We also know that the operations in the air, Hal, are so precise as they dropped, and we saw it, the retardant earlier on, right as the blaze was kicking off. That was interesting to me. They're still in the air. Not much has been contained so far. You're watching some of our Fox 11 reporters in the field. We hope to speak with some of them a little bit later. But Hal, from just a firefighting effort, how have they done? Have they done everything right?
From what I can tell, they're, you know, I'm sure internally they would critique themselves, but it looks like they've done everything they can do. There is a certain amount of, you know, Mother Nature is going to do what Mother Nature does here. And even with the immense resources they have, once the fires hit that dry brush and you got those tremendous winds behind them, it's very difficult to slow it down. In fact, in many cases, it's almost impossible. And really what they look for, you know, yes, they try to save property, but they're really looking to save lives. And so they're working simultaneous operations. They're trying to obviously attack the fire, but they're also trying to evacuate people out of there as fast as possible. You have to remember, California, we have had some pretty horrendous fire incidents. You know, Santa Rosa some years back, where I think over 20 people were killed in an area that couldn't get evacuated fast enough. And of course, Paradise, up in the foothills of the Sierra Nevadas, where almost 90 people were killed in a fast-moving firestorm. So let's just say there's a lot of impetus to save lives out here, and you're seeing a lot of that. One thing you're going to see, they're going to try and, it looks like they're doing air operations at night. Those are always much more risky than air operations during the day because of lower visibility, not just because it's dark, but also all the smoke in the air makes it very difficult. You know, it wasn't that long ago that they wouldn't even allow air operations at night because of the risk involved. But now they try to do stuff as long as they can, and it makes a huge difference. So I think they're going to work really hard while the winds are lower tonight to really get a handle on this fire, because they know tomorrow morning, it won't be too long into the morning that the winds will start to pick up, and they want to keep this fire as small as possible.
Hal, I want to get the opinion, I guess, or move the discussion to, you know, people who build homes and choose to live there. They know what they're getting into. We've heard a lot from Fox 11, their meteorologists. This is always a risk, and these homes, where they are situated, are vulnerable. Of course, I would imagine many of these homeowners have insurance, but Going forward, what recourse do they have? Because this came in so quickly. Do they, have any recourse, say, at the state level, at the federal level? Will, an emergency disaster declaration be signed? Do you think it's going to get to that point?
I think you'll probably see that. I think typically what happens is the state will declare a disaster, and then they'll appeal to the federal government for the president to declare a disaster under the Stafford Act, and that way FEMA funds can be allocated to help with this, and that helps with rebuilding. Interesting, there's been a lot of discussion about some of these areas where these homes are located. Some of these areas keep getting hit over and over again. This particular area, I don't think has been hit for probably a couple of decades, if not more. But certainly areas around that have been hit more recently. I recall very close to there back in '93, there was a massive fire that went through that area. And that actually, I think they changed some laws after that because of the extent of the damage. They're going to take a look at this. Back east, going back many years, there were certain storms, along the coast of the Carolinas and stuff, you have these Outer Bank islands that are right on the water, and people build homes there. Hurricanes would come in, they wipe out the homes. And it was getting to be a fairly regular thing. And finally, FEMA, years back, turned around and said, look, we're not going to go in and put disaster aid to these areas. If you build a home, you're on your own. And that curtailed a lot of home building on the Outer Banks out there to avoid putting homes in harm's way. That's been talked about here in California with some of these homes on what they call the wildland interface, where they're right next to this brushy wildland area that typically catches fire on a regular basis. And that actually is part of the Western ecosystem that, these things do catch fire.
Yeah.
And they obviously catch fire more often. So I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be a change, but it's not a change that's right now.
Hal, last point I want to make before we move on to some of these other headlines tonight. Let's talk about who was evacuated, where they are, and we heard from the Orange County Fire Authority chief that he said this was one of the most orderly evacuations that he has seen because homeowners, residents, they need to leave at a moment's notice. They don't have much time. They have to collect the essentials, and then they have to get out of harm's way. And so we don't really have an idea of how many, I believe, have been evacuated or are in some of these evacuation centers. But what is that like for them and for fire officials to wrangle people at a moment's notice?
Well, they're pretty good at wrangling out here. They can do reverse 911 where they call the homes. Of course, one of the challenges there with people don't have that many hard lines in their homes. They kind of rely on cell phones now. But they will also drive up these streets. The sheriff's deputies will normally do that in that area and knock on doors, and they will make sure that people get out. And frankly, when you know there's a fire in the area, it's very typical that you'll pack a bag or have a go bag ready to go. In fact, that's something that's trained down here to residents in Southern California. Keep a go bag ready if you can, because you never know. These things will happen fast, particularly during fire season. And they'll throw the stuff in their car, grab their pets, whatever else they got, and they'll head down the road. Now, as far as this particular area, I don't know how many of those people are going to shelters. All right. That area is a little more affluent than some of the other areas of California. So I'm thinking they're heading down the road to probably a very nice hotel, and they're going to wait it out down there. So it's a little bit different than some other areas of California, but that would be my guess. It doesn't look like they had to evacuate that many people either. At least right now, I'm sure it's much larger than just the 20 or 30 homes would suggest, because they have to back it off a lot. But that's not, frankly, for Southern California, that's not unusual at all.
Yeah.
To evacuate something like that. So they have shelters set up, but I think a lot of these people probably just grabbed their credit card, went down the road, and got a hotel room for the night.
Yeah, of course, we heard from those fire officials at the press conference that fortunately, not many people were home at the time, they said, about the houses in harm's way. We're going to be moving on, and we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll still be popping in and out of these shots, hoping to speak with some of our Fox 11 reporters who are on the scene to get an update. We're probably not going to get another press conference until early tomorrow morning. Let's just go over what was said at that press conference. Now we know a state of emergency has been declared for the city of Laguna Niguel. It's to provide resources to residents in the coastal fire. Almost 200 acres burned, about probably 20 homes lost to the fire. Residents are also asked to reduce their water usage as these firefighters battle these flames. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have all the latest updates out of Russia and Ukraine, the war there in day 77. More on that in 2 minutes.
Welcome back. I'm Chris Cato.
And I'm Linda Hurtado. Congress is about to approve another $40 billion to help Ukraine. The House passed the mix of military and humanitarian support last night. Senate leaders say they'll pass it as soon as possible. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, joins us now with a closer look at how this money will be spent and how long it will last. Craig.
Well, the president requested $33 billion or thereabouts, and Congress actually upped that request to $40 billion in the legislation that took shape and is now moving on to the Senate. And to put that in context, that is around 5% of our entire national security budget in the United States. But this is a dire matter of national security for our nation and many others of Europe. Now, in terms of the duration, frankly, it's not clear how long this will last. The Biden administration says an additional $40 billion for Ukraine should help it fight off Russia for the next 5 months. But that's just an estimate that some federal lawmakers dispute. And it's hard to nail down because we don't know how much Putin may escalate the invasion in the coming weeks. Now, keep in mind the $40 billion plan moving through Congress is on top of the $13.6 billion approved at the start of the invasion. That's a total of more than $53 billion for Ukraine the first 2 months into the war.
We think the size of the package is significant because it will enable the Ukrainians to more efficiently and quickly to deal with the challenge that they face.
And there is very little resistance to this kind of spending because lawmakers from both parties fear it could cost us much more if Russia conquers Ukraine or expands the invasion into other countries. The $40 billion in support includes $6 billion for new weapons and training for Ukraine, nearly $9 billion to reload our own stockpiles of military equipment to replace what we're donating to Ukraine, nearly $4 billion to support European command in our intelligence operations, which we then share with Ukraine, nearly $14 billion to help keep Ukraine's government, infrastructure, and other critical services running through the invasion, nearly $4.5 billion in food and other humanitarian relief, plus nearly $1 billion to help the refugees.
Time is of the essence.
because President Biden has made clear that the aid provided by Congress a few months ago is now near its end.
There was a holdup for several days over the issue of COVID funding within the United States that had at one point been attached to this particular legislation. With that, both Republican leadership in the Senate and the president agreed that that should be decoupled, taken up as a separate issue. And with that, that cleared really the only remaining obstacle there has been between the parties, which means it's taking us to action in the Senate, which should pass sooner rather than later.
So, Craig, the Senate has not yet passed this aid for Ukraine, and the president warned the previous aid is running out. So is there any risk, though, that the shipments to Ukraine could be disrupted?
Yeah, there's some risk, but it's extraordinarily unlikely that that will happen because they're aware of what kind of deadline they're under here. The actual deadline, now this is not set in stone, but it's estimated to be May 16th because that's the point in which the government estimates the approved funding runs out. And that point could be disruptive if the Senate does not pass it before then, but this gives them more than enough time throughout the duration of this week to take this up and through the process and get it passed, presumably before May 16th.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
We always thank Fox 13 in Tampa for their look back at day 77 of the war there. Joining me now to discuss that even further with some of these developments, national security expert Hal Kempfer. We were just talking to Hal, of course, about the Laguna Niguel fires that are still raging. We'll have more updates on that. But Hal, let's talk about some of these Ukrainian updates on the battlefield. You know, negotiations seem to be dead. There's been no talk of them since late March. Putin has indicated he's in this for the long haul. Are you pessimistic that they'll come to the bargaining table anytime soon, or is this going to be as protracted as many think?
Andrew, I'm about as enthusiastic as President Zelensky is, which is probably not. They're keeping the door open, but as President Zelensky said yesterday and today, you know, every time there's a new Bucha, meaning that city near Kyiv where they found just hundreds of what were clearly war crimes, atrocities against civilians. Every time they come across this, and they've been coming across it everywhere they uncover territory, it's just it's almost a nail in the coffin towards of substantive negotiations with the Russians. They can't believe anything the Russians say. The Russians have said one thing and then turned right around and done something completely different time and time again. So just the problem of what they say and what they do being in Congress has just really slowed down everything. So I'm going to go back to what we said way back when, which is what happens on the battlefield will drive whatever happens in the negotiation. And if the Ukrainians continue success in eastern Ukraine, if they are able to move those Russian forces, or I should say force those Russian units out of the Donbass region, which I do not put outside the realm of possibility at all, I think that will change whatever we see in terms of negotiations.
Yeah, you and I have spoken so often that it seems like this is just going to have to be a devastating blow to the Russian military, and then they'll have to come to the table, presumably. I was struck by two kind of irreconcilable facts. We've been seeing progress made on the Ukrainian side, pushing back some of the Russian forces to even pre-2014 territory, Crimea, in the east there, in Donetsk and Luhansk. That is significant, but we also have been seeing reports that Russian forces in areas that they have not yet even fully captured, I'm talking about around Kharkiv, around Kherson, they're installing pro-Russian mayors, if you will. There's talk about having kind of sham elections or sham referendums to somewhat offer some type of rationale that Russia controls this part now. Are you seeing that too, and what does that mean? That is kind of like you and I have talked about a Potemkin village, if you will.
It really is, and really, every time they say, this mayor is, a pro-Russian separatist or whatever, I kind of look at this. I think, well, that'll be very interesting when they have the war crimes trials after this is all over. It's going to be difficult for them to explain how they were just an innocent bystander. It really just depends on who controls the ground. If the Russians control the ground and they want to, have some sort of sham election or referendum and say, oh, it's a separate territory, and figuratively and literally, the vote there is, you can vote for, independence, or you can take a risk of being shot. Obviously, they're going to win whatever sham vote they put together. And even if they don't, they would just simply replace the ballots or whatever they would do. So they don't really have a lot of meaning. What really matters is who physically controls the ground. If I can point out something, though, in the eastern Ukraine, right now, as of today, 89 of the 90 M777 155 millimeter howitzers from the United States are in Ukraine. They are being employed in eastern Ukraine. And as of today, there was verification. Actually, there was a picture that shows that they have the, this may sound like too much in the weeds, but they have the projectiles, high explosive projectiles that are rocket assisted. What that means is that when they fire their rounds, highly accurate targeting with those rounds, they can fire out to about 30 kilometers. That is almost twice as far as the range of the Russian artillery. What you're seeing, this push east towards the border from Kharkiv, and they might be within, there were estimates they could be within 10 kilometers of the Russian border at places out there. What it means is they can take those Russian artillery batteries, those Russian rocket batteries under fire and still be outside the range fan of that Russian artillery, which means they can fire on them, but the Russians can't fire back on the Ukrainian artillery. And what that does is it incrementally allows them to move across that battlefield faster. And they're doing exactly that. They're moving across that battlefield. And that extra range, those rounds and those systems with the counter battery radars and everything else are providing a tremendous advantage, something that the Russians simply can't match anywhere in their inventory. And as we've talked about, if they can't cover their ground maneuver forces, their armored personnel carriers or tanks, their mechanized forces on the ground with indirect fires, which is artillery and rockets, those forces are going to have to start falling back. And of course they are falling back. And they also know very well that if they get too far out front, there's missiles that the Ukrainians have, like Javelin and the NLAW missiles, highly accurate. They can take out these exposed tanks. So you're seeing tremendous pressure in that region. And there is a chance, this is really straight, there's a gap. If you look at the map, you'll see where the Russian forces kind of surround this area near Donbass, where the Ukrainians are in the middle. Big discussion is that the Russians might shoot down from the north in what this area called Izium and cut off the Ukrainian forces. Interestingly, the Ukrainians are moving so fast, there's a possibility that they might cut off the forces at Izium, which could potentially leave about 20,000 Russian troops basically surrounded and cut off from the rest of the Russian army. Now, any other force, I'd say, well, we had this happen to us in World War II, we'd fight our way out. I don't know if those Russian troops are going to fight their way out. They're so demoralized, the units are so debilitated. I'm just not sure what will happen. There's a very good chance that they could surrender en masse or try to escape and evade back to friendly lines. A lot of possibilities, but we could see something happen this week, which would be rather stunning.
Hal, I want to talk about some of the diplomatic front news, also in Ukraine's economy as well. And these are somewhat optimistic signs that I have just noticed, because we know Ukraine's economy has contracted by some, I believe, almost 60% since the war began. But the U.S. is going to be lifting sanctions on Ukraine's steel industry. We also know that Ukraine will be cutting off access to some Russian pipelines in their country. And then there's this incredible talk now that especially from Western leaders, that there needs to be some type of Marshall Plan-like system in place for when the war is over to get Ukraine back to a functioning Western liberal democracy. And so I find all that to be so interesting. We're talking about restoration, rebuilding this early on.
It's taking that long view. And, you know, this is a lesson we learned from World War II, and frankly, it's a lesson we've also learned in more recent wars. Is you got to take a long view. You got to look at rebuilding society. If you want those countries to, you know, to look like Japan and Germany after World War II, well, you got to start the seeds or plant those seeds early. You know, they were talking about the post-war situation going back literally to 1943, and the war went on until, you know, the middle of 1945. But they were already planning the international system after the war was won, because it takes time to put that in place. Interestingly, I have to tell you, on the sanctions on Ukrainian steel, that one caught me off guard today. I looked at that, I said, we still had sanctions on Ukrainian steel?
I just gotta correct that. Not sanctions, I'm sorry, tariffs. Tariffs on Ukrainian steel.
Yeah, they weren't sanctions, they were tariffs, actually. Yeah, but they were pretty high tariffs, which actually had the same effect in some ways. I was surprised to see those were still there. The pipeline, that particular pipeline, which was interesting, that I didn't know how much natural gas was actually going through the Ukrainian pipelines. That's about 30% of the natural gas that goes from Russia into Europe went through that pipeline, and the Ukrainians shut it off. It's not surprisingly, part of it was there was actually, believe it or not, corruption on the Russian end, where they were actually siphoning off natural gas, and I think some of the military troops may have been lining their pockets with that. But I was surprised it was still operating to the degree it was. Now, Ukraine told Russia, said you can, you know, use another pipeline, and Gazprom came back and said, you know, we can't do that. Which I just kind of found a little back and forth, rather interesting little discussion, because of course the Ukrainians know that they can't switch that fast. So it's going to have an exponential effect beyond just shutting off that pipeline, is the fact that they don't have another way to get it out. And they don't really have the ability to ship it out, you know, to send it down to the Black Sea and try and get it out that way. So that's going to impact. That's going to have a big impact on the Russians, but it's also going to have an impact on Europe. Europe's already moving away from using Russian natural gas as fast as they can, but now they're going to have to move even faster, because frankly, the pipeline is literally shut down.
All right, Hal, just lastly, let's kind of game out for our viewers what we'll be watching for in the next couple of days. For me personally, it's very, very close. Finland and Sweden are about to officially announce their application for NATO membership. Stunning.
I just think it's amazing. Talk about miscalculation on Putin's end. He has done the exact opposite. I mean, not just Ukraine. Realistically, Ukraine wasn't going to join NATO anytime soon. They had to go through so many hoops to get there. Same thing with the European Union. I think Macron made that clear yesterday. There's so many things they have to do in order to meet the requirements that any discussion of that was just, it's a red herring. He just threw it out there as a justification. However, Finland and Sweden have been neutral forever. You're talking going back before World War II. They've been these huge nations that are neutral. Now, not only do they have, I think, 800 plus miles of border with Russia in Finland, they also have a very professional, well-trained military force of active and reserve. And when fully mobilized, it's over 200,000, and they're very well equipped. They're very proficient. At over 200,000, you're talking more troops than really were dedicated to, the Russians had dedicated to Ukraine. And that was estimated to be 75% of their operational ground combat units. So you get a sense of just how powerful this Finnish force is. And then, of course, Sweden, they're a major military powerhouse in Europe. They always have been. They have a unique way of setting things up, very powerful. So this is, from a Russian perspective, they have caused the very thing they're trying to prevent.
All right, Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your insight and expertise into two of these top stories tonight. Hal, as always, we'll talk to you again.
Okay, Andrew, have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, we want to move on to some of these other major headlines. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We're still, of course, monitoring the coastal fire. That's what authorities are calling it there in Laguna, as so many of these homes have gone up in flames and evacuations are in place. But the flames still burn. This is not that contained, but firefighters will be working throughout the night. We'll also be talking about some of these other key headlines. We'll be talking about the border crisis, House Republicans speaking out, saying they want the Biden administration not to lift Title 42 on May the 23rd. That's the prescribed date that Biden wants to have that done with. We also want to talk about, you'll remember this major story last summer, the Surfside, Florida condo collapse. 98 people died. A huge settlement was reported on today for the victims' families. We'll be bringing on legal experts to talk about what that means and just going back a year ago to Surfside, Florida, and how that community has changed. So more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. Well, we are learning today, this is breaking earlier today, that lawyers involved in the class action lawsuit unexpectedly announced the agreement Wednesday, today, ahead of the one-year anniversary of the Surfside, Florida condo collapse, which killed 98 people in Miami, Florida last June. Of course, we're coming up on the one-year anniversary of that. And this is a stunning settlement, $997 million, almost $1 billion to the victims' families. A judge of the circuit court in Miami-Dade County had initially approved an $83 million settlement that would go to condo unit owners to cover their property losses. But that plan didn't compensate the families of the dead. Joining me now to discuss the legal particulars of this story, legal expert Andrew Tchaikovsky, friend of the program. Andrew, good to see you. We're almost coming up on the one-year anniversary of this. And so many really had been talking about, where are the settlements? How much are they going to be? We now know. Your first reactions.
Andrew, well, thank you for having me on again. This is just such a tragic story, but I think from a legal perspective, it's quite a victory, both in terms of making sure that the people who were devastated by this tragedy are compensated, but also through the court process. In under a year, a full and comprehensive investigation was done. All of the litigation with all of the parties, which included about 10 different defendants and so many people affected from the plaintiff side, were all able to work so quickly to find that resolution. It is extraordinary for something to happen that quickly. And I think that it's a great benefit to everybody involved that it has wrapped up so quickly.
Andrew, I guess the other question I think a lot of people will have is who is paying this out? What entities? The insurance companies, probably, for maybe the condo owners. Can you go into that part of this a little bit?
Sure. Well, there's, like I said, about 10 different defendants, people that they were saying were responsible for this. And it really kind of was the full basis of people. The condominium and their insurers, and really it's the insurance companies for all of these types of entities. But there was a neighboring property that had construction going on, and some of the original builders that had something to do with the actual construction of it. There was also a law firm involved and other sorts of engineers that were involved. So the blame was really spread across everybody involved in so many different ways. And the exact distribution of who's going to be responsible for what portion, that hasn't been released as far as I know, but it is a collective agreement amongst all of them to pay this nearly $1 billion out to the victims.
And Andrew, necessarily when the parties do agree to settle, some of them don't admit wrongdoing or blame. Is that a way to make the settlement happen? And is that pretty normal?
Well, in so many of these cases, the exact statement of the defendant doesn't really matter. It's there could be some degree of principle that's taken from it and value that people receive from it. But really what you're going after is the one thing that can come close to restoring any sort of wholeness. And while it doesn't bring back people who died tragically, and while it can't resolve so much suffering that occurred, money is the closest that you can get to that. At least that's how the law says it. So when it comes to the idea of who's exactly accepting responsibility or not, to me, and maybe this is just because I'm a lawyer and I practice sometimes in this type of work, I don't really care about the apology as much as I'm trying to make sure that my clients are receiving something for what happened to them.
That's such a good point. And like you said, the parties who are on this settlement, contractors, consultants, insurance companies, the developers, because it showed evidence of extreme corrosion and overcrowded concrete reinforcement. That's kind of getting into the engineering particulars of why the collapse happened. But do settlements like this, especially when you've represented victims' families, does it offer closure? 98 people died back in June of last year in this horrible, horrible tragedy.
I think in this case, it hopefully will bring some degree of closure. You can never know what's going to help a person through the suffering that they're going through, but this is a really phenomenally large settlement. I think that everybody involved is going to be very well compensated. I think that will ease some of their troubles some. And you were saying in terms of the engineering breakdown, there's been unbelievable investigative reporting that's gone on with this, as well as the actual post-mortem engineering investigation, really to show the degree of where the failure started, when they could have been caught, and how it happened, to go through the rubble and to be able to uncover that. Really a phenomenal amount of investigation that went into this.
All right, Andrew Trzaskowski, as always, we appreciate your insight into these stories. We'll talk to you again. Have a good night.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, we do have a lot more headlines left to get to in our live coverage here on Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. When we come back, we'll be hearing from the sister of Dina Bowden. She witnessed her sister's killer get executed today in Arizona, offered comments about what that experience meant to her. We'll have her remarks in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The coastal fire in Laguna Niguel still burns at this hour. We're coming up on the 9 o'clock hour here on the West Coast as firefighting crews from so many jurisdictions are working through the night to help put some of these fires that are still remaining in some of these massive multi-million-dollar homes that were swept up in this brush fire today and trying to get these flames under control. If we do a little bit later tonight, get to speak with some of our Fox 11 reporters on the scene there, we will do so. But like I said before the break, we want to take our next story out to Arizona. Earlier today, the state implemented and carried out its first execution of a death row inmate in 8 years. Clarence Dixon, 66 years old, was put to death today for his role in the murder of a young ASU college student back in the late 70s. We're going to hear from her sister, who was there to witness the execution today, and if this had any closure for her and her family.
Thank you. I'm Dina's older sister. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the media today. You know, for over 44 years, members of the media may have been available to me, but I generally withheld any public comments. I was concerned that the justice process that has brought us together today could have been jeopardized. But today that process has been finalized. I can't begin to name everyone that deserves thanks. But I have to honor and thank my husband, Mick, who I just lost 12 days ago, for his support and love over all these years. I believe that now he's reunited with my parents and with Dina, and he met Dina when she was 14 years old. Okay, to begin, since you're my audience, I need to say to you, after all these years, that your words can hurt, but your words can help and heal also. Please think about that as you write. Over these years, I've seen a distinct shift away from human compassion and acknowledgement of victims' rights and issues and beyond factual reporting toward advocacy for violent offenders and political posturing. What societal interest does that serve? Especially when there is absolutely no question of guilt, as in this case. Recognizing that we all live in a social media world of sound bites, here are some facts and some kind of by the numbers that are important to me and I thought you may be interested in, from high to low. 1 in 17 octillion. The results of the recent DNA test reporting the likelihood that Dina's murderer was anyone other than this inmate. Octillion has 27 zeros, by the way. I didn't know that. 43 and 20. The number of hearings I have attended over 20 years since indictment. 21, 23, 45, and 46. The ages when Dina's, my, and my parents' lives were either taken or irreparably changed due to this inmate's choices and actions. 17, the number of minutes the Maricopa County jury deliberated before they found this inmate guilty of the first-degree murder of Dina. 13, the number of women that this inmate victimized, at least those whose names we know. 8, the number of college hours Dina had left to graduate from ASU and begin her post-college life. I appreciate ASU awarding her degree to me posthumously just 2 years ago. And finally, 1 and 0. The number of sisters I had up until and after January 7th, 1978, and now. Let me tell you just a little bit about Dina. In 4 words, she was kind and hardworking. As a little kid, she had a really bad case of valley fever and missed much of a school year. But she worked really hard in school and caught up, and we were both blessed with having a 2nd grade teacher for a mother. Dina was multilingual, which she used in her travels and schools abroad to make friends. She wrote amazing poetry. We didn't know this until I found a notebook of her work as I cleaned out her apartment that January. My mom's victim impact statement to the jury included one of those poems. Older people and dogs really seem to take a liking to her, and I think that has to say something about her character. Although we looked a lot alike in our younger years, she was more personable and friendly. And she was the one who was supposed to have an exciting career, get married, and produce grandkids for my mom. But it didn't work out that way for her. We should have been able to grow old together. You know, as sisters will do, we fought, we hugged, and we negotiated our way through 21 years together. I have indelible memories of her driving up to Flagstaff in her little green Pinto to see me at college. And I cherish our train travels in Europe during one of her last summers. I wish you all could have known her. I have just one request of you. All my mom ever wanted was that people would remember Dina. Please remember Dina Lynn Bowden. And I will now answer any questions you may have about her. Thank you.
Can you talk about how you're feeling in 44 years? Is this
Old?
closure, or
No.
What are the emotions going through your mind?
You know, I hate that word. Everyone is different. This is finality for this process, and it's relief. It was way too long. This process was way, way, way too long. And in the whole scheme of the system, I think this really was one of the shorter ones. Could I have a nap or Kleenex, sorry. How am I feeling? He didn't ingratiate himself to me at all. I saw him for 5 years going to hearings. I saw him every day in trial. And why am I not surprised that he chose to use my sister's name? In the days to come, I'm sure that there will be, this has been a large part. As I said, I'm old. This has been a very large part of my life, but not all of my life. I had a son that we lost. I've now lost my husband. My parents are both gone now. And but I have my career. I have my friends. I have all of my family that are just wonderful. And I have my dogs, my shelter dogs, and there's nothing like them. So, I don't know how I'm going to feel.
If not closure, then do you feel like justice has been served?
Yes, the process is final. Yes. There was, as I said in my statement, and at the time At the time, the defense pushed yet again for another round of DNA testing. I thought, what now? You know, here we go again, something else. 1 in 17 octillion, really? Are they glad that they had that testing? And you know, and as I said, there was never ever any doubt in this inmate murdered my sister.
Leslie, thank you for taking our questions. I'm Shaylee Sanders with KWOD in Tucson. When you were preparing for today, did you have expectations what he might say, what you hoped he might say, or his final words?
Maybe I'll just respond in what I said when I appeared before the Board of Executive Clemency. When was that? A week ago? 2 weeks ago? And what I said to them at that time was, he made choices. He chose not to even respect that board to appear, and therefore I'm not even going to waste any more breath or words on him. I'm not surprised that he spoke. That's all I'm going to say.
Leslie, you've talked about wanting to make sure that the memory of Dina lives on. As her older sister, what do you miss the most about her?
She knew no enemies. She, as I said, we got to spend, we were lucky enough that we got to spend 3 months riding trains around Europe. These days, would you let a daughter at that age spend 3 months riding trains in Europe? I wouldn't. But we did, and everywhere we went, everywhere. She met people. As I said, she was multilingual. She was just a happy, giving person. And I used to call her jokey. You know, I miss her being jokey. I was always the more serious one, and she loved her life.
What was she planning? I mean, what was her degree in? What was she planning to do? What did Dixon rob this role of?
You know, she was going into international marketing. As I said, she had about 8 hours left to graduate. She always worked. At the time she was murdered, she was working part-time for a patent attorney. It was hard to say. She talked about going into foreign service. She loved traveling, though, and she was fortunate to be able to go to school in Mexico one summer. She spent one summer in Spain. As I said.
Okay, we wanted to listen in to some of the just heart-rending remarks by the sister of Dina Baldwin as she talks to reporters today about what it was like to see Dina's killer put to death today, Arizona's first execution in nearly 8 years of Clarence Dixon. We're going to be moving on to this. We have a lot more stories left to get to on this Wednesday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the latest on inflation numbers for the month of April. Also, we'll be going into hopefully getting more updates from the coastal fire out of Laguna Niguel that has burned several homes, destroyed several multi-million-dollar homes there in California. So a lot happening in this last hour of our live coverage. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft, and thanks for being with us. We want to get an update on the latest inflation numbers, especially for the month of April last month. 8.3%. That's the magic number. A slight downturn from last month, but not by much. Fox's Lauren Blanchard has the latest on these numbers.
April showed an 8.3% consumer price index year over year, a bit higher than predictions. But for the first time in 8 months, the number is slightly down from March's 8.5%.
For me, there are really no signs that inflation is slowing down. There's no sign that the Fed's policies are having any effect at all right now.
Over the last year, food up 9.4%. Meat and eggs soaring in price. Also sky high airfare jumping 18.3% from March to April. All energy prices up more than 30%. Fuel oil up a staggering 80%.
I've been affected by inflation by the cost of gasoline, by the cost of groceries, by the cost of electricity going up.
Over the last 12 months, wages have increased 5.5%. But compared to the more than 8% inflation rate, it means Americans are still taking home less money.
Let's face it, this is a result of policies. It's a result that inflation, Joe Biden can try to deflect blame all he wants.
The president is pointing the finger at the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and Republicans for the problems. And the White House says that they're working to turn it around.
Our economy's gone from being on the mend to on the move.
Gas prices hit another record again Wednesday. According to AAA, now $4.40 a gallon nationally. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thanks so much for that update there. We want to move on to some of these other top headlines. This one also out of California, having to do with firearms. We just got this in earlier today. A court ruling, a U.S. appeals court, ruled today that California's ban on the sale of semi-automatic weapons to adults under 21 has been deemed unconstitutional. In a 2-to-1 ruling, a panel of the San Francisco-based 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals said Wednesday the law violates the Second Amendment right to bear arms, and a San Diego judge should have blocked what it called, quote, an almost total ban on semi-automatic centerfire rifles for young adults. The ruling went on to say by Judge Ryan Nelson, America would not exist without the heroism of the young adults who fought and died in our Revolutionary Army. Today, we reaffirm that our Constitution still protects the rights that enabled their sacrifice, the right of young adults to keep and bear arms. Now, the Firearms Policy Coalition, which brought the case, said the ruling makes it optimistic that age-based gun bans will be overturned in other jurisdictions and in other courts nationwide. So this is pretty interesting. It's not a total victory for gun rights advocates. They had also sought an injunction blocking the state from requiring a hunting license for adults under 21 to purchase rifles or shotguns. But this ruling today said that California's ban on the sale of semi-automatic weapons to adults under 21 is unconstitutional. We have one more headline. You probably might have seen this already, but it is the end of an era. I myself had many iterations of the iPod, Apple announcing yesterday it will no longer make the iPod. It will end production of the last iPod model, the iPod Touch, bringing an end to the iconic product line. The company says Apple customers will still be able to buy an iPod Touch while supplies last. They also say customers should not fear. They can still listen to music on a host of other Apple products, like the iPhone, the iPad, and the Apple Watch. The iPod was first introduced by then CEO Steve Jobs back in 2001. More than 100 million devices were sold within 6 years of its release. So the iPod really only about 22 years old, no longer going to be in production there. Well, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We do want to head back into some of the fire coverage out of the coastal fire in Laguna Niguel. Almost 200 acres burned, scores of homes destroyed. Let's hear from some of the fire officials, from some of the local officials about what the efforts are looking like going into the night.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Brian Fennessy, and I'm the fire chief with the Orange County Fire Authority. We're here this evening at Laguna Niguel Regional Park. I want to talk about the coastal fire. That is the name of the fire that is burning half a mile away from where we are today. A little bit of information about the coastal fire. The 911 call was received at our emergency command center at the OCFA at 2:44 p.m. The 911 caller reported a 50-foot by 50-foot vegetation fire in close proximity of the water treatment plant. Our crews responded along with Laguna Beach, and upon arrival of Aliso Woods Canyon, found 1 acre of vegetation with a strong wind blowing it in a easterly and north direction. We immediately launched a robust both air and ground response. The fire quickly moved upslope and towards the homes on top on Coronado Point. An estimate of acres right now is around 200 acres. We'll be getting a more accurate acreage here very shortly and better maps, but about 200 acres. We do know that we have had structure loss. We are estimating somewhere in the area of potentially 20 plus, but please don't hold me to that. We will get our damage assessment crews in there, and we will have a much better idea of how many have actually been destroyed and perhaps damaged. So at this point, that is still under assessment. Very steep country for anybody that's been out that way from the coast all the way up Woods Canyon to the Coronado Point. Extremely steep. Very difficult to get the hose lines and to get hand crews working in those areas. At this time, we are in unified command with the Orange County Sheriff's Department and the Laguna Beach Fire Department. Assisting agencies include Los Angeles County Fire Department. I want to thank Fire Chief Darrell Osby from LA County. During the heat of battle, as they say, he sent 2 strike teams immediate need our way. I also want to thank our partners, CAL FIRE. Without their aircraft, without their crews, without their engines, without their overhead, we definitely would have been at a loss. So my hat's off and my deep appreciation to CAL FIRE and all of the MetroNet fire departments in the county. I saw many of the Newport Beach, Costa Mesa, Anaheim. I don't want to leave anybody out, but again, a very robust response. It's sad to say that we're getting kind of used to this. The Emerald Fire was back in February. Again, a very robust response, kept it to very few acres. Again, sadly, we have had some structure loss. I'll say this. What we saw today is not something we're used to seeing this time of year or even during these types of conditions. We continue to talk about a fire year. This is another prime example of that. The winds we experienced today in that are normal winds, very strong winds off the coast, up the upslope. The big difference is the vegetation in our canyons here in Southern California throughout the West is so dry that it is not taking much for that vegetation. The fuel moisture is so low that those fires are taking off and running on us. And they're burning very quickly, not necessarily, burning thousands and thousands of acres, but enough that it's burning quickly and into the structures. And unfortunately, I believe this is what we're going to be experiencing over the next several months, over the next several years. So again, I want to thank all of the fire agencies. I want to thank the Orange County Sheriff's Department. I want to thank the elected officials behind me for all the support, all of the phone calls I've received, people offering assistance. I just want to say thank you. So at this time, I want to introduce Captain Asuncion of the Orange County Sheriff Department. He's going to talk about evacuations and their part of it. Captain?
Thank you, Chief. I'm Captain Virgil Asuncion with the Orange County Sheriff's Department, Chief of Laguna Niguel Police Services. And the Orange County Sheriff's Department has been in unified command, as the Chief said, assisting with the evacuations on the coastal fire for the city of Laguna Niguel. At this time, we have mandatory evacuation orders for 3 streets in Laguna Niguel: Coronado Point, Vista Court, and Via Las Rosas. We estimate to be about 100 structures in this area. Roads leading to this area are now closed. Deputies and fire personnel went to house to house to evacuate residents, and a wireless emergency alert system was issued. The Orange County Emergency Operations Center has been activated to assist with resources for the coastal fire. A hotline for public information has been established at the Emergency Operations Center. The hotline number is 714-628-7085. A care and reception site has been established at the Crown Valley Community Center, located at 29751 Crown Valley Parkway in the city of Laguna Niguel. We want to remind all the community that receiving immediate information in the incident is vital. So please sign up for Alert OC messages at alertoc.com and ensure your contact information is updated and accurate. Again, I'd like to thank the Orange County Fire Authority for their support, as well as our city and elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Asuncion, and to piggyback onto what the captain was sharing, I responded to Coronado Point, was there as the sheriffs were evacuating the community, and I've been doing this a long time. I have to say it was probably one of the most orderly evacuations I've ever witnessed. And I want to thank the community for heeding the warning and the mandatory evacuation to leave. Too often we don't see that, and that causes us more problems. In this case, the sheriff was very effective in getting the community evacuated, which made our jobs just that much easier. So thank you, Captain. Next, I'd like to introduce County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett, District 5. Supervisor.
Good evening, everyone. Orange County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett. Sadly, this is the second fire in my supervisorial district in just a few months. Hopefully we won't have any more structures that are lost, and hopefully no loss of life. Wildfire season, as we know it, is now 12 months a year. It's not just the summer months, and we all need to really be prepared. I want to thank the Orange County Fire Authority. I'm also a board member on the Orange County Fire Authority, and I know the hard work that these men and women do every single day. And they are out here on the front lines, and they've got a lot of resources. The Orange County Sheriff's Department is equipped out here with resources as well. We've got the entire region focused on this fire right now to make sure that we have heli-tankers, and we've got ground crews, and we have every fire engine available in the area to come and put this fire out. So I just want to thank everyone involved here. It's a team effort, and it's not easy when you see people's homes on fire, but I know that we've got a great team in place, and the county EOC is activated. We're also pushing out a lot of information on Twitter, at OC Sup Bartlett, and on Facebook at Supervisor Lisa Bartlett. So be sure to check all of the social media handles. We're pushing out as much up-to-date information as quickly as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Bartlett. We'll take a quick pause here. Before I start again, everybody hear me okay? Everybody got it? We're good? All right. I'll do just a quick recap, all right, for those of you that just joined us. Again, this is the coastal fire. Estimated acres are around 200. We do know that there has been some structure loss. We do not have an exact count. We will get a damage assessment. My name is Brian Fennessy. I'm the Orange County Fire Authority Fire Chief. In unified command with the Orange County Sheriff Department and the Laguna Beach Fire Department. Other agencies assisting are Los Angeles County Fire Department, all of the local agencies here in Orange County, and a large presence by our partners CAL FIRE, both on the ground and in the air. This has been a very robust response. We're starting to get a better handle on the fire now, and we expect that we're going to make great progress throughout the night and into the coming days. At this time, we have no known civilian or firefighter injury. And in terms of fire start, I know that'll eventually be a question, that is under investigation. We do not have that information at this time. I'm going to, since there's so many of you showed up, I am going to reintroduce Captain Asuncion with the Sheriff's Office to do a repeat. And again, I'm going to introduce County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett to do a repeat. There's just so many more of you here. And then we will end with the Mayor of the City of Laguna Niguel, Mayor Genoway, and then we'll field questions. The winds have died down a little bit. And I'll share a little bit of what I did earlier. The winds we experienced today are not unusual. These were not Santa Ana winds. These are our coastal winds that we experience generally every day. The big difference is, and we're seeing it again, with the climate change, the fuels beds in this county, throughout Southern California, throughout the West, are so dry that fire like this is going to be more commonplace. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, a fire like this would have likely been stopped very small. Our resources would have got on scene quickly, the fire would have been skunking around, and we'd have picked it up. With the wind behind it and the fuel as dry as it is today, you're going to see fires run on us like this. They may not become thousands and thousands of acres, but you don't have to lose life or property in large fires. We can lose them very quickly in much smaller fires. So this has become our norm, so you can expect more of this. Why don't we field those questions right at the very end? I want to take time and reintroduce Captain Asuncion with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. Okay.
Thanks, Chief, again. So, excuse me, I'm Captain Virgil Asuncion with the Orange County Sheriff's Department and Chief of Laguna Niguel Police Services. So the Orange County Sheriff's Department has been in unified command since this fire started, assisting with evacuations for the coastal fire for the city of Laguna Niguel. At this time, we have mandatory evacuations for 3 streets in Laguna Niguel: Coronado Point, Vista Court, and Villa Las Rosas. We estimate this to be about 100 structures on these streets. Roads leading to this area have been closed. Deputies and fire personnel went house to house to evacuate residents, and a wireless emergency alert system was issued. The county's Emergency Operations Center has been activated to assist with resources for the coastal fire. A hotline public information has been established for established at the Emergency Operations Center, and that hotline number is 714-628-7085. And all call takers are ready to assist affected residents. A care and reception site has been established at the Crown Valley Community Center, located at 29751 Crown Valley Parkway. We want to remind the community that receiving immediate information in an incident is vital. So please sign up for Alert OC at alertoc.com and ensuring that your contact information is updated and accurate. Just want to thank the Orange County Fire Authority for all your assistance and our elected officials for all your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Asuncion, and we want to thank the community as well. The sheriff did an excellent job of evacuating our community, and our residents evacuated quickly, orderly, and that's great for us with the fire department. We don't have to necessarily concern ourselves with rescue. We can go right to work in fire suppression when we've had a great evacuation like that. Next, I'd like to introduce Orange County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett, District. We're gonna take questions in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Hennessy. Good evening, everyone. Orange County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett, 5th District. Our thoughts and prayers are with everyone involved here. Sadly, this is the second fire in my supervisorial district within the past few months. We had the Emerald Fire in Laguna Beach in February. And wildfire season, as we know it today, it's not just the summer months anymore. It's 12 months a year, and we really have to be prepared year-round for a fire to spark up at any time. I want to thank the Orange County Fire Authority, the great men and women who our first responders and are doing great work on the front line right now. I'm also serving on the board of the Orange County Fire Authority. I want to thank the Sheriff's Department and the men and women there and all of their resources. We've got a ton of resources that have been brought into this vicinity to put this fire out as quickly as possible. I want to thank everyone from the regions in LA, San Diego, and other areas that have come forth with equipment and personnel to help us get this fire under control as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bartlett. Next, I'd like to introduce the City of Laguna Niguel Mayor Genoway.
Good evening. I'm Elaine Genoway, Mayor of the City of Laguna Niguel. Our priority are the residents of our city and their safety and well-being. Thank you to the Orange County Fire Authority and the Orange County Sheriff's Department for protecting our residents and assisting them at this time. We have early on, thank you. This is the right microphone height. Early on, we declared a state of emergency in the city of Laguna Niguel to be able to provide the resources that our residents will need, and we set up an emergency operations center. We also have an evacuation center at Crown Valley Community Center where some of our residents have gone. At last count, we have had 25 adults, 2 children, and 5 pets there. So any residents who need a place, even if it's just the voluntary evacuation, please go to the Crown Valley Community Center, and Red Cross is there to serve you along with animal services. Thank you to the many residents in our city who have reached out to see how they can assist. Also, thank you to the mayors of surrounding cities who have contacted myself and my city council colleagues. We've also had multiple restaurants to see if they could bring food to those who have been evacuated. But we have we are working on a point of contact for our residents to provide one person that they can contact to give them the information that those who have been evacuated or those whose homes have been impacted, that they will know where to go to get the resources and assistance that they need after this time. So again, our residents are our priority. Please feel free to reach out to myself as the mayor or our city manager or our city staff for any information. And we urge all of our residents, if you have any questions, if you need any assistance, that is what we are here for. So reach out to the city, reach out to the Sheriff's Department, reach out to the OCFA. But we are here for you.
Okay, so we were just listening into the press conference yet again from Orange County Fire Authority officials, also Orange County supervisors, more local officials. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to continue with this story. We're going to be speaking to one of our reporters, Fox 11's Christy Fajardo. She is in one of these neighborhoods in Laguna Niguel, tracking the firefighting efforts for the coastal fire. And Christy is joining us now. Christy, good to see you. I know it's been a pretty chaotic scene. What do things look like at this point in time?
Well, on the block where I'm standing, if you look just above me, you'll notice that homes are still burning. On the top of the hill here, I can see at least 3 homes on fire. Sadly, I believe that there are even more because I'm seeing smoke billowing out from other homes, although there is no active flame, but that indicates something else is also burning. Now, the fire chief said earlier that he believed at least 20 structures had burned. He called them residential structures. He assumed that they were all homes. He wasn't aware of any businesses, but he also said he believed that that number would be higher. They haven't been able to go in and assess the damage because they've been too busy with the firefight. Now tonight, the winds have died down and the temperatures have dropped, and all of that is good news for firefighters. Certainly will help with the firefighting efforts. And the chief was optimistic that they would make good progress tonight. But the big concern were homes like this one right over here. In fact, you might be able to make it out just behind that palm tree. You can see a little hot spot. The eaves there are burning, the attic. And that is why they are still dousing this house with fire. The concern is if they miss a spot like that and tomorrow the winds pick up, they could carry an ember and catch another home on fire or start a whole new wildfire, and they would have another problem on their hands. So they're really going to keep a very close eye on these homes, and they're going to keep dousing them with water as long as they believe there could be an ember somewhere in there. So it's going to be a very long, very sleepless night, both for residents and also for firefighters. Let's send it back to you.
Christy, thanks so much for that. Of course, they're going to be well into the night, like you said, but we know a lot of these residents are in evacuation centers, hotels, presumably. Have you seen anyone lingering around, possible residents, possible homeowners? Have you talked to anyone who is just watching this alongside all of us?
There are several homeowners actually at the roadblock down the street waiting for word that they can come back in and go home. We did go to what they're now calling a reception center because they're hopeful that the mandatory evacuation will be lifted and people will be able to go home tonight. Don't know if that will actually happen, but at least for now that is the hope. But we spoke to an elderly woman who was actually out of her home when the fire started. She was not able to go home, and she was beside herself because she said she had two disabled sisters that were at home alone and she couldn't get to them. They did call the sheriff's department, who sent deputies to stay with them, and she had just received word that she could go in there. She was elated. It was a huge relief because it had been a very, very worrying and trying evening for her.
Christy, also, have you talked to any of the firefighters walking behind you, what this is like for them? Have they seen something like this in some time? We just showed our viewers the press conference from a little bit ago. What's their reaction to this?
Well, unfortunately, wildfires are all too common here in Southern California. What the chief did say is that we're now seeing wildfires all year round. There used to be a very set fire season, usually in the summer and fall months, but now we're seeing them all 12 months of the year. And he also said that the way the fires are burning has really changed. He said that they are burning hotter and faster and causing damage a lot more quickly.
Yeah, and of course we saw how fast those winds were earlier today, the smoke billowing up over the canyon there, and we'll continue to follow this alongside you. Fox 11's Christy Fajardo, thank you so much tonight. Stay safe. Okay, just a really great on-the-ground look there as these fires continue to be battled by firefighters there from Orange County and so many other jurisdictions. We heard there might be another press conference possibly early tomorrow morning. If that does indeed happen, we'll bring it to you live here, live, raw, and unfiltered, like we always do. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be showing you some of the events, press conferences, remarks from lawmakers we've shown you already throughout the day into these overnight hours.